Chapter 1157. Without giving Wang Zhen any time to react, Xiaoqin tilted his body and used the blue dragon war body as a saber. Then, he materialized the flawless saber Dao and smashed Wang Zhen's chest. Wang Zhen's internal organs instantly became riddled with wounds. Every time he breathed, he felt excruciating pain. Pa! Just as Wang Zhen's body was about to fly back, Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Zhen's ankle. Then, he spun him in the air and tossed him at Xia Luo. All of Xiaoqin's movements were linked together smoothly, not pausing at all. These few moves only took 4 or 5 breaths of time. Xia Luo shrieked and quickly retreated. However, the other great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators of the Xia clan did not dare to retreat. They worked together to catch the flying Wang Zhen. However, a loud sound rang out, and the group of great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators fell from the sky. Xiaoqin looked coldly at the fleeing Xia Luo. Then, his figure flashed, and he descended from the sky. Xiaoqin first destroyed the other party's aura with his 50% comprehended saber soul. Then, he used his killing qi to trap Wang Zhen, preventing him from moving. Then, he stomped on Wang Zhen. Xia Luo cried out in pain. He begged in a low voice, "One should spare people wherever it is possible. Let me off, and I promise not to seek trouble for you." When Xiaoqin heard this, he could not help but find it funny. One should spare people whenever it is possible. To think that Xia Luo could say such words. His skin was really thicker than the city walls. Scram! I don't mind you seeking trouble for me. I don't care for your promise either. However, just remember the principle of not doing the same thing more than 3 times. When Xia Luo heard that, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked Xiaoqin profusely, "Many thanks for being merciful. I'll scram right now." However, before Xia Luo could finish speaking, Xiaoqin pulled back his leg and kicked him into the starry heavens. Before Xia Luo could even cry out, he tumbled to some unknown place. "I never said to let you scram." Xiaoqin's white robes flashed. When he looked back, the remaining Xia clan cultivators were immediately frightened out of their wits, scattering in all directions. As the consummation quasi-emperor Zhen watched the Xia clan cultivators flee in a sorry state, Xiaoqin felt a chill run down his spine. The group of blue-robed emperors who came with Xiaoqin and were ready to help at any time were all stunned. Xiaoqin had actually defeated a great perfection blue-robed emperor. This was truly shocking. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone of a higher rank. This was especially true for the blue-robed emperor realm. The difference between a great accomplishment blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor could be said to be like clouds and mud. They were not on the same level at all. Many blue-robed emperors were stuck at the advanced blue-robed emperor level for their entire lives. They were unable to break through to the perfect blue-robed emperor level because it was too difficult. However, at the same time, if one cleared this stage, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds, completely incomparable to the previous stages. As great perfection blue-robed emperors, they had been stuck at this stage for decades, even centuries. Hence, they had a deep understanding of the difference between them. Everyone had respectful expressions on their faces as they landed and asked, "Young Master Xiao, are you injured?" Xiaoqin circulated his energy and rested for a while, recovering some essence. Then, he replied calmly, "I'm fine." Young Master Xiao is truly shocking. You defeated a consummation blue-robed emperor as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. You put us old fellows to shame. When Xiaoqin heard these words of praise, he did not feel much joy in his heart. He said in a sober manner, "This is nothing. Among the consummation blue-robed emperors, this Wang Zhen is one of the weaker ones. Aside from luck, a large part of my victory was because he underestimated me." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be humble. Your strength is clear for all to see. There is no need to say too much. Let's see if the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave is below first, right?" "Right, right, right." That is the proper matter. Right now, the scope is shrinking. Every hidden dragon has a high chance of being there. Who knows, the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave might be below, hiding the life and death art. At that time, if we take the lead, we will be able to enter before the other consummation blue-robed emperors. The group of people appeared very optimistic, chatting and laughing with great confidence. They all felt that they did not choose the wrong path by following behind Xiao Chen. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, several figures flashed in the air, arriving around the peak that Xiao Chen had his eyes on. When the many old men clearly saw the appearance of the newcomers, their expressions changed drastically. They muttered, Jin Liangqi's group of consummation blue-robed emperors are actually all here. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a total of 5 groups of people. The leader of each group was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Aside from Jin Liangqi, Xiao Chen did not recognize the others. However, those people were no weaker than Jin Liangqi. Jin Liangqi was a peak consummation blue-robed emperor, much stronger than the Xia clan's Wang Zhen. Just one such person would give Xiao Chen a headache. With 4 or 5 of them, he would not be able to deal with them head-on. Actually, the current situation was within Xiao Chen's expectations. As the search area shrank, the many blue-robed emperors searching everywhere would scatter and gather together. Xiao Chen estimated that there were only about 10 remaining choices. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave would definitely be one of these 10 hidden dragon lands. Every one of them had a high chance of being there. No one was foolish enough to just watch someone else be one step ahead of them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he left together with Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chen did not want to clash head-on with these consummation blue-robed emperors. That would be too irrational. At least you are sensible. Jin Liangqi snorted coldly. After discussing with the other 4 consummation blue-robed emperors, they got the geomasters they brought to work together, executing a secret technique to split open the mountains and open the ground. Many people raised their heads in anticipation, filled with hope. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The dragon concealment ground was broken through. A spirit vein source turned into a roaming dragon and flew away on the clouds. This spirit vein was only a low-ranked one. The disappointed crowd ignored it, letting it drift away. Damn it! It's another empty cave. A stout consummation blue-robed emperor in the sky could not help cursing. This person looked ferocious with a scar on his face. He carried a 9-ringed saber on his back. His name was Xin Shao. In the Blackwater Sea, Xin Shao was known as the Smiling Saber Demon. His infamy spread far and wide, and his means were extremely cruel. Upon hearing Xin Shao's cursing, several great perfection blue-robed emperors felt some fear, not daring to say anything. Let's go. There are only 9 places left. If we search them one by one, we will eventually find them. Jin Liangqi glanced at Xiao Chen casually. Then, he left with the other consummation blue-robed emperors, rushing to the next dragon vein. Young Master Xiao, what should we do now? These consummation blue-robed emperors are clearly working together. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen somewhat anxiously. Xiao Chen did not have any good ideas either. These people were not benevolent people. Clearly, they would not allow others to search for the dragon vein before them. Earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed several cold-killing intents at the foot of the mountain range. If someone else brought a geomaster to search for the dragon vein, they would definitely suffer the attacks of these people. If one wanted to join the other party, one needed to be at least a consummation blue-robed emperor's cultivation. Otherwise, they would not be able to get a share of the spoils for free. Either we follow them and see if we can fish in troubled waters, seeking fortuitous encounters. However, it is extremely dangerous, so we have to be mentally prepared for a massacre. Otherwise, we can give up early. You have already gained a small harvest along the way. It is not a loss. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen suggested 2 options. The group of blue-robed emperors all pondered this carefully. Most of them made up their minds. After saying goodbye to Xiao Chen, they chased after the group, hoping to fish in troubled waters and find a chance of survival. Only a few people felt that there was no chance and left in advance. Although they were not satisfied, they had no other choice. No matter how tempting the life and death art was, it was not as important as their lives. If they lost their lives, how could they be Emperor Wu? Soon, only Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun were left at the foot of the vast mountain range. Yu Bingyun looked at the many great perfection blue-robed emperors in the air and withdrew her gaze. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What is your choice?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "You and I both have trump cards to protect ourselves. Naturally, it is the first choice. However, right now, I need to recuperate." After saying that, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to recover quickly. While the earlier battle with Wang Zhen looked easy, he had actually exhausted a lot of energy. He had already drained 2/3 of his law energy. The consummation blue-robed emperor had merged his soul with the heavenly seal. His holy body was one step closer to Emperor Wu's golden body and no longer had many weak points. Xiao Chen's ability to resist damage had increased significantly. He needed to burst out with his usual attacks in the shortest time possible, crippling or injuring the other party. Otherwise, in a drawn-out battle, the one at a disadvantage would be Xiao Chen. However, there were many benefits to this battle. The most obvious was the increase in his confidence and the experience of fighting a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen thought about how Ling Xiaofan had led a consummation blue-robed emperor from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace and beaten him to the point where he could not retaliate. Even when Xiao Chen used Neptune's crown, he had only managed to defeat the other party through trickery. Now, Xiao Chen relied on his own strength to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor head-on, forcing the other party to flee. 4 hours later, as the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated frantically, Xiao Chen's law energy recovered to its original state, returning him to his peak. His sharp aura was even stronger. The reserved tyranny in his eyes startled Yu Bingyun slightly. Yu Bingyun could not help comparing Xiao Chen to the young treasure master, Yi Ling, who hid himself the deepest in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, Xiao Chen probably did not know that his actions in the Four Seas Hero Gathering had severely damaged the luck of the surrounding outstanding talents, helping Yi Ling greatly. This allowed Yi Ling to dominate the heavenly starry ocean, providing him with great convenience and establishing a difficult opponent for Yu Bingyun. Let me see how far they have progressed. Xiao Chen stood up and flew to the top of a 30-kilometer-tall mountain peak. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Immediately, he saw everything within 500 kilometers. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, bird, beast, mountain, river, everything appeared. Nothing could escape Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a strong gaze on him. It seemed to have discovered his gaze, so he quickly closed his heavenly eye. However, it was already too late. That expert's gaze contained the other party's cold and emotionless sword intent. Blood appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Chapter 1158. The expression of Yu Bingyun, who flew up as well, changed. Then, she quickly helped the staggering Xiao Chen up. What's going on? Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat unsightly. After he calmed himself, his complexion flushed red. He frowned and said, "There is a half-step Emperor Wu in closed-door cultivation in the hidden dragon lands. It will be even more difficult to obtain the life and death art." In the western part of Blackwater Island, on a majestic snowy mountain that was extremely close to the border, a middle-aged man radiating sword intent sat cross-legged at the summit of the tallest mountain. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, and a snowstorm raged endlessly. Despite the harsh environment, the hemp-robed swordsman's expression remained the same. The ice and snow that fell on him did not melt or accumulate. Instead, they flowed down like water, flowing naturally and mysteriously. This snowy mountain was the tallest mountain in the entire Blackwater Island. The temperature at the summit was -hundreds of degrees Celsius all year round. Aside from some horrifying spirit beasts that lived on ice and snow, there was nothing else that attracted people. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here to suffer for no reason. Of course, some cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states were an exception, such as this hemp-robed swordsman, who had been in seclusion for 100 years. The hemp-robed swordsman looked into the distance, and his lips curled up in a cold smile. He said indifferently, "Your reaction is pretty good. You managed to save your eyes." If Shaoqin had guessed right, this hemp-robed swordsman was the mysterious half-step Emperor Wu who injured Shaoqian's heavenly eye with just one gaze. "You should rejoice that you saw me 100 years later. If it were 100 years ago, it would not have been so simple to pry into my seclusion." The hemp-robed snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. Then, he continued to cultivate at the summit, comprehending the peak of the ice sword soul. However, he didn't close his eyes for long before he opened them again. This time, it could be seen that when he opened his eyes, there was a strange light in them. This time, his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. A cold aura spread out from his body, causing the wind and snow to freeze. The entire scene suddenly froze. Caw! 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 The instant the hemp-robed swordsman stood up, the snowflakes filling the air exploded, shattered by countless sword intents. There's really no end to this. 100 years have passed. Have the people of Blackwater Island forgotten my name, Bing Shuojian? He sensed that many people were flying over the entire snowy mountain range, and there were still people coming in an endless stream. All of them were at the blue-robed emperor level of cultivation. The ones who had come were naturally the group of great perfection blue-robed emperors represented by Jin Liangqi and the smiling saber demon. Behind them were hundreds and thousands of great perfection and small perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The life and death art could condense a heart of an emperor in advance, making these blue-robed emperors willing to risk their lives to come and fight for their lives. Jin Liangqi and the rest traveled over land and water before finally arriving at the foot of the snowy mountain. Looking at the peak that pierced through the clouds, he said, "The western part of Blackwater Island. This is the last hidden dragon land. The blood sword sovereigns dwelling from 50,000 years ago must be in there." The smiling saber demon, Shen Shao, grinned and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's make our move. It will not be easy. A massacre happened here 100 years ago. A mysterious swordsman killed all the ice-attributed cultivators cultivating in seclusion in the entire mountain range. I wonder if they are still here," a rather old man said. An old man said. This person was called Old Tai because of his body refinement technique, causing his body to be as tough as an iron wall. After advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, he became even more difficult to deal with, earning him the nickname Old Iron. That's right. I still remember that massacre even to this day. It seems to be the Ice Sword Sovereign's first disciple, Bing Shuojian, who betrayed his sect, another old man said. Jin Liangqi said after some thought, 100 years have passed, and there has been no news of this person. He probably left already. Even if he is still here, with so many of us, we might not be afraid of him. That's right. Even if he is here, we have to kill him back. Does he really think that he is the king of this snowy mountain? The smiling saber demon said with a sinister expression. The temptation of the life and death art was too great. The few consummation blue-robed emperors discussed it for a while and decided to make a move. The 5 geomasters listened to the orders and immediately executed their dragon-seeking arts, preparing to attack the hidden dragons. 10 kilometers away, Fei Lingyi, who was hidden in the wind and snow, entered deep thought as he looked at the snowy mountain. He said softly, "To think that the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave is here. It looks like it is impossible to obtain the secret technique alone. However, this is fine as well. If I work with Bing Shuojian, I will be more confident of dealing with this group of people. If I use the jadeite, I can destroy this Bing Shuojian alone. In the end, the life and death art will still be grasped by one person." Fei Lingyi had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the life and death art. After he recovered from his injuries, he came out of closed-door cultivation and followed behind this group of treasure seekers. Fei Lingyi had failed his tribulation once. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime. This blood sword sovereign's life and death art was his fortuitous encounter. He wanted the life and death art more than anyone else. As the Geomasters made their move, strands of dragon chi surged out of the ground. Everyone knew that this was already the last hidden dragon ground in the vast western region. As the blue-robed emperor watched the soaring dragon chi, he became very nervous. Ka Xie. However, just at this extremely tense moment, a scarlet sword light silently appeared in the snow filling the air. Before the 5 Geomasters could react, this sword light chopped off their heads. Who is it? The expressions of Jin Liangqi and the others changed drastically as they retreated. They instantly raised their guard and released their auras, showing anxious expressions. This strand of sword chi was too strange. Unexpectedly, it managed to silently kill 5 Geomasters right before their eyes. Even if this person was not a half-step Emperor Wu, he was still stronger than them. Such a scene sent a chill down the backs of the blue-robed emperor, who was preparing to fish in troubled waters, feeling some lingering fear. Since you know my name, you still dare to come and send yourselves to death. You are all extraordinarily bold. A figure slowly appeared in the wind and snow. When the silhouette became clear, this figure took one step and arrived before Jin Liangqi and the others. Bing Xuejian. Jin Liangqi and the others immediately felt their scalps go numb. Unexpectedly, at the final step, they still ran into the person they did not want to see the most. The smiling saber demon showed an anxious expression. Although he said that he would press forward courageously, he did not have much confidence when facing this Bing Xuejian. With the 5 working together, they actually had a 50-50 chance of victory against Bing Xuejian. However, the 5 of them were not kind people. They did not trust each other, making it hard for them to work together. If they really fought, they would definitely be defeated and flee. Some of them might even lose their lives. Jin Liangqi was rather calm. He said sullenly, "Senior is too serious. If we knew that Senior was here, we would not have dared to be rash. In that case, scram." Bing Xuejian interrupted coldly. The 5 showed unsightly expressions. Jin Liangqi suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "We have conclusive evidence that a Saber Emperor's cave is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The treasures in there are of some use to us. However, they are of no help to a swordsman like Senior." Ha ha ha. Jin Liangqi, don't you blush when you lie? Amid loud laughter, Fei Lingyi gave off a boundless aura, sending the wind and snow flying everywhere. He moved 1 kilometer with each step, arriving before the group in 10 steps. Bing Xuejian, the cave where the legendary blood sword sovereign once cultivated, is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The life and death art is probably in there. You are also someone who failed the great tribulation of wind and fire. How could the life and death art be useless to you? Fei Lingyi smiled widely, feeling very pleased with himself. The sorrow from that day no longer showed on his face. Now, he regained his former arrogance and tyranny. The moment Fei Lingyi spoke, he did not show any mercy, exposing Jin Liangqi and the others. Jin Liangqi and the others looked at Fei Lingyi, gritting their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything about it. They could only curse at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi did not even look at Jin Liangqi and the others. He continued, "How about it? Are you interested in coming with me to explore this blood sword sovereign's cave? The 2 of us can be considered to be in the same boat, able to ascend to martial emperor together." "Naturally, I am interested," Bing Xuejian said indifferently. Fei Lingyi laughed loudly, and he unleashed the aura of a half-step Emperor Wu. "Good. In that case, work with me and get rid of these flies first." The moment Fei Lingyi said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Panic spread everywhere. Even if everyone knew that Bing Xuejian was here, they would not be so panicked. One half-step Emperor Wu would not be able to slaughter everyone here. However, two half-step Emperor Wu working together would be more than enough to chase them all away. Jin Liangqi and the others felt dissatisfied. They looked at Bing Xuejian with a final trace of hope. Although they felt that hope was slim, they still hoped for a chance to turn things around. Fei Lingyi appeared very confident. He had interacted with Bing Xuejian before and knew what kind of person he was. He would definitely agree to his request. However, unexpectedly, the hemp-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, Fei Lingyi, you seem to be mistaken. I am definitely interested in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. However, I have no interest in working with you. How could I not know what you are planning? Fei Lingyi's expression turned cold as he said, Bing Xuejian, are you out of your mind? Jin Liangqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took the opportunity to smile and say, Manor Lord, don't overthink. Everyone knows that you have the jadeite. Without us restraining him, Senior Bing Xuejian would not be a match for you. In the end, you would still obtain the life and death art. That's right. Given your tyrannical character, you absolutely would not think of sharing the life and death art. In your heart, you believe that it belongs to you, the smiling saber demon said at the same time. Bing Xuejian did not say anything. Clearly, he agreed with what these people said. The sudden reversal of the situation ruined Fei Lingyi's plan. Manor Lord Fei, actually, there is no need to be so exclusive. Everyone obtained the life and death art together. Wouldn't it be better to share it? Furthermore, we do not know what dangers there are in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Before we enter, we are already panicking. That is not a good sign. The older Old Tai acted as a mediator, advising at an appropriate time. Indeed, the Blood Sword Sovereign was a demon mixed blood. He was terrifyingly strong, known as the most dazzling legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave would not be smooth sailing. There would definitely be many unknown dangers. Chapter 1159. Fei Lingyi thought for a long time before saying, I will not lower myself to your level for now. Jin Liangqi smiled and said, that's good. Everyone is happy. However, now that the Geomasters are dead, it will be somewhat difficult to enter the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave, which is buried deep underground. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Let's work together and tear open this mountain range and the ground, Bing Xuejian said calmly and casually. Jin Liangqi hesitated before saying, it is not difficult to work together. However, isn't it a little inappropriate to exhaust law energy like that? Bing Xuejian revealed a disdainful expression. Then, he drew an ice blood sword and said, I'll do the main force. You all just provide support from the side. After Bing Xuejian spoke, he turned around and hacked at the tall mountain peak. A scarlet sword light flickered on the sword. The sword light was like a pillar, reaching the sky and the ground. It also contained an unparalleled, bone-chilling sword intent, making one's hair stand on end. Several of the blue-robed emperors thought to themselves, this Bing Xuejian's sword soul has reached at least 70% comprehension. It is a true great perfection sword soul. Furthermore, Bing Xuejian raised the will of ice to its limits, perfectly merging it with the sword soul without any openings. Before the shocked gazes of the many blue-robed emperors, this scarlet sword light chopped the tall mountain peak in half. Then, a loud sound rang out, and the mountain peak collapsed. The collapse of the snowy mountain caused a chain reaction. Endless avalanches occurred in the mountain range. The rumbling continued, and the ground within 100 miles shook. It was like an earthquake. Fei Lingyi, Jin Liangqi, and the others made their move after that. They worked together and uprooted the ground under the mountain range. Incomparably large chunks of soil floated in the air, covering the sky. Dust and snow flew everywhere. The entire scene was chaotic. When the chaos stopped, the tall mountain was no longer there. Instead, a huge pit 10 kilometers deep appeared. At the bottom of the pit was a half-open hole, attracting everyone's attention. Whoosh! 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 Figures flickered, quickly flashing towards the entrance of the cave. Needless to say, this cave was definitely the entrance to the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. The more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors, who were trying to fish in troubled waters, had a thought and immediately followed. In an instant, everyone was gone. The originally lively surface of the snowy mountain was no longer a living person. After a while, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the edge of the huge pit. The man was dressed in white and had delicate features. He exuded an indescribable sense of loneliness and arrogance. He clearly didn't have any expression on his face, but he gave off the feeling that he was even colder than this land of ice and snow. The woman was as beautiful as a flower. This flower was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, even more otherworldly than white snow. There was a natural air to her beautiful appearance, making her look like a fairy. Standing in this land of ice and snow, she exuded boundless charm. Ordinary men wouldn't even dare to look straight at her. They didn't have the courage to look directly at that celestial face. Naturally, this man and woman were Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun. After learning that a half-step emperor Wu would interfere in the matter of searching for the cave, the two became much more cautious. The two of them were much more cautious and did not rush to the front lines. Instead, they followed behind everyone and quietly observed the development of the situation. He had seen everything that had happened earlier clearly. Things are really getting more complicated. Unexpectedly, two half-step Emperor Wu appeared. The difficulty of obtaining the life and death art has increased. Although Yu Bingyun's expression did not look optimistic, she did not show any despair. Furthermore, she only said that it would be more difficult. Xiao Chen looked at her and said, "Now that things have reached this point, shouldn't you tell me what your trump card is?" Yu Bingyun smiled sweetly and said, "You will know when the time comes. I owe you a favor for the Heavenly Origin Pill. This time, I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's life and death art. You can rest assured." Since Yu Bingyun said that, Xiao Chen did not insist. He looked at the dark cave entrance and prepared to go in. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "There's a bloody smell. I smell it as well. However, it is quite normal, right? Those who are not strong enough will try to fish in troubled waters. After entering this cave, they will inevitably get injured." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "That's not normal. The amount of blood these people lost is very abnormal. It is much more than a regular death. Otherwise, the bloody smell in the air would not be so thick. This place is very strange. Be careful when you enter." Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen took the lead and flew towards the cave entrance. When the two arrived before the dark cave entrance, the bloody smell became even thicker, almost choking their nostrils and making them feel uncomfortable. After walking for a while, expensive illumination stones appeared above the cave entrance, illuminating the space. The walls on the left and right were very flat, with clear signs of carvings. As they walked further in, some murals appeared on the walls. Based on the rough markings, they should be the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work. Most of the murals were of people dancing with swords. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caressed the figure in the murals. A jagged sword intent penetrated the murals and entered Xiao Chen's mind. The person in the murals seemed to come to life as he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly let go and took a few steps back. The lightning saber soul in his sea of consciousness surged out with a thought and shattered the sword intent flying out of the murals. When Xiao Chen looked at the murals again, he felt astonished. The Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work still had such might after 50,000 years. This was truly shocking. If Xiao Chen were a swordsman, he would definitely stop and study it. He would definitely gain a lot. Perhaps his sword's soul might even grow stronger. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a bladesman. Although the murals were wondrous, they were not very useful to him. As the two continued forward, there were more and more forks in the road. Xiao Chen wondered what the Blood Sword Sovereign was thinking back then, making a cave for cultivation so luxurious and complicated. Amid the heavy stench of blood, the two finally saw the first corpse. The corpse belonged to an old man. This old man's entire body was already dried, his skin and bones connected. His eyeballs were deeply sunken in, and there were large dried bloodstains on his neck. Xiaochen carefully examined the wound on the old man's neck and discovered 2 bloody holes. It looked like sharp teeth had bitten through it. There were many blood-sucking ferocious beasts in the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen knew of at least 3 of them. However, when Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun saw this scene and the wounds, they immediately thought of another possibility. Blood demons, one of the 18 demon races of the deep abyss demonic world. Furthermore, they were not low-ranked blood demons. Otherwise, they would not have teeth. No wonder the stench of blood was so heavy. With these blood demons around, it would be strange if the stench was not heavy. It looks like the rumors are true. The blood sword sovereign is indeed a mixed blood of humans and demons. Furthermore, he is one of the mysterious blood demons of the demonic world, Yu Bingyun said. Xiaochen looked up and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a shadow silently appear above the cave entrance, heading towards Yu Bingyun. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen did not even think. He quickly drew his saber and chopped the descending shadow in half. After the shadow split in half and landed on the ground, it quickly merged back together, forming an ugly humanoid monster with sharp teeth. Its body was covered in wrinkles, and it gave off a heavy stench of blood. This appearance was very different from the blood demons that Xiaochen remembered, completely different. Clumps of shadows descended from the cave entrance, and many similar blood-sucking monsters appeared. They surrounded Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun in the rather vast stone room. With a rough count, there were at least 20 of these monsters. Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun did not dare to be careless. Even the blue-robed emperor fell at the hands of these blood-sucking monsters. There had to be something extraordinary about them. The 2 stood back to back, cautiously looking around, keeping their guard up. "Thank you for your help," Yu Bingyun said gratefully as a ribbon appeared in her hand. Xiaochen had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He said calmly, "There is no need to say so much. Let's deal with the trouble before us first." These blood-sucking monsters all stared at the 2 with bloodshot eyes. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths as they hissed, looking like they would pounce over at any moment. Whoosh! 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 Black shadows flickered. After probing for a while, these blood-sucking monsters turned into clumps of light and quickly launched themselves at the 2. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Xiaochen activated the fleeting shadow glove, and sparks flickered on his saber. He infused his lightning saber soul into it, sending out an impenetrable saber light. The saber light flickered, and electricity crackled. Xiaochen chopped off the arms and heads of the blood-sucking monsters that pounced over, sending them flying. None of them could get close to him. However, Yu Bingyun was even more violent than Xiaochen. The ribbon in her hand shot out with a whoosh, even faster than the blood-sucking monsters. The ribbon struck every blood-sucking monster that pounced at Yu Bingyun. Their heads exploded in an instant, and blood spurted out. In this high-speed clash, the 2 knocked back the 20-odd blood-sucking monsters. They fell to the ground, wriggling, missing their arms and heads. They did not seem as difficult to deal with as Xiaochen had imagined. It looked like they were just some low-level monsters. The truly difficult ones were yet to come. However, just as the 2 were about to release their bated breath, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground suddenly leaped up. Arms and heads quickly grew back. Their expressions turned sinister as they bared their fangs and launched themselves at the 2 again. After this happened 3 times, the 2's expressions changed. Are these monsters unkillable? Xiaochen, these might be human cultivators who were bitten by the blood demons. I don't know what happened to them, but they mutated. As Xiaochen knocked back the blood-sucking monsters flying over, he quickly asked, "Is there any way to deal with them?" "Not yet. They should have been bitten by the blood sword sovereign. Otherwise, they would not be so difficult to deal with." When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. This cannot continue. Although he did not believe that there were monsters that could never be killed, if they continued fighting like this, they would not be able to reach the depths of the cave. I have to think of a way. As Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, he thought of switching to a saber soul of another attribute. He wondered if it would be effective. Aside from the lightning saber soul, the saber souls that Xiao Chen was most proficient with were the death saber soul and the destruction saber soul. He wondered if the death saber soul would have an unexpected effect on these monsters. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen switched out the powerful lightning saber soul. Then, he extracted the state of death from the cycle banner and merged it with the saber soul. Chapter 1160. When the saber shrouded in black smoke chopped down, the blood-sucking monster that Xiao Chen struck let out sharp cries of pain. As the death saber intent swept through the blood-sucking monster, its body rapidly shriveled up. It's effective. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. His saber light flashed as he hacked down 3 times, thoroughly finishing off this blood-sucking monster. Stand behind me. With confidence, Xiao Chen said to Yu Bingyun, preparing to clean up these monsters in one fell swoop. Although Yu Bingyun did not know what Xiao Chen was planning, she still chose to believe him. She put away the ribbons and quickly stood behind him. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen shouted and executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years that he had not used in a long time. Although this martial technique was of a lower rank, it was most suitable for large-scale chaotic battles. Executing this move with the Death Saber Soul was perfect for dealing with these blood-sucking monsters. Miserable shrieks rang out as Xiao Chen moved with the wind. With every step he took, he sent out 49 saber lights. The stone room was filled with the afterimages of his saber lights. Miserable cries rang out. By the time Xiao Chen withdrew his saber, not a single blood-sucking monster remained standing. They were all dead, their life force severed. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. Feeling somewhat surprised, she said, unexpectedly, the state of death has such a miraculous effect on these monsters. It looks like this place will be of help to you. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen happened to know the state of death and could find the weakness of these blood-sucking monsters? To others, these monsters were very troublesome. However, to Xiao Chen, they were just ordinary blood demon monsters. Xiao Chen's expression did not relax. He shook his head and said, that might not be the case. My state of death has not advanced to a will yet. It is not a problem for me to deal with these small fries. However, if I run into something stronger, it will be problematic. Furthermore, the power of the world that those consummation blue-robed emperors can drive is boundlessly horrifying. These small fries might not be able to stop them. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go quickly. This cave is too deep, and there are too many forks. We have to find the life and death art quickly. With Xiao Chen's Death Saber Soul paving the way, the two of them proceeded at a much faster pace. As the number of forks increased, the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Bing Xuejian, and Fei Lingyi, who were walking at the very front, slowly parted ways. At an intersection, the smiling saber demon brandished his 9-ringed sword and chopped 3 blood-sucking monsters, blocking his way into several pieces. After the monster fused, a cruel smile appeared on its face and it continued to attack. Every saber strike carried a strong force, pulverizing the blood-sucking monster's internal organs. After this happened 3 times, the blood-sucking monster on the ground no longer moved. The smiling saber demon snorted coldly, "You're just trash, yet you want to kill me?" However, he did not know that after he left, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground began to slowly and arduously merge back together. They did not die as he had expected. Bing Xuejian's expression was cold as he walked down the passageway. When he saw some paintings that he was interested in, he would occasionally stop and carefully study them. The sword intent in the paintings allowed him to gain a lot every time. How unfortunate! If I had entered this cave several hundred years earlier, I would not have failed my tribulation of wind and fire. Although Xiao Chen had gained a lot, his cultivation had already reached this level, so he could not provide much substantial help. If Xiaochen had come in when he first became the blue-robed emperor, he would have improved greatly by just looking at a few of the paintings and absorbing the sword intent in them. A blood-sucking monster charged at Bing Shuajian, who was looking at the paintings. Bing Shuajian did not even look at it, just casually stabbing out with his sword. A boundless icy sword intent surged out, and the blood-sucking monster did not even have time to cry out before it scattered, turning into ice pearls on the ground, splitting into tens of thousands of pieces. The icy sword intent contained in the ice pearls shot out again, breaking every ice pearl into tens of thousands of pieces and turning them into nothing. Xiao Chen's tyrannical sword soul flabbergasted everyone, appearing to be unimaginably strong. The other blood-sucking monsters in the passageway seemed to sense how difficult Bing Shuajian was to deal with. They all gave way, not daring to offend this person. Bing Shuajian glanced at the blood-sucking monsters that left and smiled coldly. I can't kill you. Even someone who cultivated the golden body of Emperor Wu can die, what more you monsters? Fei Lingyi walked in the passageway of the cave with a calm expression. Many blood-sucking monsters flew over and chopped them in half. They were all cut in half by his sword. His sword was wrapped in a jade-like green light. Green crystals appeared on the wounds of the blood-sucking monsters that were cut in half, covering the entire wound. No matter how hard they tried, the two halves of their bodies could not fuse back together. Those green crystals continued to spread and permeate the blood-sucking monsters' bodies. After a while, their entire bodies crystallized. Fei Lingyi sheathed his sword, and crunching sounds rang out. All the blood-sucking monsters on the ground shattered into green crystals. Kaxie! 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 Fei Lingyi stepped on these crystals, causing them to crackle and shatter upon contact. The reason for such a strange scene was not because Fei Lingyi's sword soul had any special effects. Instead, it was because he used a portion of the jade green starstone's energy. Although these blood-sucking monsters could not injure him, his sword soul was slightly weaker than Bing Shuajian's. With Fei Lingyi's own strength, he could not kill these blood-sucking monsters so easily. However, after using the jade green starstone, it was as easy as flipping his hand. He could finish off a large group with one move. Feeling that Fei Lingyi was difficult to deal with, the remaining blood-sucking monsters in the cave scattered in a fluster, searching for new targets. Seeing these blood-sucking monsters retreat, Fei Lingyi frowned slightly. These should be the food that the blood sword sovereign reared in captivity back then. They are all unpardonably evil people. However, they are not very strong. If I run into a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster, it will be difficult to deal with. However, I have the jade green starstone. Compared to Bing Shuajian, I still have a great advantage. As Fei Lingyi walked and saw these murals, his expression mirrored Bing Shuajian's, one of extreme pity. To a swordsman, the blood sword sovereign's casual work from 50,000 years ago was still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, Fei Lingyi was now a half-step Emperor Wu. Under the situation where his cultivation could not increase, his sword Dao was no weaker than some minor heavenly Emperor Wu's. The sword intent contained in the murals was not of much help to Fei Lingyi. However, if Fei Lingyi was lucky, he might be able to find a mural that the blood sword sovereign made wholeheartedly. That should be of great help. As Fei Lingyi walked, he saw a stone room on the left side of the passageway. He pushed the door open and entered. Then, he drew his sword, and a jade-green sword light containing a vast sword intent swept through the stone room. Miserable cries rang out. When the sword chi finished sweeping through the room, all the blood-sucking monsters lying in the room were dead. Fei Lingyi sized up the stone room and revealed a disappointed expression. He did not see a prayer mat in there. This meant that this was not the blood sword sovereign's cultivation room but a storage room. After searching for a while, Fei Lingyi found a stone chest. Essence stones. After opening the chest, Fei Lingyi's eyes lit up. However, they quickly dimmed. Essence stones were heaven-earth crystals produced by King's spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's daily cultivation. Things that were exceptionally precious to ordinary people were useless to Fei Lingyi. After failing the tribulation, Fei Lingyi's cultivation could no longer increase. I'll put them away first. If I successfully find the life and death art, I might still have a chance of becoming Emperor Wu. At that time, these essence stones will be useful. Fei Lingyi consoled himself. Then, he placed the 100 essence stones in his spatial ring in a good mood. As the half-step Emperor Wu and the consummation blue-robed Emperor walked through the passageway unimpeded and gained many benefits, the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor were in a somewhat dismal mood. As for the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor, who followed Fei Lingyi in, their fates were somewhat bleak. The great perfection blue-robed Emperor was still fine. However, when the small perfection blue-robed Emperor met with the blood-sucking monsters, he had no chance of survival. There were already quite a number of people who wanted to retreat. To them, this place had already become hell. When facing the unkillable blood-sucking monsters, there was nothing they could do. If they ran into them, they could only wait for death. Xiao Qian and Yu Bingyun's journey was rather smooth. Later, Xiao Qian thought of a way to spread out his state of death. Then, those blood-sucking monsters took the initiative to avoid them. There seems to be the sound of fighting in front, Yu Bingyun said. After walking for a long time, they had heard many sounds of fighting. This time, Yu Bingyun spoke up because she found the sounds familiar. Xiao Qian listened attentively for a moment, then said, "It's the group that first followed us. Let's go and take a look." With a flash, Xiao Qian appeared in a spacious stone room. He saw the black-clad old man who had made a bet with him. The black-clad old man was leading a group of 10 people as they struggled to block the attacks of the blood-sucking monster. The sounds of intense fighting and the cultivators with vigorous qi and blood attracted the blood-sucking monsters. The number of blood-sucking monsters surrounding them had already reached 100. Facing these blood-sucking monsters that they were unable to kill no matter what they did, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. "Brother Xiao Qian, retreat quickly. These blood-sucking monsters can't be killed." When the black-robed old man saw Xiao Qian, there was no joy on his face. He asked Xiao Qian to retreat first. "It's okay. Just hold on for a while." After saying a simple sentence, Xiao Qian rushed in and released his death sword soul. The blood-sucking monsters in the way could not last one move against Xiao Qian. They were easily dealt with in one exchange, chopped into pieces, their life force severed, unable to revive. After a few breaths, Xiao Qian killed all the blood-sucking monsters in the stone room, forcing them to flee. None of them dared to linger. Xiao Qian did not chase after them. After he helped this group of Emperor Wu out of danger, he sheathed his saber. Such a scene was very shocking. The blood-sucking monsters that they could not kill no matter what they did were like chopping vegetables in Xiao Qian's hands, killing them cleanly. The black-clad old man and the others were somewhat speechless, unable to understand. Xiao Qian said honestly, "These blood-sucking monsters are afraid of the state of death. It can be considered their weakness. I was fortunate enough to know some of the state of death. Only then did the others understand." So, that was what happened. The black-clad old man heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xiao Qian, I should have listened to you earlier and not gotten involved in this mess." Chapter 1161. Xiao Qian glanced at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Many of them were people he was familiar with. They had chatted happily with him, but in the end, they still died because of greed. It could not be said that they were greedy. It was just that the emperor's path was rugged. If they fell on the path of fortuitous encounters, they would add another pile of corpses to the road to martial emperor. After sizing up the remaining old men, Xiao Qian said, "I'll send you back to the cave." When the black-clad old man heard that, he felt gratified. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If we flee at full speed, these blood-sucking monsters will not be able to catch us in the passageway. This time, we got trapped because of greed. We were trapped in the stone room, unable to get out. There seemed to be more to this." Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? One of the old men pulled out a stone box. After he opened it, a dazzling light came out. These are essence stones. Yu Bingyun immediately recognized them. She exclaimed with some shock, there are so many of them. There are more than 100. The black-clad old man said with some embarrassment, that's not all. There are a few more stone boxes behind. In total, there are more than 1,000. We killed each other because of these essence stones. That's how the blood-sucking monsters found an opportunity to surround us in the secret room. Otherwise, we would not have been unable to even charge out. Only now did Xiao Qin discover that most of the wounds on the group were from weapons, fists, and kicks. Brother Xiao Qin, you saved our lives. We do not want these essence stones anymore. Goodbye. If you need any help in the future, just let this old man know. The group was deeply affected, feeling depressed. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Qin, they left the stone room, wanting to leave this cave as soon as possible. As Xiao Qin watched the group leave and the corpses on the ground, he felt complicated. The emperor's road was truly littered with corpses. These blue-robed emperors were people who could summon the wind and summon the rain outside. Wherever they went, they would receive the highest treatment, becoming an overlord of a region. Unfortunately, that door, that most sacred emperor's door, the temptation was too great. It could make people forget about life and death and continue to chase after it. One day, would he also fall on this road of emperor? It became an inconspicuous wave in the endless sea of corpses. People stepped on it and walked forward. What do we do with these origin essence stones? Clearly, Yu Bingyun was interested in this essence stone as well. This was a special crystal that came with a king's spirit vein. Even Emperor Wu had a use for it. To blue-robed emperor cultivators, it was naturally even more useful. It was not strange for Yu Bingyun to be tempted. Xiao Qin did not think much of it. He said calmly, since you agreed to help me deal with Bing Shuejian and Fei Lingyi, we will split these essence stones equally, then. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, half each? That's too greedy. Just give me one chest. My luck is pretty good. To think that there are so many essence stones in this stone room. Ha ha ha. They are all mine, Xin Zhao's. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared at the entrance of the stone room. It was the infamous smiling saber demon. The expressions of Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun could not help but change at the same time. The smiling saber demon was a peak existence of the consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength was more than a level or two higher than Wang Zhen's, the same as Jin Liangqi's. The difference between the two was clearly displayed on the testing steel in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, one 9-star and one 3-star. Scram, then. I only give people one chance. I will never give them a second chance. The smiling saber demon put down his 9-ringed saber and smiled coldly. The scars on his saber wiggled, and his sinister expression inspired fear. Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun quickly sent voice projections. After a few simple words, they quickly made a decision, one word. Kill. The ribbon in Yu Bingyun's hand flew towards the smiling saber demon. In her hand, the soft ribbon was as hard as a dragon and as agile as a swallow. You overestimate yourself. The smiling saber demon stretched out his hand and grabbed the ribbon. It was like he was grabbing the neck of a dragon. Then, he grabbed it with both hands and yanked. The smiling saber demon wanted to pull Yu Bingyun into the air and kill her with one saber strike. However, how could Yu Bingyun's means be so simple? Yu Bingyun's pretty eyes turned cold as she released the ribbon in her right hand and formed hand seals. In that instant, hundreds of colorful ribbons shot towards the smiling saber demon as Yu Bingyun formed hand seals. As the ribbons flew, Yu Bingyun spun her feet and leaped around, performing a graceful dance. The hundreds of ribbons turned into thousands of different poses, trapping the smiling saber demon for a short time. Xiao Qin took advantage of this opportunity to make his move. His figure flashed, and he stepped on the ribbons, charging at the smiling saber demon. The instant Shao Chen drew his saber, he executed the flawless bright moon that he was familiar with. At the same time, he did not hold back at all with his 50% comprehended saber soul. If Shao Chen held back against such an opponent, he would be asking for trouble. You are still too inexperienced to play with the saber with me. The smiling saber demon laughed maniacally and executed an inferior grade profound martial technique with his 9-ringed saber, clashing with the saber. Bang! The two sabers clashed, sending out countless sparks. Saber intent flew everywhere, shredding Yu Bingyun's ribbons into pieces. Shao Chen pushed off the ground and took 3 steps back. Then, he stood on the ribbons once more. However, the smiling saber demon, whose cultivation was higher than Shao Chen's, took 10 steps back. His face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, 50% comprehended saber soul. Brat, you actually cultivated your saber soul to 50% comprehension. By relying on a saber soul that surpassed the smiling saber demons by 20%, the one who held the upper hand in their first clash was Shao Chen. If not for his killing move of a 50% comprehended saber soul, Shao Chen would not have rashly made a move, choosing to fight the smiling saber demon. However, if that was all, it would still be somewhat difficult for Shao Chen to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor. Shao Chen needed to end the battle quickly, he could not drag this out. The instant the smiling saber demon moved back, Yu Bingyun did not remain idle either. 2 ribbons moved as nimbly as snakes, quickly wrapping around the smiling saber demon's legs. Although the smiling saber demon reacted very quickly, breaking the ribbons, this delay gave Shao Chen an opportunity. Flawless 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 moves in one saber, growing and multiplying endlessly, having a boundless aftershock. Of all the profound martial techniques that Shao Chen knew, this was the move with the strongest long-lasting damage. Furthermore, the variations of each move were extremely difficult to deal with. In his haste, the smiling saber demon only lasted for 2 seconds before getting knocked back by Shao Chen, feeling sullen. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun's harassment came at the right time, not giving the smiling saber demon a chance to fight head-on with Shao Chen in one go. By relying on the two's tacit cooperation and Shao Chen's 50% comprehended saber soul, the two suppressed the smiling saber demon from the start to the end. One side's aura grew stronger as they fought, while the other's aura fell. Slowly, he could not bring out even 70% of his strength. The smiling saber demon had a lot of cultivation, but he could not bring it out to his heart's content. He was as sullen as he could be. Damn it! White-robed blades man, don't give me a chance to find you alone. If the smiling saber demon persisted, he would definitely die here. After saying that, he fled in a sorry state, his body riddled with wounds. When several great perfection blue-robed emperors saw this scene, they were greatly startled. Who could have reduced the smiling saber demon to such a sorry state? Shao Chen sheathed his saber and gave Yu Bingyun a box of essence stones. Then, he put away the remaining 9 boxes. Right now, Shao Chen was still a great perfection blue-robed emperor, far from the peak. These essence stones were like charcoal in snowy weather, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. If Shao Chen had reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would not fear the smiling saber demon at all. He would be able to defeat the smiling saber demon alone. After the two left, a figure silently walked out of the passageway. It was Jiang Feng from Dark City. What a fellow! To think that he hid his strength so deeply. As Jiang Feng looked at Shao Chen's back, a deep look flashed in his eyes. If he fought blindly, he might really lose to Shao Chen. Furthermore, it would be a very ugly defeat. This time, with Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi around, my chances of obtaining the life and death art should be 0. Fortunately, I obtained a lot of essence stones and a medial-grade profound martial technique. I'll go back and enter closed-door cultivation for now. I'll wait until I reach peak great perfection blue-robed emperor first. Given Shao Chen's comprehension ability, merging his soul with the heavenly seal would not be difficult. It was just a matter of time. Shao Chen was not in too much of a rush for the life and death art. If he tried to force his way through, losing his life would be a great loss. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I'll come and settle the score with you. Jiang Feng withdrew his cold gaze and turned to head in the direction of the entrance. He had gained a lot on this trip and was satisfied. However, Xiao Chen was not satisfied. He needed to obtain the life and death art. Even if he had to face Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, two horrifying characters, he did not care. There was too little time for him. He could not wait. He had to obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor in advance. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Chen sped up significantly, resulting in Yu Bingyun being unable to keep up. In Xiao Chen's hands, the Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly exquisite, infinitely close to consummation, making his figure like a dragon. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, electric light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. The flickering mysterious phenomenon stunned everyone who saw it. Relying on the nimbleness of the Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen ventured deeper after half a day and arrived before a vast stone room. All the forks pointed to this place. If there were no surprises, this should be where the Blood Sword Sovereign truly cultivated. Here, Xiao Chen saw not only Jin Liangqi but also the injured Smiling Saber Demon and the other consummation blue-robed emperors, but also Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The strange thing was that not only did the consummation blue-robed emperors not move, but even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi did not advance rashly. It was like there was something terrifying here. Xiao Chen's gaze froze. 5 coffins lay in the middle of the stone room. A terrifying bloody aura spread out from the rotting coffins. These were very different from the blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Chen met on the way here. A prayer mat floated quietly in the air in the middle of the 5 coffins. A secret manual lay on the prayer mat. The words on the manual could not be seen clearly. However, it was hard not to guess if this was the life and death art that everyone anticipated. No one showed any expression at Xiao Chen's arrival. A great perfection blue-robed emperor could not pique their interest. Chapter 1162. Right now, the headache was that these 5 coffins might contain blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters. After they mutated, no one dared to test how horrifying their strength was. Even someone as strong as Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi did not dare to do so. Amid the tense atmosphere, Xiao Chen discovered some other signs. The placement of these 5 coffins seemed to affect some sort of formation. Once it was activated, it would affect everything else. The restrictions of the entire residence would be destroyed. Who knew what would happen? Footsteps rang out. Yu Bingyun arrived late, standing beside Xiao Chen. Bing Xuejian frowned slightly, anger flashing on his face as he glared coldly at Yu Bingyun. Initially, Bing Xuejian only glanced casually. However, when he saw Xiao Chen, his gaze never shifted away. Oh no! Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is bad. This Bing Xuejian must have remembered that I casually spied on him earlier. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. That's fine as well. Go over and open one of the coffins and help me check it out. Bing Xuejian said in an extremely tyrannical manner, not standing on ceremony. The people he chose were also very clever. The 4 or 5 consummation blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun were clearly in cahoots. Touching any one of them would result in a backlash. Only Xiao Chen was alone. At most, there would be Yu Bingyun. However, they were just 2 great perfection blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun. They were not sufficient in Bing Xuejian's eyes. When the others heard this, they felt excited. At this moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Someone had to break the stalemate and go over to test out the situation, to see how strong the blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. You overestimate yourself. Great perfection blue-robed Emperor dares to come here and join in the fun. Serves you right. The smiling saber demon had suffered at the hands of Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun before. When he saw this scene, he immediately felt extremely happy. Fei Lingyi had been impatient since long ago. When he heard Bing Xuejian's words, he immediately said, "This place is not something you should have come to." However, since you are already here, then don't leave. Go over and open a coffin lid. I will guarantee your safe return. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. Both Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian were not good people. If there was any danger, it would be strange if Xiaochen helped them. Xiaochen, should we? Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection, asking him if he should expose his trump card to intimidate these two people and get through this hurdle. Although Xiaochen was curious about what trump cards Yu Bingyun had that could deter even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, this was not the time yet. After rejecting Yu Bingyun's suggestion, telling her not to act rashly, Xiaochen glanced at Bing Xuejian. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards the 5 coffins in a circle. At least you know your place. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly as a faint smile appeared on his face. It was very likely that the life and death art that Xiaochen yearned for was on the prayer mat. The only difficulty was that the 5 mysterious coffins around the prayer mat were too sinister. Now that Xiaochen had captured someone to test it out, it was simply the best. 10 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. As Xiaochen got closer to the coffins, the heavy stench of blood and the sinister aura became even more horrifying. The blood-sucking monster locked inside was definitely extraordinary. Brat, hurry up. Stop wasting time. The smiling saber demon cursed from behind. The others also urged Xiaochen to hurry up. Yu Bingyun's heart clenched. If this was really a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster, Xiaochen would definitely be the first to suffer. Although Xiaochen had the death saber soul, a great counter to this blood-sucking monster, a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster would definitely be a different story. It would be incomparable to the small fries from earlier. Go all out. Xiaochen quickly thought about it. He had never thought of just waiting for death, obediently letting these people use him as a tool. Xiaochen raised his hand and threw a palm strike. An intense energy burst forth from his palm. Bing Xuejian and the others revealed nervous smiles. They all made their preparations, just waiting for the coffin lid to open. However, to their surprise, Xiaochen's energy did not open the coffin lid. Instead, it struck the bottom of the coffin, pushing the coffin closest to him away. White-robed brat, what are you trying to do? The others roared, and Bing Xuejian radiated a murderous intent. He already placed his hand on his scabbard. The instant he drew his sword, Xiaochen would die for sure. Rumble. The movement of the coffin seemed to have triggered some sort of grand formation. Loud bangs rang out incessantly, and the ground beneath the stone chamber began to cave in a single breath of time. Then, it quickly spread through the entire cave. Amid the loud sounds, the complicated paths in the cave started to collapse. Everything that happened caught everyone off guard. Xiaochen's palm strike caused a huge commotion. A formless force pulled down the few people who fell. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Their bodies continued to sink. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, everyone started to show expressions of horror. Even Bing Xuejian, who wished that he could immediately kill Xiaochen, could not care about anything else. He only thought about how to escape and figure out his current situation. Accompanying them were the 5 mysterious coffins and the cattail hassock. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the title page of the secret manual on the prayer mat. The words, Life and Death Art, were clearly written in black. Everyone had fervent gazes in their eyes. However, at this moment, they were being pulled down by the formless force. They could not even protect themselves. They could only stare at the life and death art, unable to do anything. In this strange environment, Xiaochen thought calmly. He felt somewhat surprised at this scene that he personally created. Earlier, he had already guessed that the positions of the 5 coffins involved some sort of formation. However, he had not expected them to sink so deeply. However, such a situation would definitely not last. There would eventually be a moment when they landed on solid ground. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Whoever was weak would die on the spot. The cold Bing Xuejian, the arrogant Fei Lingyi, and the 5 consummation blue-robed emperors working together for the sake of their common interests. These 3 sides could barely be considered evenly matched. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun were the weakest. The moment they landed, they would probably be eliminated immediately. Hee hee. Brat, good luck. The smiling saber demon looked at Xiao Chen with malicious intent. He already guessed Xiao Chen's fate. He would not be able to escape death. After fooling so many people, each of them could tear Xiao Chen apart with one move. Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiao Chen and sent a voice projection, "Xiao Chen, I'll make a move later. You go and get the life and death art. After that, we will leave together. Wait a while first. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi are not simple. I'm afraid that even if you make a move, you will not be able to delay them." Xiao Chen already had a countermeasure in his heart. He looked coldly at the smiling saber demon, and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal in his body started to drive the power of the world, preparing to attack at any moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, the descending group clearly felt the pull from the ground weaken. The smiling saber demon could not help laughing maniacally. "Brat, your time of death has arrived." Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian also stared coldly at the smiling saber demon. Clearly, they both wanted to deal with the reckless Xiao Chen immediately. When the pull from below completely vanished, Xiao Chen would not be able to escape death. However, as the pull weakened, Xiao Chen did not panic at all, remaining as calm as usual. He had never been someone who meekly accepted adversity. These people wanted to use him as a scapegoat. Naturally, he had to pay them back ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's first gift was for the smiling saber demon. This fellow kept mocking him. After arriving in this stone room, the smiling saber demon was the one who spoke the most. He was even more arrogant than Bing Xuejian. "What are you looking at? When this great me can move later, you will be the first to be killed." The smiling saber demon retorted ferociously when he saw Xiao Chen looking at him. "Even at death's door, you still dare to spout nonsense. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you now." Xiao Chen, who had not spoken since entering the stone room, suddenly spoke. He snorted coldly, and with a thought, the extraordinarily mighty blue dragon battle armor appeared on his body, causing the strength of his physical body to soar wildly. The expressions of the others changed. Xiao Chen's physical body was already horrifying enough. To think that it could improve further. What cultivation technique did he cultivate? Pu Ci. In the space where the 5 could move, Xiao Chen shouted and took a step in the air. This step was extremely strenuous. The facial features on Xiao Chen's face twisted together, and sweat poured down his forehead. Although the mysterious pull from below had weakened significantly, the others still could not move. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not break free. However, Xiao Chen relied on his strong physical body to force himself to move. Step by step, he walked to a coffin with some difficulty. "Didn't you want me to open the coffin? I will give you a big gift now." Xiao Chen threw a palm strike and opened the coffin. Then, he turned his palm into a fist and used all his vital qi to punch, sending the coffin flying towards the smiling saber demon. The smiling saber demon could no longer laugh or act arrogantly. Horror appeared on his face. The smiling saber demon had not expected Xiao Chen to still be able to move under such circumstances. The development of the situation did not give the smiling saber demon much time to think. An ugly, blood-sucking monster with a frightening aura charged at the smiling saber demon. Although the blood-sucking monster's legs were too weak to move, with some effort, it could still move its arms. The smiling saber demon took out his 9-ringed saber and did not hesitate to chop down on this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster. A miserable shriek resounded, and the blood-sucking monster opened its scarlet eyes. Then, it glared at the smiling saber demon with the hatred of a wild beast. In this strange environment, although this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster was also restricted by the mysterious pull from below, it was much more nimble than the smiling saber demon, able to move slightly. The two sides quickly started fighting. The smiling saber demon showed a nervous expression. In such an environment, it would already be pretty good if he could bring out his full strength. When the smiling saber demon thought about being sucked dry by the blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster, the smiling saber demon trembled in fear. The smiling saber demon brought out all his potential. He brandished his 9-ringed saber, doing his best to stop the blood-sucking monster from advancing. Chapter 1163. However, this blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster was terrifyingly strong. Its recovery ability was also horrifying. It was only a matter of time before the smiling saber demon died. Earlier, this smiling saber demon had thought that he could defeat Xiao Chen, being boundlessly arrogant. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen used some tricks to push the smiling saber demon to the brink of death. When the other old men who had cursed at Xiao Chen earlier saw Xiao Chen look over, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "Brother White Robes, we can talk things out. Don't be rash," someone begged for mercy, feeling guilty. At this moment, no one dared to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. That's right, that's right. Don't be rash. The smiling saber demon was reckless. He deserves it. We do not have any deep grudges with you. When the smiling saber demon, who had been cornered by the blood-sucking monster, heard this, he immediately felt an urge to vomit blood. Xiao Chen ignored these people. His gaze remained fixed on Bing Xuejian's cold face, not wavering. This allowed the others to release their bated breath. Now that the smiling saber demon had offended Xiao Chen, the smiling saber demon, who was about to die, was the best example. I advise you not to do this. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, if I don't do this, you won't kill me. Don't think that you can control everything just because you are a half-step Emperor Wu. Let me give you one of these gifts as well. Pa! Like before, Xiao Chen took 3 steps forward and threw a punch and a palm strike, sending a blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster to Bing Xuejian's side. Compared to the flustered smiling saber demon, Bing Xuejian appeared extremely calm. He did his best to brandish his sword, using all sorts of ingenious trajectories to prevent this blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster from getting close. Xiao Chen was not surprised by this. With this move, dealing with the smiling saber demon would not be difficult. However, dealing with the half-step Emperor Wu, level Bing Xuejian was still not possible. All he could do was delay him slightly. However, this was also the effect that Xiao Chen wanted, so he did not beg for much. Xiao Chen continued to use the same method on Fei Lingyi. Naturally, he could not let such a person, who posed a great threat to Xiao Chen, off. A miserable shriek rang out. The smiling saber demon could no longer hold on, and the blood-sucking monster bit his neck. His life force slowly drained away, and he suffered immense pain. Xiao Chen's methods could not be blamed for being cruel. For the sake of this life and death art, he had already reached the final step. It was either you die or I die. There was no room for mercy. Killing had to be decisive. He felt that the blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster had become stronger after sucking the smiling saber demon dry. He turned his head and immediately walked towards Jin Liangqi, who was closest to him. His footsteps were extremely slow in the air. Compared to Xiao Chen, he was much slower. However, he was still moving, while Jin Liangqi and the others were unable to move at all. Xiao Chen stopped observing and turned around. Then, he headed for the prayer mat about 700 or 800 meters away in the air. Normally, Xiao Chen could cross this distance with just a thought. However, he was now descending very quickly. Furthermore, his feet were restricted by the suction force. This made it very difficult for Xiao Chen to walk. Vital Qi surged, and the blue dragon patterns on the blue dragon battle armor flickered. For the sake of this life and death art, Xiao Chen put in all his effort. Damn it! This life and death art is going to fall into this brat's hands. Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian, who were fighting with the blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster, watched as Xiao Chen got closer to the prayer mat. Their eyes nearly spewed flames. However, they could not do anything about it. With their physical bodies, they could not break free from that suction force. Furthermore, there was still a blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster holding them back. They could not spare any attention to spare. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, Xiaochen approached the prayer mat step by step. As he looked at the life and death art on the prayer mat, he felt like he could grab it with just a stretch of his hand. Xiaochen could not help revealing a smile on his tense face. "I got you." "Life and death art." Xiaochen shouted. Already near the prayer mat, Xiaochen did not hesitate to stretch out his hand to grab the life and death art that he coveted. However, just as Xiaochen's hand was only half a meter away from the life and death art, something strange happened. The group, who had been falling downward, found their footing firmly. They had touched the bottom. Suddenly, Xiaochen regained his freedom, which stunned him somewhat. He stumbled, and his body fell forward due to inertia. Xiaochen reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and turned around. Then, he stretched out his hand again and grabbed the life and death art. However, just at this moment, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, the two half-step Emperor Wus, also burst out crazily. They soared into the air, temporarily breaking away from the harassment of the blue-robed Emperor, level blood-sucking monster. Fei Lingyi sent out a horrifying sword move, charging at Xiaochen. The two half-step Emperor Wus attacked without holding anything back. It was extremely horrifying. The anxious Fei Lingyi even used the greatest amount of energy that the Jadeite could draw from the Jadeite into his sword move. This made the Jadeite crisscrossing sword lights appear even more unblockable, even tearing through the air. Without a doubt, Fei Lingyi had only one goal, not giving Xiaochen any chances. He had to kill Xiaochen in one move. Compared to Fei Lingyi, the sword move that the cold Bing Xuejian executed was even more horrifying. Before the sword move arrived, that cold qi already permeated Xiaochen's bones and blood, causing his entire body to feel cold and his movements to go numb. Xiaochen, who already grasped the life and death art, could not help feeling horrified. Under these two sword moves, he felt an overwhelming killing qi, an unparalleled sword intent, and the horrifying might contained in the sword moves. Even if one of them executed the sword moves, Xiaochen would not be able to block them. At this moment, the two half-step Emperor Wus worked together to execute their killing moves. Xiaochen could not help feeling disheartened. With his blood frozen, he could not even take out the golden plume feather in time. Corpses littered the Emperor's road. Was he, Xiaochen, going to fall on this road as well, becoming a stepping stone for others? At the crucial moment, melodious zither music rang out in the air. It was pleasing to the ears, startling the surroundings. There was only one note in the zither music, but it lingered on endlessly, singing endlessly. There were not many words that could describe how wondrous this zither music was. High mountains and flowing rivers found it hard to find a soulmate, lonely songs no one could understand. Along with the appearance of the zither music, a phoenix shrouded in auspicious qi and radiating multicolored light moved upon hearing the music and flew over. The zither music startled the phoenix, and a melodious divine might spread out from the phoenix. It spread its wings and flew over, shielding Xiaochen. The sudden change surprised Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The pleasing zither music summoned the phoenix, easily diluting the startling killing moves that the two executed. As for Xiaochen, he managed to catch his breath. His aura erupted, and he sent out the cold qi in his body. Pa la! Pa la! When the cold qi that leaked out of Xiaochen's body met the air, it immediately turned into scarlet ice beads and fell to the ground. Xiaochen paled slightly. However, his body had already recovered to normal. His limbs and bones could move without any hindrance. In the sky, Yu Bingyun hugged a 7-string zither, looking like a fairy as she slowly descended. When Fei Lingyi saw the zither in Yu Bingyun's embrace, his expression changed. He exclaimed in extreme shock, "Transcendent divine weapon, startling wind zither." To think that the lunar palace's transcendent divine weapon was in Yu Bingyun's hands. This news was somewhat unacceptable to Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each one of them could shake the world and kick up a bloody storm. Even if Yu Bingyun could not bring out the full might of the startling wind zither, as long as she could play it, it would be easy to block them. Ding! Ding! Dong! 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 Not giving the two much time to think, Yu Bingyun, who was descending, moved her hands and played ancient music. A horrifying aura spread out from the zither. The sound of the zither transformed into numerous sharp blades of sound waves. They were sabers, swords, spears, and axes, and they pierced through the void and attacked the two of them continuously like a storm. Under the concentrated attacks, the two could only defend passively. They each sent out a screen of swords, unable to advance. However, even though the two defended with all their might, the sound waves still inflicted wounds of various sizes on their bodies. They kept retreating in a sorry state, not showing any signs of fighting spirit at all. As Yu Bingyun played the startling wind zither, colorful ribbons fluttered behind her, giving off a bright light. Xiao Chen's momentum was unblockable, forcing the two half-step martial emperors into retreat. His momentum flourished. However, Xiao Chen keenly discovered that with every note, Yu Bingyun's fine black hair dimmed a little. After a while, all her fine black hair turned white. Let's go. After forcing the two half-step Emperor Wu to fight the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, Yu Bingyun retreated to Xiao Chen's side and led him into this mysterious space. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could catch up at any moment. Although Xiao Chen had many questions in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to ask. Oh no! Xiao Chen's and Yu Bingyun's steps paused at the same time. There was actually no path in front, a deep abyss blocked their way. If it was an ordinary deep abyss, the two could easily fly over it. However, this deep abyss was extraordinary. The two had felt the mysterious suction from earlier in this deep abyss. Sonic booms rang out endlessly behind them. It was Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian. After forcing back the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, they charged over. The two's wounds from the startling wind zither had not healed yet. They were covered in blood, exuding a horrifying aura. Since becoming half-step Emperor Wu, when had the two ever suffered at the hands of the blue-robed Emperor? They probably felt frustrated. If Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun got caught, they would definitely die a miserable death. Jump! The deep abyss was horrifying, but there was still a chance of survival. If the two behind caught up, there would be no chance at all. The two were decisive people, not wishy-washy at all. They seemed to understand each other and jumped down at the same time. In this deep abyss, the suction was even more horrifying. The two could not help crying out. They shot forward like arrows, unable to control themselves at all. In a few breaths, they crashed heavily to the ground. Yu Bingyun and Xiao Chen, who were stuck to the ground, were somewhat shocked to discover that even raising their arms was extremely difficult. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who were charging over, felt the edge of the deep abyss and quickly stopped. Chapter 1164. When facing the strange deep abyss, the two cautiously chose to stop. They did not want to experience that strange state of being unable to move again. What should we do? Fei Lingyi looked at Bing Xuejian. Bing Xuejian said indifferently, "You have the jadeite. Go down and check it out. If we let these two escape, we will suffer a great loss and lose all our face." Scram! Your sword soul is already 70% comprehended. Together with the will of ice, it is undefeatable. Why don't you go down first? Fei Lingyi scolded. The two clashed with each other, neither willing to go down first. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun, who had reached the bottom of the deep abyss, did not feel good at all. Their bodies stuck to the ground. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move at all. What was even worse was that his internal organs, flesh, and bones were being pulled and squeezed by the strange ground. If they could not think of a solution in a while, their internal organs would be torn apart. At that time, his death would be as miserable as it could be. Don't panic. This is the true cultivation place of the Blood Sword Sovereign. The gravity here is 100 times stronger than elsewhere. After you get used to it, it will not be difficult for you to slowly stand up. Don't scare yourself to death. At the critical moment, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring. However, she continued, your physical body is strong, so there should not be any problems. However, that woman will be somewhat problematic. It is hard to say whether she can last until her physical body gets used to the environment here. Xiao Chen, who had just released his bated breath, could not help feeling anxious when he heard that. He turned his head with much difficulty to look at Yu Bingyun. Indeed, the white-haired Yu Bingyun showed an expression of pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips, and she looked incredibly pale. The originally aloof lunar palace holy daughter no longer had any of her elegant and otherworldly air. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. He did not like owing favors. If Yu Bingyun died here, he would feel guilty for life, forming an indelible shadow in his heart. What should I do? I have to stand up first. Otherwise, I cannot circulate my energy to treat my injuries and recover to my peak state. If Xiao Chen was at his peak, he should be able to walk to the other party's side if he used his blue dragon war body again. However, the prerequisite was that he could stand up. Yu Bingyun was muddle-headed and in unbearable pain. She was in a daze, feeling like she was really going to die this time. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been torn apart by the gravitational pull, and blood was everywhere. It wouldn't be long before she died from her shattered internal organs. She was completely powerless, and in this dizzy state, she was already prepared to die. Yu Bingyun, hold on. Don't die here. Give me 1 hour. 1 hour. You have to hold on for 1 hour. Right at that moment, a loud roar entered her ears. His voice was filled with anxiety, urgency, and unquestionable confidence. Hold on. Wait for me for 1 hour. After 1 hour, I'll come and save you. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes with some difficulty and saw Xiao Chen, who was not far away. He was currently doing his best to stand up, staring at her. The two's gazes met, and Xiao Chen revealed a smile with some difficulty. Don't be so useless. Don't forget your status. You are the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, after all, someone with a venerated status. I, Xiao Chen, have always been cursed by others to the point that I cannot die. You will not die, either. Just wait for me for 1 hour. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat speechless. She wanted to say something but found that she could not. Her vocal cords moved slightly, and it affected her wounds. Don't say anything. Just listen to me. Xiao Chen knew that it was not convenient for the other party to speak at this moment. However, she needed someone to talk to her. Otherwise, if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. Xiao Chen quickly stopped Yu Bingyun, who wanted to speak. After saying that, Xiao Chen, who had been preparing for a long time, clenched his fists and hammered the ground ferociously. Xiao Chen's entire upper body left the ground, and he nearly got up. However, he did not have enough momentum. The gravity pulled him down, and after Xiao Chen got up, he fell back down heavily. This strike was not light. When Xiao Chen opened his mouth, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injuries, he mocked Yu Bingyun somewhat self-deprecatingly. Before he could even wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Chen continued storing up power, preparing for the next attempt. Bang! 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 Dull thuds resounded endlessly in the deep abyss. Every time they rang out, it meant that Xiao Chen failed once. Xiao Chen did not know how many times he failed, but he did not intend to give up. Every time he failed, he would look at Yu Bingyun and chat with her. After Xiao Chen verified that she had not fallen asleep, he prepared for the next attempt. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, could no longer bear to watch. She said, "You idiot, stop trying. Be careful that you will not be able to save the other party and end up killing yourself. Little Ao Jiao, stop saying that. She ended up in such a state because she tried to save me. If I ignore her, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." I will be a man in vain. Xiao Chen replied to Ao Jiao in his heart. Then, he continued to try. He felt like he had broken several bones in his back. However, the repeated failures gave him a lot of experience, allowing him to grasp some techniques for circulating his energy in this gravity. As he familiarized himself with these techniques, Xiao Chen believed that he could adapt to the environment here and stand up earlier. In the end, he could not wipe away the blood leaking out of the corner of Xiao Chen's lips. This made his delicate face look somewhat ugly and horrifying. Compared to the unrivaled elegance that Xiao Chen had shown at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the current Xiao Chen did not have any of his past aura. However, every time this bloody face looked at her, Yu Bingyun did not feel any repulsion. Instead, she felt especially at ease and an indescribable pain. If she could speak, she would definitely shout to stop Xiao Chen. The intense pain after every failure was simply unbearable. At some point in time, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Xiao Chen landed heavily. However, this time, he did not immediately speak to Yu Bingyun. He just lay there motionlessly. Yu Bingyun's heart sank. Xiao Chen was definitely too severely injured and could not hold on. The two of them were going to die here. Just as Yu Bingyun felt very nervous and worried, Xiao Chen, who had been silent for a while, roared ferociously. Then, Xiao Chen clenched his fists and punched the ground heavily again. His upper body soared up again. When the gravity pressed down, Xiao Chen's vital qi surged like a gushing river, gushing endlessly. After using up all of his strength, his body had finally adapted to the gravitational environment here after thousands of failures. His qi could circulate in a circular manner. Then, Xiao Chen flipped over and knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After a while, he looked up at Yu Bingyun. When he discovered that she had not closed her eyes yet, he revealed a smile. 1 hour is just right. Don't give up. I'm coming over immediately. The kneeling Xiao Chen slowly got up. Then, he walked over to Yu Bingyun with much difficulty. When Xiao Chen reached her side, he quickly took out some medicinal pills for treating injuries, which he bought at the Blue-Robed Emperor auction, and fed them to her. After that, Xiao Chen slowly helped Yu Bingyun up. After being here for so long, she had already gotten used to it. He had gotten used to it, and the process of helping the other party up wasn't too difficult. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen threw a palm strike on Yu Bingyun's back. Then, he infused his law energy into her body, speeding up the recovery of the medicinal energy. At the same time, it helped Yu Bingyun recover from the injuries to her internal organs. As the king-grade medicinal pills slowly permeated her body, Yu Bingyun's body started to recover quickly. To Xiao Chen's surprise, Yu Bingyun had law energy circulating in a special meridian. However, a blood clot blocked a certain meridian, preventing it from circulating smoothly. Instead, it aggravated Yu Bingyun's injuries. This should be the Lunar Palace's profound cultivation technique, the longevity art. Xiao Chen immediately circulated his energy and melted the blood clot, opening up that meridian. The longevity art immediately circulated quickly. After it automatically circulated once, Yu Bingyun's injuries miraculously healed by half. Such a healing effect was incredible. The longevity art was truly profound. After Yu Bingyun's condition stabilized and the longevity art could continue circulating, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he let Yu Bingyun lie down slowly. After putting a healing pill into his mouth, he began to slowly heal himself. There were not many surprises. Time passed quietly. After one night, the two had more or less recovered. Their bodies had already adapted to this strange gravity. Although it was still difficult for them to move, they no longer had much of a problem standing up. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes, and her complexion recovered its rosy color. She looked radiant, regaining the air of a holy daughter. She carefully sat up and immediately looked to the side. However, she did not see the figure she wanted to see. Yu Bingyun immediately looked around in a fluster. Only then did she discover that Xiao Chen was standing in front of a wall, paying close attention to it. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xiaochen quickly turned his head back and discovered that Yu Bingyun's white hair had already turned back into elegant black hair. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and smiled. "You're awake." Yu Bingyun nodded and shifted her gaze away from Xiaochen's back. Then, she asked carefully, "How are the injuries on your back?" Xiaochen replied calmly, "They're already healed. I have a peak sage body and the blue dragon war body. This level of injury is nothing to me." "How did you endure that kind of pain yesterday?" Yu Bingyun asked after thinking for a long time. When she thought of Xiaochen's actions yesterday, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. Even now, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. She simply did not know how Xiaochen managed to persevere. Was it for her? Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "In the past, when I was cultivating my physical body, I experienced even more pain than this. There was also the lightning tribulation, which was even more unbearable. Now that I think about it, compared to the pain I experienced in the past, yesterday's pain is not even worth mentioning." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was stunned. Xiaochen was famous and had a bright appearance. Among the same generation, he was a king. What exactly did he experience? Chapter 1165. The kind of pain that made people feel the same way yesterday, in his mouth, was actually not worth mentioning. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something glorious. If I had not worked too hard in the past, I would not have only 4 years left. Xiaochen paused for a while, and his gaze fell on the startling wind zither beside Yu Bingyun. He had many questions to ask as well. What's with this startling wind zither? With your strength, you should not be able to activate it, right? The merfolk race's Yao Yan had sacrificed 8 great perfection Emperor Wu's lives to give her the strength to activate a primordial emperor treasure. Xiaochen did not believe that the lunar palace would be so bold, sacrificing so many Emperor Wus to help Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun gave it a try and struggled to her feet. Then, she picked up the startling wind zither and said, "Playing one note costs me a portion of my lifespan. When I played earlier, I used up 10 years of my lifespan." Xiaochen's pupils constricted in some incredulity. "Don't be nervous." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the longevity art have extremely long lifespans. With the heavenly origin pill you gave me, even if I do not become Emperor Wu, I will still have a long lifespan of 1,000 years. Xiaochen felt enlightened. However, even so, using up 10 years of her lifespan on a whim still made him feel heartache. Actually, as long as I do not play the complete song, it will not harm my foundation. However, without the complete song, I cannot bring out the might of the startling wind zither. I need to cultivate the longevity art to the 9th layer before I can be confident of playing the complete song." With just one note, Yu Bingyun could force 2 half-step Emperor Wus to retreat, forcing them to defend passively. Xiaochen felt some anticipation. If it was the complete song, what kind of glory would this transcendent divine weapon show? "Oh, by the way, what were you looking at earlier? You were so engrossed in it." Xiaochen smiled mysteriously and said, "Come with me." The two moved with great difficulty. In this world where gravity doubled, they walked forward step by step. This scene looked very funny. When Yu Bingyun walked over and saw the painting on the wall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The painting was very simple. There was only a person, a sword, and a pair of eyes that no one dared to look directly at. There were not many traces of the swordsman in the painting, only a simple silhouette. However, the sword intent of the person in the painting still surged boundlessly even after 50,000 years. With just a few glances, Yu Bingyun felt an unparalleled sharp sword intent enter her sea of consciousness, instantly coming to life and materializing a boundlessly profound sword technique. This sword technique was tyrannical and unyielding. Every strike could pierce the sky and tear space. As his silhouette flickered, he exuded a surging blood-boiling fighting spirit, causing others to feel as if their blood was burning as well. When Yu Bingyun finished materializing this sword technique, a strange expression flashed on her face. She said, "This is a medial grade profound sword technique. Its might is unfathomable, extremely profound. Shao Chen nodded. There were dozens of paintings on the walls, all of which contained the Blood Sword Sovereign's sword moves. Every single one of them was a mid-grade profound sword technique. Even after more than 50,000 years, these sword intents still hadn't disappeared. This only served to highlight how powerful these sword intents were. Unfortunately, there is no way to record the profound martial techniques here. You and I are not swordsmen, it's such a pity. Yu Bingyun shook her head slightly and sighed. The value of medial-grade profound martial techniques went without saying. In Yu Bingyun's memories, the entire lunar palace only had 10-odd medial-grade profound martial techniques. There were too few choices. None of them were suitable for her. It wasn't that the weapons were different, it was that their wills were conflicting. In the Kunlun realm, the number of cultivators who used swords was probably the highest. There were so many medial-grade profound sword moves here. If he brought it out, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? Perhaps even Emperor Wu would fight over it. Shao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "That's not all. Take a look at your will and see if it has improved." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she closed her eyes. After a while, she revealed a joyful expression on her face. She opened her eyes and said, "My will of water improved by minor perfection. What's going on? This is too wondrous." Shao Chen glanced at the wall and said, "I just discovered it. The sword intent in this wall has the ability to temper the will. However, it is rather simple this time. If you want to temper it later, you will need to endure some danger. Let these sword intents enter deeper into your sea of consciousness, fighting with your will. If you lose, the moment your will breaks, it will be extremely unbearable." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was startled. Let the sword intents enter the depths of the sea of consciousness. If you are not careful, you might end up becoming an idiot. Shao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to take some risks. Shao Chen felt that this risk was worth taking. Aside from tempering the will, the strong sword intent that the Blood Sword Sovereign left behind had a greater use for tempering Shao Chen's saber soul. Shao Chen's saber soul had already reached 50% comprehension and was extremely difficult to raise. He absolutely could not miss out on this fortuitous encounter before him. Thinking of something, Shao Chen handed the life and death art in his hand over and said, "Take a look at this life and death art first." Yu Bingyun received the life and death art with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen let her read the life and death art that he obtained after so much difficulty. "What about you? After all, I can't go out for now. I'll just cultivate here in peace for a while." With such gravity, there will definitely be great benefits to cultivating, be it my movement technique, cultivation, or physical body. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily optimistic. In that case, I'll take a look at this life and death art first. After you finish cultivating, I'll explain it to you and discuss the mysteries of the life and death art together." In the following days, Yu Bingyun read quietly, and Shao Chen started cultivating bitterly. Shao Chen arranged his time very strictly for cultivation. In the morning, he would practice his movement technique. With this 100-fold gravity, the effects on his movement technique were the most obvious. In the afternoon, he would observe the murals and temper his saber soul. In the afternoon, he would temper his physical body and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. At night, he would consume essence stones, allowing his cultivation to advance rapidly, heading toward the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Time slowly went by. Soon, the two had spent a week in this place where the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated. During this week, the two had been rather fulfilled. They did not feel bored or frustrated. On the other hand, Bing Shuajian, Fei Lingyi, and the remaining 4 consummation blue-robed emperors did not have it easy. They were already incredibly frustrated, their patience wearing thin. However, they did not have the courage to jump down themselves. There were too many unpredictable things, making Bing Shuajian and Fei Lingyi very apprehensive. "This won't do. We cannot afford to waste time here," Fei Lingyi said indifferently. Bing Xuejian retorted coldly, I already told you to go down and take a look. You have the jadeite, so you can retreat safely. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 consummation blue-robed emperors also looked at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi had the strongest individual combat prowess here. He was the most suitable to go down. Fei Lingyi retorted angrily, don't even think about it. Below us is the source of the gravity. If I go down, something unexpected might happen. Bing Xuejian smiled coldly and said, I thought you had some good ideas. Unexpectedly, you are still a coward. What I said is equivalent to not saying anything. Fei Lingyi glanced at the pitch-black deep abyss and said, who says I don't have any ideas? Of those 5 coffins, aren't there still 2 that have not been opened? Toss 2 down and let these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters scout the way for us. At the very least, we will be able to obtain some information from the sounds. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well how horrifying the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. When the few of them worked together, they spent a lot of effort before completely killing the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters that Xiaoqin released. Furthermore, these blood-sucking monsters clearly had a stronger resistance to gravity than humans. If they released 2, it would definitely be more than enough to deal with Xiaoqin. Even if they could not obtain the life and death art, they could prevent Xiaoqin from obtaining it. Bing Xuejian swept his gaze over Jin Liangqi and the others indifferently. He said, the few of you, go and bring those 2 coffins over. Although Jin Liangqi and the others were not happy about this, they had no choice but to obey. They still had to rely on Bing Xuejian to deal with Fei Lingyi. Soon, the 2 coffins were brought over. Bing Xuejian glanced at the deep abyss and said, Brat, you gave me a gift earlier. Now, I will give you a big gift as well. Bing Xuejian opened the 2 coffins. Then, he sent out a palm strike and pushed the coffins down. Bang! 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 2 loud sounds came from below. The group of people stood at the edge of the deep abyss and did their best to look down, wanting to know what was happening below. The sonic booms immediately startled Xiaoqin, who cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps. Now that Xiaoqin executed the Thunder Dragon steps, he could jump 300 meters freely in this place where the gravity was 100 times stronger. His movement technique had clearly improved, and he could summon out 12 lightning dragons to increase his speed. Be careful. Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he took 10 steps in the air, leaving behind a lightning dragon image with each step. After 10 steps, Xiaoqin arrived beside Yu Bingyun. The remnant dragon image in the air instantly entered his body. This allowed Xiaoqin's explosive power to increase further. Then, he quickly carried Yu Bingyun away. Paw! 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 Amid loud sounds, the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters landed where Yu Bingyun had been. Unexpectedly, these 2 blood-sucking monsters did not lie on the ground. Instead, they were standing. They were in a much better state than when Xiaoqin first fell into this place. However, when Xiaoqin saw these 3 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters, he did not show any fear. He smiled faintly and said, You came at a good time. I happen to need to test the results of my cultivation during this period. Don't make a move. Leave it to me alone. A strong fighting spirit flickered in Xiaoqin's eyes as he gestured for Yu Bingyun not to make a move, letting him do it alone. Can you do it? Yu Bingyun found this slightly strange. The difficulty of dealing with these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters was clear for all to see. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not deal with them quickly. Xiaoqin stepped forward and said calmly, If we were outside, I would not be very confident. However, here, I am 99% confident. Chapter 1166. Thunder Dragon Steps. Moving his feet, Xiaoqin flickered with crackling sparks. With each step, he left behind a dragon-shaped figure as he charged forward. When the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters smelled Xiaoqin's flourishing qi and blood, their eyes flickered with a red light. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Despite the 100-fold gravity, the blood-sucking monsters moved frantically, clashing with Xiao Chen's attacks. In close combat, Xiao Chen's fists, palms, and claws moved rapidly. In one moment, he executed the deity race's myriad heaven divine fist. In the next moment, he executed the 1,000-year flame, which he comprehended himself. In the next moment, he turned into a sharp dragon claw. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as the attacks of the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters moved as fast as the wind. None of their attacks could hit him. In an environment with 100-fold gravity, Xiao Chen's movement technique and physical body had a natural advantage. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not touch him at all. After several dozen moves, Xiao Chen sent out the 1,000-year flame with one palm strike and 1,000-year death with the other. The two completely different states appeared to be in perfect balance in Xiao Chen's hands, waiting for the moment to erupt. When it was time to erupt, one side was surging with a fiery bright moon. The other side was covered with flowers and a scarlet moon. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not resist at all. They exploded into pieces and flew away. However, the blood-sucking monsters' strength had never come from explosive power or combat prowess. Instead, it came from their unparalleled recovery ability. Just as their shattered bodies were about to fall from the air, they quickly merged back together with a whoosh. 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 When the blood-sucking monsters landed, they could already move freely on the ground. The aura they exuded was even more frightening. Is it really unkillable? With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness started to circulate, spreading throughout his entire body. After driving the flawless saber Dao, Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. A sharp saber intent spread out from his body without restraint. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters glanced at Xiao Chen and roared before rushing over. Its adaptability was unexpectedly strong. Compared to before, the speed of the blood-sucking monster was clearly much faster. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly, wanting to make a move. She needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chen. When the two quasi-emperor-level blood-sucking monsters completely adapted to the gravity here, no matter how capable Xiao Chen was, he would not be a match for them. Yu Bingyun, just as the two blood-sucking monsters approached, Xiao Chen slowly spat out a word and instantly drew his lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! Whoosh! The saber soul that he had been storing up for a long time erupted at this moment. Yu Bingyun was astonished. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's heart was already infinitely close to 60% comprehension. All sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed amid the magnificent saber light. This was Xiao Chen's strongest profound martial technique, Instant of Glory, a profound martial technique that could condense all the saber techniques into it. Only one saber strike, Eternal Glory. Before the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could react, the light infused with the lightning saber soul instantly tore them into pieces and fixed them in a painting. The fresh blood added a trace of ice-cold killing intent to this boundlessly resplendent painting. It was not over yet. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen perfectly merged his state of death and saber soul into eternity. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and entered that beautiful painting. The death saber soul worked together with the four-season saber technique and started a frenzied massacre. Xiao Chen minced the two blood-sucking monsters that had been torn into pieces again, cutting off all signs of life. Ka Xie. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the sound of glass shattering rang out. This glorious painting shattered with the sound of shattering. Its flourishing splendor faded away, no longer glorious. The two emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters turned into ashes and vanished, unable to recover. A strange light flickered in Yu Bingyun's eyes. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike seemed to have touched upon the borders of the state of space. The instant Xiao Chen used the saber, he materialized hundreds of mysterious phenomena, forming a painting that fixed space in place. It was precisely because the space was fixed that the blood-sucking monster, which had extremely strong regenerative abilities, did not reform immediately after it was shattered. Xiaochen, what was that move of yours called? Yu Bingyun asked quickly, unable to hold back her curiosity. The state of space was something that even Emperor Wu found hard to comprehend. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen touched upon its borders. Xiaochen answered honestly, instant of glory. What about it? Nothing. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she regretted it. This matter definitely touched on Xiaochen's secrets. How could she ask so directly? If Yu Bingyun continued asking, she would touch on the other party's core secrets. Hence, she quickly stopped asking. However, she could not get rid of the curiosity in her heart. Xiaochen looked at Yu Bingyun's appearance, wanting to ask but not daring to. He could not help finding it funny. He said, I comprehended this move myself. It can unleash the states of all my martial techniques in an instant. I just discovered it as well. As my strength increased, this move touched upon the boundaries of the state of space. It is not me who touched upon the borders of the state of space. I am still very far from it. Yu Bingyun showed a slightly embarrassed expression. She had not expected Xiaochen to see through her and tell her the secret honestly. Yu Bingyun quickly changed the topic. What should we do now? These two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters must have been thrown down by them. Xiaochen smiled casually. There's no need to worry. We can afford to waste time. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. If they dare to come down, even if it is Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, I will not let them return alive. At the end of Xiaochen's words, the tyrannical aura that he unintentionally exuded made everyone's heart tremble, not daring to doubt it. Above the deep chasm, the people paying attention to the commotion below heard the sound of sabers. The unique roars of the blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters did not appear again. Without a doubt, his expression became very ugly. The result went without saying. Based on the sounds alone, Xiaochen's saber technique finished off the two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters. Just like that, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who had been hesitant and had run out of patience, made their own decisions. They absolutely could not jump into this deep chasm. Otherwise, they might really end up dying at the hands of this junior, Xiaochen. Since they could not jump down, they could only wait here. To the half-step Emperor Wu, they simply could not afford to waste any more time. In the end, there was only one option left, leave. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly and looked down deeply. Then, he turned around and left decisively. Fei Lingyi's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had not expected that this life and death art would end up in the hands of a junior. Fei Lingyi stomped his feet and left helplessly in the end. Jin Liangqi and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Should they stay or leave? They could not make a choice. After discussing for a while without any results, Jin Liangqi said, let's wait a while more. They are half-step Emperor Wu. Time is very precious. We are all consummation blue-robed emperors. Wasting 1 or 2 months here is not a problem. Good. We'll wait for another 2 months. I don't believe that this fellow will not come out. At that time, the instant they appear, we will attack at the same time. Do not give them any chance to resist, lest something unexpected happens. Ha! What could possibly happen? We are 4 peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Dealing with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors will be easy. In that case, it's settled. The 2 half-step Emperor Wu left feeling depressed. Now, only 4 consummation blue-robed emperors remained above the deep chasm, continuing to wait for Xiaochen to appear. However, these 4 did not know that when Xiaochen truly showed his strength, how could they deal with him? Whoosh! 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 At the bottom of the deep chasm, Xiaochen took 7 steps in the air. With each step, he rose 100 meters. When he rose 700 meters, he felt the pull of gravity becoming too strong, so he turned around and fell. Not far away, Yu Bingyun put down the life and death art. She smiled and said, "Not bad. You improved significantly from 3 days ago. If you go out, your movement technique will improve by at least 20%. Xiaochen estimated the height of the deep chasm to be about 5 kilometers. If it were any other place, he could instantly fly up in one breath. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than outside. Xiaochen used his full power and could only climb 700 meters. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiaochen asked, "How is the life and death art? Is this secret technique reliable?" This was the greatest harvest of this trip. Xiaochen had high hopes for it. Whether he could condense the heart of an emperor or not depended on the life and death art in Yu Bingyun's hands. "I only read a third of it. The words in it are too cryptic and difficult to pronounce. However, it is most likely correct. The life and death art can indeed allow one to condense the heart of an emperor in advance," Yu Bingyun answered honestly. Given her talent, comprehension ability, and experience, since she said that, it really could not be wrong. Xiaochen could not help but be in a good mood. What he feared the most was wasting too much time on the consummation blue-robed emperor stage, missing the opportunity to advance to martial emperor. Now, it looked like as long as he had this life and death art, he should not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor within 2 years. After that, he would spend another 2 years to prepare and clear his great tribulation of wind and fire in one go, opening the emperor's door. Although the plan was ingenious, the risks involved were indescribable. Spending only 2 years to prepare was still too short. If one was not careful during the great tribulation of wind and fire, they would most likely die, consigned to eternal damnation. Regular consummation blue-robed emperors would find it hard to make up their minds even after preparing for 100 years. Even outstanding talents would need at least 5 years to prepare before they were confident of clearing their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, no matter what, this was good news. Without the life and death art, Xiaochen estimated that he would have to spend at least 3 years on the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor stage, perhaps even 4. At that time, the time left for him would be practically 0. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and went to a new wall painting. Then, he started to use the sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind 50,000 years ago to temper his saber soul. Now that half a month had passed, Xiaochen's 50% comprehended saber soul was already infinitely close to 60% comprehended. After all, the blood sword sovereign's half-step Emperor Wu's sword soul was only 70% comprehended. However, Fei Lingyi's sword soul was only 60% comprehended. Right now, Xiaochen was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but his saber soul was already so profound. This showed how horrifying it was. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene, she shook her head. After she tried it once, she did not use the sword intent to temper herself again. Not to mention the pain, it was extremely dangerous. It felt like her soul was dancing on the edge of a saber. Chapter 1167. Only Xiaochen had the courage and perseverance to use this sword intent to temper himself. The days went by unhurriedly. After another month, Xiaochen's saber soul finally broke through 50% comprehension, reaching 60% comprehension. Rumor said that when one's saber soul reached 100% comprehension, the gaze of one's gaze could turn into a tangible blade, killing with one look. Now that Xiaochen's saber soul reached 60% comprehension, the most obvious change was the strength of his aura. Yu Bingyun estimated that even a consummation blue-robed emperor would feel their soul tremble when standing before Xiaochen. Xiaochen's movement technique also improved rapidly. He completely cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps to great perfection. In one breath, he could take 18 steps. Each step left behind a dragon-shaped afterimage that lingered for a long time. Xiaochen's body became like a dragon, crackling with electric light. The tyrannical nature of this movement technique was completely manifested. When fighting with an enemy, it could infinitely boost Xiaochen's aura, perfectly complementing his various saber techniques. With the aid of the essence stones, Xiaochen's cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 1.5 months, he was already not far from the peak of great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen, who had improved significantly in all aspects, felt very proud of himself. Just as he was about to charge into the deep abyss, he received some bad news. After 1.5 months, Yu Bingyun finally finished reading the Life and Death Art. After reading it, she dealt Xiao Chen a heavy blow. By cultivating the Life and Death Art to the 9th layer, Yu Bingyun could help the blue-robed emperor condense a heart of an emperor in advance. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Chen needed 2 things to assist him, the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit. This was not strange. Several special martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the world required some natural treasures to be cultivated. Unfortunately, these 2 natural treasures had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, one could not cultivate the Life and Death Art, not even the 1st layer. Yu Bingyun closed the Life and Death Art and said, I originally thought that without these 2 natural treasures, cultivation would just be slightly more difficult. After reading it, I realized that without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, it would be impossible to properly cultivate. I recall that there should be some flowers of life in the human demon sea, which is the Blood Sword Sovereign's hometown. However, the Death Fruit is truly extinct. It has already been 10,000 years since a Death Fruit has appeared. Many Ghost Race great emperors have been searching for a Death Fruit at an astronomical price. If it existed, it would have appeared long ago. What kind of place was the human demon sea? After Yu Bingyun explained, Xiao Chen learned that the people living there were mostly demon mixed bloods like the Blood Sword Sovereign or fiendish demon mixed bloods. It was extremely far from the heavenly starry ocean and the Black Sea. After receiving the Life and Death Art from Yu Bingyun, Xiao Chen started pondering it. His expression appeared somewhat depressed. Unexpectedly, the treasure that he had obtained after so much difficulty ended up like this. He was truly somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Chen, I can help you find the Death Fruit. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, seemed to have made up her mind. You have the Death Fruit? It is not me who has it. Back then, the Thunder King killed a Ghost Race great emperor. There was a Death Fruit among the spoils of war. When you cultivate to peak great perfection, the blue-robed emperor, I will bring you to the place where the Thunder King's inheritance is. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He had found the Death Fruit that Yu Bingyun said was extinct. In that case, all he had to do was go to the human demon sea and obtain the Flower of Life. Then, he could still cultivate the Life and Death Art. There was still hope. Don't be too happy yet. The human demon sea is not as simple as you think. It is hard to say whether you can obtain the Flower of Life or not, Ao Jiao said somewhat worriedly. What's wrong? You've been to the human demon sea before. What nonsense. The Thunder King's inheritance is in the human demon sea. How could I not have been there before? Xiao Chen's heart wavered slightly. Ao Jiao had always been unwilling to go and obtain the Thunder King's inheritance. Aside from some special reason, could it be that the Thunder King's inheritance was in the human demon sea? Seeing that Ao Jiao was unwilling to say more, Xiao Chen did not pursue the matter. In the remaining few days, Xiao Chen studied the Life and Death Art. Under the pressure of the gravity, his movement technique improved again. He felt that he could already leap out of the deep abyss, so he planned to bring Yu Bingyun away. Let's go. Xiao Chen woke up Yu Bingyun, who was still cultivating, and explained his intentions. A look of reluctance flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. At the same time, she said apologetically, it seems like I still need some time to adapt before I can go out. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly. Before Yu Bingyun understood what Xiao Chen meant, Xiao Chen hugged her tightly. Then, they broke through the restrictions of the 100-fold gravity and soared into the air, heading for the top of the deep abyss. Suddenly, Yu Bingyun cried out softly in Xiao Chen's embrace. In her fluster, she instinctively wanted to struggle free. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle free. Xiao Chen had to adapt to his physical body for 1.5 months. After cultivating bitterly, he finally had the confidence to go up after much difficulty. If he waited for Yu Bingyun to go up on her own, she would have to spend at least 1 month. Clearly, this was unacceptable to Xiao Chen. Don't move. We're going up soon. After the initial struggle, Yu Bingyun blushed slightly. She felt that her emotions were somewhat strange, so she tried to hide it and smiled. Fortunately, you did not carry me up this time. This was a mockery of how Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun away without saying anything in the treasure master's residence. Xiao Chen smiled abashedly. Yu Bingyun was not the aloof holy daughter. She was not one of those overly traditional and aloof girls. This gave Xiao Chen a favorable impression of her. Jin Liangqi's group of 4, who were still sitting cross-legged above the deep abyss, heard the sonic boom. They all opened their eyes and quickly stood up. Prepare to attack. The few of them had endured for a long time and had been prepared for a long time. At this moment, they heard the wind. When they heard the sound of the wind, all of them showed solemn expressions, surging with killing qi. The aura of a consummation blue-robed emperor suddenly spread out. A strong wind howled, and the 4 strong auras merged together to form a formless mountain range, rising and falling indeterminately as it pressed down on the deep abyss. All they had to do was wait for the instant Xiao Chen came out and suppress him with all their might, instantly killing him. All sorts of profound martial techniques quickly brewed in their bodies. Jin Liangqi stared at the pitch-black deep abyss and said coldly, after waiting for 1.5 months, "You are finally here." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 3 old men, cold and emotionless. Aside from this, there was also some excitement, a fiery anticipation for the life and death art. In their opinion, working together to deal with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors would be a piece of cake. There would not be any pressure. One consummation blue-robed emperor could easily suppress 4 or 5 great perfection blue-robed emperors. 4 consummation blue-robed emperors working together. If they could not take down 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors, it would be a joke. The wind howled, and the sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly piercing and sharper, making everyone tremble slightly. The 4's hearts pounded intensely as they stared at the deep abyss's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. The formless mountain range in the sky above the deep abyss layered over each other, inspiring a terrifying pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4, as the sound grew closer, the 4 started counting in their hearts. In less than 10 breaths of time, that white-robed bladesman would leave this world forever. 9. When the 4 counted to 9, a fiery light appeared at the pitch-black entrance. A white figure seemed to be breaking through the final barrier of the deep abyss. Because the white figure moved too fast, the friction caused purple flames to burn. Jin Liangqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately roared, "Kill him!" Jin Liangqi's voice contained a boundless aura and overwhelming killing intent. The formless mountain range bore the brunt of the attack, pressing down on Xiao Chen, who was about to charge out. In the blink of an eye, the entire space began to shake violently. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, as the 4 expected, the scene of Xiao Chen clashing with the mountain range did not happen. The layers of formless mountains fell into the abyss as if they had missed their target. The 4 of them were shocked, unable to react in time. This was all part of their plan. The moment Xiao Chen came out, they would first use the vast aura to ruthlessly crush Xiao Chen's sharpness. Then, they would follow up with all sorts of killing moves to crush Xiao Chen. However, right now, the mountain range that was certain to hit actually failed to injure Xiao Chen, falling directly into the deep abyss. In that case, there was only one possibility: the white-robed bladesman was too fast. The instant the white-robed bladesman broke through the deep abyss's barrier, his speed multiplied, and he charged over the instant he fell. These 4 were all consummation blue-robed emperors who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their thoughts were as quick as lightning. After thinking quickly, they immediately came to such a conclusion. Retreat. The 4's expressions changed at the same time, and they pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. You think you can retreat? A cold snort rang out in the air. Then, the white figure carrying a delicate girl charged over. Thunder dragon steps, electric light shaking the heavens, body like a dragon. Amid the electric light, the horrifying aura of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul burst out ferociously. Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun with his left hand and held his saber with the other. He looked like a powerful killing god as he stepped on boundless electric light, moving as fast as a meteor. Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory. As electric light shot out, he swung his saber with each step. After 12 steps, he swung his saber 12 times. With the will of thunder infused with the 60% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection thunder dragon steps, Xiao Chen was unstoppable. Every time he swung his saber, he would knock back a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it felt like he swung his saber 12 times at the same time. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 each suffered 3 saber strikes. Blood flowed out of their wounds as electric light flashed. Their numbed bodies were in extreme pain. The 4 looked severely injured, but in reality, they were not fatally injured. Xiao Chen's 12 saber strikes focused on speed. They were not as mighty as martial techniques. Xiao Chen did not want to kill these 4 in one go. Instead, he wanted to disrupt the other party's formation and dampen their momentum. The true killing move was yet to come. After Jin Liangqi and the other 3 landed, they roared ferociously and immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Xiao Chen did not give these 4 a chance to make a comeback. If he left any openings, his 1.5 months of bitter cultivation would have been wasted. Chapter 1168. One saber of only me, instant eternal. 1,000 mysterious phenomena, 10,000 lights, this moment of glory, the mountains and rivers like a painting. In the next breath, Xiao Chen executed his strongest profound martial technique, instant of glory. Immediately, the mysterious phenomena of all sorts of martial techniques burst out with this saber strike. Peach blossoms drifted for 50 kilometers around, flowers hung high in the sky on a summer day, leaves fell in the autumn wind, a fiery bright moon soared into the sky, and many blue dragons flew everywhere, wagging their tails. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in an instant, forming a glorious painting that froze the space. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 in the painting seemed to be locked in place, unable to move or even blink. Ka Xie. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the glorious painting immediately shattered like glass. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Horror filled their eyes. In that instant, they suffered 3 heavy blows. The painting froze, and the various mysterious phenomena baptized them. This was not the most fatal blow. Given their cultivation as consummation blue-robed emperors, this kind of damage was not enough to deal any serious damage. The most horrifying thing was the second blow. When the painting shattered, it felt like space had shattered. Although this was far from true space shattering, the principle was roughly the same. The moment the painting shattered, they felt like their bodies were about to be torn into all sorts of shreds. Although his tough physical body was still intact, his internal organs had been torn apart, leaving horrifying cracks. The third layer was the damage caused by the backlash of their own martial skills being interrupted. With these 3 severe injuries, they had completely lost their combat prowess. Even if a martial monarch came, they would just be meat on the chopping block. You're on your own. Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked coldly at the 4 on the ground like stray dogs. Then, he let go of Yu Bingyun. Then, he soared into the air, preparing to leave this place. Soon, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi would receive the news. He needed to leave Blackwater Island quickly. Yu Bingyun, who followed closely behind, felt dazed, like she was in a dream. There had never been a bladesman that Xiao Chen admired from the bottom of her heart. His tyrannical and magnificent saber techniques, his straightforward style, his cold as ice, but he did not become addicted to killing. His heart had never changed. Jin Liangqi and the others remained silent for a long time. As they watched Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun leave, their emotions became extremely complicated. This youth will definitely leave his name in history, becoming a giant bladesman of his generation. How terrifying. He actually didn't kill us. He probably didn't even look at us and didn't see us old fellows as a threat. Jin Liangqi laughed self-mockingly. He also felt that the experience just now was like a dream. However, it was a nightmare. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't want to experience it again. The Blood Sword Sovereign's residence was already a complete mess. It had completely collapsed. Fortunately, the various restrictions were no longer there. Xiao Chen used brute force to open up a hole and break out of the ground. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air that he had not breathed in for a long time, Xiao Chen waved his hand and summoned out his Flood Dragon War Chariot. Yu Bingyun exclaimed in shock, "Flood Dragon War Chariot? Isn't this the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ling Xiaofan?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Get on, then. It is surnamed Xiao now." Yu Bingyun smiled. Clearly, she had asked a pointless question. For some reason, this Flood Dragon War Chariot ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. The 4 Flood Dragons did their best to pull the war chariot. Soon, they tore through the dark clouds in the sky, heading forward quickly. Everything was dark under the dark clouds, not seeing sunlight all year round. However, the dark clouds shone with golden light. The sea of clouds glowed like an immortal realm. "Where are you going?" "I'll make a trip to Dark City first before heading to the Human Demon Sea," Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen wanted to meet Ba Tu in Dark City, to see if he could find that corpse and perfect his dragon-seeking art further. After that, he wanted to rush to the Human Demon Sea, to the place that Ao Jiao said hid the Thunder King's treasures. Then, he would take the opportunity to find the Flower of Life. When Yu Bingyun heard about Xiao Chen's itinerary, she started laughing softly. This baffled Xiao Chen, so he asked, "What are you laughing at? It looks like we will have to travel together for a while. Your itinerary is the same as mine. My final stop on this trip is also the Human Demon Sea." Yu Bingyun's expression made it impossible to tell if she was lying or if she said this on purpose to travel together with Xiao Chen. "Don't find it strange. My main purpose on this trip is experiential training. I told you at the start and did not lie to you. The matter of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was just something I did in passing. Even if I did not make a move, I would have dealt with that matter perfectly." Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that there is more to Fei Lingyi's attempt to advance the Heavenly Cloud Sword into a transcendent divine weapon? I will not tell you more about the inside story. It is not something important. Right now, I just want to sleep comfortably. You don't mind driving the carriage alone, right?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Without giving Xiao Chen a chance to reply, she entered the war chariot and pulled the curtains up. Then, she headed for the comfortable bed and lay down alone. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, unable to say anything. He could not possibly go in and disturb her when she was sleeping. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the Flood Dragon War Chariot sped through the cloud sea at lightning speed. At this moment, on Blackwater Island, Fei Lingyi and Bing Shuajian, who had received the news, rushed over. However, they only saw Jin Liangqi and the other 3 recovering from their injuries. They immediately trembled in anger. They wished that they could rush over to Xiao Chen and tear him to shreds. The storm of the life and death art came to an end. However, the story of the white-robed bladesman on Blackwater Island spread for a long time. He snatched the life and death art from the jaws of 2 half-step Emperor Wu, snatching the life and death art. However, the one who did all this was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Later, when Xiao Chen's identity spread, everyone was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, such a bladesman was actually a descendant of the famous Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushan Palace. After leaving Blackwater Island, Xiao Chen put away the Flood Dragon War Chariot and walked on the vast sea. He started to use the dragon-seeking art to search for Holy Spirit veins in the Black Sea, which was the most resource-rich. Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good, or rather, the Black Sea was rather rich in resources. In the process of rushing to the Black Sea, Xiaochen discovered several hidden Holy Spirit veins. However, Jiang Tian's words rang in his ears. Xiaochen could not casually touch the things underground. If he did not do it well, he might attract a ferocious evil dragon and bury himself at the bottom of the sea. Hence, Xiaochen was extremely careful when he made his move. He only made his move after he was 100% sure that it was an auspicious land. He gave up on most of the discoveries and only took 4 Holy Spirit veins. Even so, Xiaochen's actions flabbergasted Yu Bingyun, who was traveling with him. The Lunar Palace had also hired extremely skilled geomasters, so Yu Bingyun had some understanding of this trade. Xiaochen's dragon-seeking art surpassed that of the geomasters hired by the Lunar Palace. In fact, some of his methods for subduing dragons were even more profound. The dragon-fixing needle and the dragon-revealing mirror allowed him to subdue Holy Spirit veins alone. Just this point alone surpassed those geomasters. In the future, when I manage the Lunar Palace, I will definitely get you to help me search for spirit veins, Yu Bingyun said seriously. Yu Bingyun asked seriously after Xiaochen stepped into the Black Sea and stopped searching for spirit veins. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Sure. However, the prerequisite is that I can live to that day. Of course, the price for me to make a move will be expensive." Yu Bingyun joked, "The bona fide holy daughter is asking you to search for dragons and fix veins, yet she is putting on such airs. You should be saying that I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable." "Right, I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable. Parrot words, there is no sincerity at all. However, I will remember what you said. I will definitely look for you in the future." During this period of interaction, the two had gotten much closer. Yu Bingyun had helped Xiaochen a lot in subduing dragons. There was also the comprehension of the life and death art. Yu Bingyun was not stingy in sharing her understanding with Xiaochen, helping him quickly understand this profound secret manual. As the two chatted and laughed, they did not slow down at all, rushing towards Black City. As the two went deeper into the Black Sea, they could clearly feel how extraordinary this place was. Consummation blue-robed Emperor Xiaochen saw 1 or 2 half-step Emperor Wu Xiaochen. Even strong existences on the level of Emperor Wu Xiaochen occasionally flashed by, coming and going in a hurry. As the core of the entire Black Sea, the Black Sea's atmosphere of experts was clearly much stronger than Blackwater cities. The two's destination, Dark City, was the core of the core. Many strong blue-robed emperors gathered there. Most of the outstanding youths of the Black Sea were in this city. Half a day later, the two arrived at Dark Island, which was several times vaster than Dark City. As they stood at the edge of the island, they could see the majestic and tyrannical silhouette of Dark City. According to Yu Bingyun, this was an ancient holy city that could rival Bright Moon City. Xiaochen was filled with anticipation, hoping that it would bring him some unexpected surprises. Quickening their pace, Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun rushed towards the city. The city walls were like a black dragon coiled on the ground. The black bricks looked like dragon scales, giving off a metallic feel and a strong might. When the two arrived at the city gates, they lined up obediently, waiting to enter the city. Among the cultivators in line, Xiaochen discovered several consummation blue-robed emperors. There was even a half-step Emperor Wu Xiaochen. This was somewhat flabbergasting. Before the might of Dark City, even a half-step Emperor Wu did not dare to fly in. Whoosh! 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 However, just at this moment, above the heads of the crowd, there were 2 strong figures flying fearlessly into the city, attracting the attention of the crowd. Where did these youths come from? How come they even dare to barge into Dark City? Someone exclaimed in shock when he discovered that the city guards did not make a move on these people, tacitly acknowledging their actions. Ha! This must be your first time coming to Dark City, right? These are the famous outstanding talents of Dark City. They are either the descendants of great bandits or absolute outstanding talents, incredibly strong. They have the outstanding talent token issued by the city lord's residence, allowing them to enter and leave the city at will. Chapter 1169. However, Xiao Chen, who was in the queue, appeared somewhat distracted. It was like he could not hear anything. The instant the figure in front flashed by, Xiao Chen had clearly seen the appearance of that person. This brought back a distant memory. After so many years, he had not expected to see this old friend in Dark City. What's wrong? Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, could not help asking when she saw Xiao Chen in a rare daze. She looked at the two figures in the sky, who had already left, not understanding what was going on. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just saw an old friend from the Sky Dome realm." Those two earlier were Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Zhao Feng's grandfather, Zhao Linglong, was a veteran sovereign martial emperor, ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Sima Lingxian has a significant background as well. His adoptive father, Zong Buxiong, became a sovereign martial emperor after coming out of the road that buried emperors and successfully killed his way into the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Yu Bingyun knew more about the Black Sea than Xiao Chen did. She recognized the two people who just passed by. When Xiao Chen heard Zong Buxiong's name, he felt excited. Wasn't this Zong Buxiong the middle-aged greater heavenly martial emperor who gave him a message in Despair City? Back then, Xiao Chen had found it strange that Zong Buxiong would send him a voice projection for no reason at all. Now that Yu Bingyun said that Zong Buxiong's adoptive son was Sima Lingxian, Xiao Chen somewhat understood what was going on. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this Zong Buxiong should know about the grudge between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian. Zong Buxiong probably sent Xiao Chen a voice projection because he did not want Xiao Chen to die at the hands of others, giving his adoptive son a chance to take revenge personally. The past truly made one sigh with emotion. Every time one thought of the passionate era of the Sky Dome realm, one's blood would race. Xiao Chen still remembered how many outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm fought in Dragon Sealing City, fighting for the right to enter the Kunlun realm. However, most of the outstanding talents that truly entered the Kunlun realm were buried in this great realm filled with geniuses. Their names were unknown, and they were nowhere to be seen. However, seeing Sima Lingxian this time far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. In that instant, Xiao Chen sensed that Sima Lingxuan's cultivation had actually reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken a sovereign martial emperor as his adoptive father. Everything was like a new game of Go. There were always some unexpected things. Fortunately, as long as the blue-robed emperor had sufficient resources and great talent, he would be able to reach the peak of mastery within a short period of time. If he had become a great perfection blue-robed emperor, only then would Xiao Chen be truly vigilant. Now, he only needed to pay a little more attention. Among the younger generation of the Black Sea, where can this Sima Lingxian rank? Xiao Chen asked curiously. This name, which he had long forgotten, once again attracted his attention. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, "How should I put it?" He rose up very quickly. In just 5 or 6 years, with Zong Buxiong's full support, he defeated many outstanding talents of the Black Sea. Now, he is in the limelight and is known as the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation. However, this first rank is a little vague. This is because the strongest of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, has not appeared in the past few years. Furthermore, Huang Yun was already publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10 years ago. Without defeating Huang Yun, Sima Lingxian would not be able to truly become the strongest. There is also Zhao Feng. 2 years ago, Sima Lingxian only lost to Zhao Feng by half a move. In a true life-and-death battle, Zhao Feng only had a 50-50 chance of winning. However, no matter what, there is no exaggeration in calling Sima Lingxian one of the strongest outstanding talents of the Black Sea's younger generation. After saying that, Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Could he be the old friend you mentioned? Is he a friend or foe? If he is an enemy, it is best not to meet him to avoid trouble." "Friend or foe?" Sima Lingxuan's father died at Xiao Chen's hands. There was no way to resolve the grudge of killing his father. However, Xiao Chen did not regret killing Sima Hong at all. Some people deserved to be killed, to pay the price for what they had done in the past. As for meeting the other party, Xiao Chen did not fear it at all. He could defeat the other party in the Sky Dome realm. He could do the same here. Why aren't you saying anything? What exactly is your relationship with this Sima Lingxian? You still have not told me. Yu Bingyun was curious about the relationship between the two, which was rare for Xiao Chen to be absent-minded, so she pursued the matter. After Xiao Chen entered Dark City, Yu Bingyun continued to press him. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, "He has a grudge with me for killing his father." Back then, his father relied on his cultivation to sweep through a small sect of mine in the Sky Dome realm. For the sake of protecting me, many of my sect's disciples and elders died at his father's hands. Later on, after my strength increased, I met his father in the Sky Dome realm and killed him. Xiao Chen skipped the details and gave a simple explanation of the grudge between him and Sima Lingxian. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had such a grudge with this Sima Lingxian. No wonder she was distracted when she saw him. Ba Tu's home was very easy to find. Dark City was divided into 13 districts. Each district was governed by a great bandit. In every district, the most iconic building was the place where the bandits lived. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea represented the strongest combat prowess of the entire Black Sea, the greatest authority, and the most majestic might. They were the uncrowned masters of the Black Sea, the true kings of the underworld. It was very simple to become a great bandit of the Black Sea. One just had to come to Dark City and defeat a great bandit of the Black Sea, chasing him out of the iconic building. Then, one would be the new great bandit of the Black Sea. It was simple and crude, fully displaying the law of the jungle of the Black Sea. While it sounded simple, every great bandit of the Black Sea was at least as strong as Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Furthermore, without the strength of a sovereign martial emperor, one would not be confident of defeating any great bandit easily. In the past 1,000 years, aside from Zhong Buxiong, no one else had succeeded. Ba Tu's grandfather was known as the Flame Rock Sovereign. He was ranked 5th among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, a veteran sovereign martial emperor. It was because Ba Tu asked the Flame Rock Sovereign to speak up for Kim Taeho's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Hence, no one dared to offend him in the Black Sea. As long as the banner of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was hung up, no one would pay attention to the merchant ships of the Black Sea, where pirates roamed. After asking around, the two found out where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. A castle made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks was in the south of the city. This was where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. When the two arrived before the fiery red castle and saw that it was made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks, they felt incredibly shocked. Just a small piece of 10,000-year-old flame rock was worth cities. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign used it to build a vast castle. The castle looked like it was eternally engulfed in flames, burning endlessly. When standing in front of the gates, one could feel the Flame Rock Sovereign's unbridled tyranny. The surroundings were heavily guarded. Xiao Chen stood in front of the gates and reported his identity, asking the guards to help pass a message to Ba Tuesday. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun both looked extraordinary. Their strength was even more startling. The guards did not dare to be slow, quickly reporting the news. Soon, Ba Tu's carefree laughter came from the gates. He walked over with large strides. When he saw Xiao Chen, he immediately gave Xiao Chen a bear hug. "Brat, you only came now. I have already waited for you for more than a year. Come in first." "Hey, this is..." Xiao Chen, who only cared about talking to Xiao Chen, did not react immediately when he saw Yu Bingyun. After a while, he exclaimed in extreme shock, "Damn! Brother Xiao Chen, you really managed to get the Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" Ba Tu's words in front of so many people immediately froze Yu Bingyun's pretty face. This misunderstanding was too big. The misunderstanding was too big. Xiao Chen quickly said, I think Brother Ba Tu is overreacting. Ba Tu smiled abashedly and quickly apologized. Yu Bingyun ignored him. However, her expression slowly turned warmer, showing no intention of settling scores with him. Come, come, come. Since Brother Xiaoqin is here, let's have some fun in Dark City. I'll bring you to the City Lord's residence to apply for an outstanding talent token first. With this outstanding talent token, you can enjoy the privileges that only the older generation Emperor Wu can enjoy. That would be truly satisfying. The City Lord's residence of Dark City was only a faction on the surface. The people there were appointed by the factions represented by the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Given Ba Tu's status, it would be easy for him to apply for an outstanding talent token. When Xiaoqin was in line outside the city gates, he had heard some things about the outstanding talent token. For example, Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian could fly through the city gates because they had the outstanding talent token. However, Xiaoqian's main reason for coming here was the corpse that Ba Tu's group found on the road that buried emperors. The jade strip on that corpse contained the Paradise Secret Cannon. It was hard to guarantee that there were no other hidden treasures. Xiaoqin was hoping to get lucky. He wanted to go take a look and see if there were any gains. Wait for a while. This time, I actually have a request to make of Brother Ba Tu, Xiaoqin said seriously, rejecting Ba Tu's words. Ba Tu slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He asked gravely, what is it? If I can help, I will definitely do so without hesitation. Is the corpse that you found on the road that buried emperors still there? What did you find on that corpse? Can you tell me a thing or two? When Ba Tu heard this, he could not help smiling. There was nothing on that corpse except for the spatial ring on its finger. It was also a pile of trash. We suffered a great loss. Could it be that the jade strip we gave you is extraordinary? Since Xiaoqin had already decided to come here, he did not intend to hide anything. He nodded and said, bring me to see that pile of trash first. Ba Tu laughed loudly, and a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and said, bring Miss Bingyun around the castle. Remember to treat her well. Ba Tu looked like a boorish fellow. However, he was very meticulous. He knew that it was not convenient for others to hear about this, so he sent Yu Bingyun away without anyone noticing. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. She did not care much about her interactions with Xiaoqin over the past few days. Yu Bingyun already knew that Xiaoqin had obtained the inheritance of an ancient dragon seeking secret art. However, Xiaoqin had also told her the truth. This dragon seeking secret art was very difficult for people with ordinary comprehension ability to learn. Chapter 1170. The threshold for comprehension ability was too high. Even if an ordinary geomaster obtained it, it would not be of much use. At most, it would broaden their horizons. Xiaoqin followed Ba Tu to his private treasure pavilion in the castle. In one of the old rooms, he saw the trash that Ba Tu spoke of. There were broken bells, large lumps of metal, rotten knives, and all sorts of metal balls. There were many of them. At first glance, they were indeed trash. However, in Xiaoqian's eyes, they were all dusty treasures, making him somewhat happy. How was this trash? This was a complete dragon-subduing platform. However, it had been destroyed and scattered. After repairing and refining some of the parts, he reassembled them. This was a ready-made dragon-subduing platform. The bell was the dragon's summoning bell. With just a gentle shake, it could automatically summon back the spirit vein that escaped. When dealing with some evil dragons, there was no way to get them to obediently go to the dragon-subduing platform. Hence, the dragon's summoning bell became a necessity. The rotten knives were the essence of the dragon-subduing platform, the dragon head guillotine. There was also the lump of metal. This was the ready-made foundation of the dragon-subduing platform. If Xiaoqin had to pool his own money to build it, he would need at least 10 years to prepare. However, these things were worthless in the eyes of a cultivator. They were completely useless. Even a regular geomaster would not recognize these things. Even if they recognized them, they would not know how to use them. They had to be used in conjunction with the Paradise Secret Canon. That's all. It is infuriating to talk about it. A group of brothers and I risked our lives to bring back a corpse. Unexpectedly, the ring is filled with a pile of trash. Ba-Tu appeared rather depressed when he mentioned this matter. Xiaochen reluctantly put down the dragon's summoning bell. Then, he said, "These are not trash. They are all treasures." Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Xiaochen told Ba-Tu about the Paradise Secret Canon and the true value of this pile of trash. "I can leave a copy of the Paradise Secret Canon for Brother Ba-Tu's day. As for these dragon-subduing platform parts, I hope that Brother Ba-Tu will do me a favor. Name a price, and I'll buy them." After Ba-Tu heard that, his expression changed. He said, "You are looking down on this brother. Without you making a move, I, Ba-Tu, and my friends would have died in the heavenly starry ocean long ago." Furthermore, at that time, Brother Xiaochen could have made a move to silence us and snatch this corpse away. "Don't say anything. You can just take these things as trash." Ba-Tu's straightforwardness made Xiaochen feel somewhat embarrassed. Not only did Ba-Tu not want the Paradise Secret Canon's copy, but he even gave all the parts of the dragon-subduing platform to Xiaochen. After the dragon-subduing platform was completed, Xiaochen would no longer need to be afraid of those evil dragons while seeking the dragon acupoints. This dragon-subduing platform was extremely important to him. In fact, when he reached the level of Emperor Wu and searched for a royal spirit vein, this dragon-subduing platform would be of great help to him. I won't say too many words of gratitude. In the future, if the Flame Rock Sovereign or Brother Ba-Tu need any help, I will definitely be there at your beck and call, Xiaochen said extremely seriously as he accepted the parts of the dragon-subduing platform. Ba-Tu laughed loudly and said, "Well said, well said. However, there is indeed a problem that is troubling this brother." "What problem?" Xiaochen asked, feeling suspicious as he frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, what exactly is your relationship with the Holy Daughter? Don't be in a rush to deny it. If it were someone else, they would definitely fall out with her on the spot." Furthermore, Xiaochen felt somewhat speechless. He thought that Ba-Tu would ask something serious, so he quickly interrupted, "Don't mention this." Ba-Tu raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "All right, I won't mention it. I understand, I understand." The more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. Xiaochen smiled helplessly and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. Bring me to get the outstanding talent token, then. I plan to stay in Dark City for a while and complete the dragon-subduing platform before leaving." The disassembled dragon-subduing platform had existed for too long. Many things needed to be repaired, which was a rather large project. Furthermore, Xiaochen needed to purchase many divine materials. With the outstanding talent token, he would be able to obtain a considerable discount when purchasing in Dark City. Furthermore, some divine materials could not be purchased through ordinary channels. With the outstanding talent token, it would be easier to access those special channels. Ba-Tu patted Xiaochen's shoulder and smiled. "That's easy. Come, I'll bring you to the city lord's residence now." As Xiaochen strolled around the castle, he could sense the auras of several experts, both in the open and in the dark. There was even a gaze that seemed to belong to a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Wu, watching him from the dark. However, it seemed like that gaze did not have any malicious intent because of Ba-Tu's day. Furthermore, it did not pry too much into Xiaochen. When Xiaochen arrived at the city lord's residence in the center of Dark City, he relied on Ba-Tu's signboard to pass through all sorts of tight security and strong checkpoints. This allowed Xiaochen to personally experience the strength of being a great pirate of the Black Sea. Along the way, he saw several half-step Emperor Wu experts at the checkpoints, undergoing strict questioning and inspections. When Ba-Tu and Xiaochen arrived at the Zong Affairs office, where the outstanding talent token was processed, they were about to enter. Suddenly, a voice called out to Ba-Tu from behind. When Ba-Tu heard that, he turned his head back, and his expression changed involuntarily. "Damn, this fellow actually came to the Zong Affairs office as well. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there would be some problems with the outstanding talent token? Ha! Brother Ba Tu, are you bringing someone to get the outstanding talent token? Behind the Zong Affairs office, a white-robed young man with a jade-like complexion and a sinister aura walked over unhurriedly with a person behind him. Xiao Chen sized up this person. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Unexpectedly, he was also a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. Boundless sword intent flashed in this person's eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it could tear through the air. Another peak great perfection quasi-emperor outstanding young talent. Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart. However, when he thought about it, the Black Sea lacked everything but resources, so he felt somewhat at ease. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea controlled the greatest benefits of the Black Sea. In terms of resources, they were probably even stronger than some of the Holy Lands. After all, their headquarters were in the Black Sea. The cultivation of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor happened to rely on the accumulation of resources. Of course, if one's talent was insufficient, no matter how many resources one had, it would be pointless. Being able to use vast resources to raise one's cultivation to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor within a short time was already an incredible feat. This person is called Lu Yun, a descendant of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, Ku Yejian. Ku Yejian ranks 6th among the great bandits and is a sovereign martial emperor who uses the sword. This person once suffered greatly at my big brother's hands. Xiao Chen knew that Ba Tu's big brother was the most talented outstanding talent of the Flame Rock Sovereign's bloodline. He was also the Flame Rock Sovereign's legitimate successor, someone who would inherit the title of Flame Rock Sovereign in the future. However, Ba Tu had always been busy with cultivation, rarely appearing when he was in closed-door cultivation. Compared to Ba Tu, he was much more low-profile. That Lu Yun sized up Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Not bad. With the cultivation of a great perfection blue-robed emperor, you meet the threshold. However, it is hard to say whether you can get an outstanding talent token or not. However, based on Brother Ba Tu's appearance, it seems like you want to go through the back door." This person had an arrogant expression. After saying that, he left with his head held high. Remember to tell your big brother to come out of closed-door cultivation early. The next Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is about to begin. At that time, I will personally defeat him. The person beside Lu Yun turned his head and glanced at Xiao Chen. A faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a fierce electric fire burned in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why does this fellow make it seem like he has a grudge against me? If I recall correctly, I have a grudge against him. If I recall correctly, this is the first time Xiao Chen met Lu Yun and Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you sissy. Who said that your uncle is going through the back door? It is just an outstanding talent token. My brother can easily obtain it. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Ba Tu's explosive temper could not endure Lu Yun's aloof temper. Once provoked, Ba Tu would immediately erupt. Lu Yun turned around and did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "If you did not go through the back door, you would not have been able to obtain an outstanding talent token. Don't boast and harm your brother. Furthermore, if not for giving face to your big brother, I would have slapped you for what you said earlier." The competition between the descendants of the great bandits was actually so intense. This surprised Xiao Chen, who was at the side, slightly. He felt like he had gotten involved in some grudges. The more Ba Tu spoke, the angrier he became. He cursed, "Damn! Do you dare to bet with me? This brother of mine will definitely obtain an outstanding talent token. Furthermore, his results will be even higher than this person you brought." Lu Yun said coldly, "You are really reckless. Do you know who this person beside me is? He is Xia Yang, the descendant of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign. He is someone who can make it into the top 5 of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting." So, that's the case. When Xiao Chen heard that, he figured out what was going on. It turned out that this fellow was Xia Luo's elder brother. No wonder Xia Yang's face was filled with murderous intent. Shao Chen had taught Xia Luo's younger brother and the clan elder, Wang Zhen, a lesson at Blackwater Island. Word of that had probably reached this person's ears. Xia Yang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lu, there is no need to bother with these two clowns. There is no need to lower yourself to their level. Just smile." Lu Yun nodded and said, "That's true. If these words came from your elder brother, Ba Yan, I might be able to take them seriously. However, when they came from you, Ba Tu, I only need to smile." The two echoed each other, causing Ba Tu's complexion to turn red and white. That kind of arrogance and disdain infuriated him. Shao Chen stepped forward and patted Ba Tu's shoulder. Then, he looked straight at the two and said, "It is just an outstanding talent token. There is no need for the two of you to mock and ridicule me like that. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? You will only make others feel ashamed of you." Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. His eyes became like swords as they pierced towards Shao Chen. A boundless sword intent burst out from his eyes. Unexpectedly, this fellow's sword soul had reached 50% comprehension, far surpassing that of his peers. Furthermore, Lu Yun's sword intent gained a feeling of spring returning to a withered tree. This made his sword intent even more exuberant, surging boundlessly. If Lu Yun looked at an ordinary person, that person would immediately fall to the ground in fright, trembling and unable to get up. However, Shao Chen did not fear Lu Yun at all. His saber soul had already reached 60% comprehension, completely suppressing his opponent. The saber soul in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness moved slightly as he looked straight into Lu Yun's eyes. He did not even take half a step back. Chapter 1171. Saber intent spread out from Shao Chen's body. It was like one could hear sharp clanging sounds in the air, inspiring the urge to cover their ears. Many people came to the City Affairs Hall to handle the outstanding talent token and other matters. When they saw this scene, they could not help but look over. When they saw that someone dared to clash with Lu Yun's aura, they could not help feeling surprised. Lu Yun was very famous in this vast dark city. He was extremely strong, even able to defeat some consummation blue-robed emperors. What a fellow! To think that you really have some skill. Ba Tu, I accept your bet. Lu Yun said indifferently to Ba Tu as he withdrew his gaze. Anticipation lit up in his eyes. Ba Tu sent a voice projection back, "Shao Chen, are you confident?" I did not recognize that Xia Yang at first glance. This fellow is also very famous in Dark City. He is not inferior to the descendants of the great bandits of the Black Sea. His outstanding talent token should have reached its time limit, so he is here to reapply for it. If you are not confident, then I admit defeat. I will ask my uncle to help you apply for an outstanding talent token. Shao Chen replied calmly. There is no need. Just go ahead and gamble. Bet as much as you want. I will help you win it all in one go. With Shao Chen's words, Ba Tu immediately calmed down. He smiled and said, "Lu Yun, let's make the bet bigger this time. The loser will give the winner 200 essence stones. How about that? 200 essence stones." The moment Ba Tu said that, not only did Lu Yun's expression change slightly, but even the surrounding young cultivators who were watching felt shocked. Essence stones could only be extracted from King's spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's cultivation. Without advancing to Emperor Wu, there was no way to purchase essence stones through normal channels. They could only obtain them at auctions. These outstanding talents had the backing of the great bandits and lived in the resource-rich Black Sea. Hence, they could rely on their clans to obtain some essence stones every month. However, they only obtained about 20 essence stones every month. They still had to rely on Holy Spirit veins to cultivate. Ba Tu wanted to bet 200 essence stones in one go. It looked like he had been holding back his anger and wanted to make a big bet. Xia Yang's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. "Brother Lu, just agree with him. The guy next to him happens to have some conflicts with me. Let's break his spirit here first. Lu Yun secretly sent a voice transmission to ask if he was really confident. He only had 300 origin essence stones on him, and he had saved them up. Don't worry. My thunder fire art has already reached the 10th layer. It is more than enough to defeat him in the test of the outstanding talent token, Xia Yang guaranteed confidently. Lu Yun had always looked down on Ba Tu and did not want to lose in front of him. With Xia Yang's guarantee, he immediately agreed to Ba Tu's request and said loudly, I happen to be lacking origin essence stones. If you want to give them to me, I naturally have no objection. Ba Tu and Lu Yun are at loggerheads. This is going to be a good show. What a big bet. 200 origin essence stones. If I had 200 origin essence stones, my cultivation would increase by 20%. Stop speaking nonsense. Your clan does not have a sovereign martial emperor holding down the fort. Where are you going to get 200 origin essence stones? Even if the elders of your clan found them, they would use them for themselves. Ba Tu and Lu Yun's huge bet immediately attracted the attention of the many youths who came to apply for the outstanding talent token. Aside from the descendants of great bandits who could use their connections to apply for the outstanding talent token, the outstanding talent token was also open to the public. As long as one cleared the checkpoints set by the City Lord's Residence's City Affairs Hall, they would obtain the outstanding talent token as well, allowing one to enjoy many benefits in Black Sea City and a death exemption medallion. With the outstanding talent token, no expert would dare to kill you. At the very least, this was a guarantee in the Black Sea. Aside from this, one could enter many of the peak places in the city unobstructed with the outstanding talent token and enjoy the most expensive treatment. Not just the local outstanding talents of the Black Sea, but several outstanding talents from other sea regions also came to Dark City to apply for the outstanding talent token. Furthermore, in the Kunlun realm, as long as one was not over 50 years old, one could be considered a youth. Hence, the City Affairs Hall was always filled with people. There were many people who came, but only a few were able to successfully apply for an outstanding talent token. The reason was simple. The checkpoints set by the City Affairs Hall were too difficult. Lu Yun and Xia Yang took the lead and entered the City Affairs Hall. Shao Chen and Ba Tu followed closely behind. After registering according to the City Affairs Hall's rules, they were led into the testing hall. The vast and majestic testing hall was bustling with people. When Shao Chen saw this, he found it somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were so many people here to apply for the outstanding talent token. A quick count gave at least 100 people, ranging in age from 20 to 50. Some were strong, some were weak, some were strong, and some were of different races. There were humans, fiend race, ghost race, and even some demon mixed blood cultivators. This was a great eye-opener. Dark City truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering city. Just the test for the outstanding talent token could attract so many outstanding talents. These people were all different. However, the pride they exuded was not as wild and unruly as they usually were. They were all very similar. After being immersed in the Black Sea for a long time, one would develop a baleful aura that was very hard to get rid of. However, this baleful aura would not affect the minds of outstanding talents. Instead, it would be used by them to strengthen their auras. Lu Yun's appearance attracted everyone's attention. This descendant of a great bandit was very famous and in the limelight. In comparison, the descendant of a great bandit like Ba Tu attracted much less attention. After all, this dark city was a place where strength reigned supreme, a place where the strong were worshipped. If Ba Tu's eldest brother were here, the situation would be different. Dong! 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 Dense footsteps resounded. Countless people rushed in from outside the City Affairs Hall to watch the excitement. This made the young outstanding talents participating in the outstanding talent token feel strange. Although the outstanding talent tokens test did not prohibit spectators, it was rare for such a bustling scene to appear under normal circumstances. There had to be something strange about this. Indeed, after asking around, the crowd learned about the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. They all showed strange expressions. Who is that white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to compete with the Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant. I don't know. I've never seen him before. He looks like he is only a middle-stage great perfection blue-robed emperor. His cultivation is weaker than Xia Yang's. This white-robed bladesman must have a great background. Otherwise, Ba Tu would not be so bold. Ha! That might not be the case. I feel that he is just bluffing. He is just a nameless person. It is hard to say whether he can obtain the outstanding talent token or not. How can he compete with Xia Yang? That's right. He will definitely lose. The crowd discussed the matter. Some of the young outstanding talents participating in the test purposely stopped, wanting to let the two fight one-on-one. The two took up the responsibility and went to the first stage of the City Affairs Hall's test. The test of strength. Xiao Qin was no stranger to this test method. It was the same as the one he used in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The 100-meter-tall stone tablet was connected to an iron man through an exquisite formation on the ground. The difference was that this time, the metal man's chest, throat, forehead, and other areas were marked in red. After the old man beside the stone steel explained it to Xiao Chen, he knew that the testing stone steel here was closer to actual combat. The vital parts of the stone steel were reinforced, making it harder for one's strength to penetrate. Just like martial artists, they would definitely put up extra defenses at their vitals. If one was confident, one could attack the vital parts of the metal man. If one's strength could penetrate it, one could light up more gems on the stone steel. If one's strength was insufficient, then one's result would be extremely low. One would be eliminated in the first stage. Most people would not choose to attack the vital parts. They would just use the normal method to test their strength. The City Affairs Hall elder guarding the first stage said expressionlessly, "The first stage is to test your strength. If you want to obtain the outstanding talent token, you have to light up the 6th row of gems at the very least. Lighting up one gem is 1 point. The highest score for this stage is 10 points. Xiao Chen's expression changed involuntarily. In the previous test at the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, the ones who could light up the 6th row of gems were almost all consummation blue-robed emperors. In this place, the minimum requirement to obtain the outstanding talent token was to light up the 6th row of gems. The threshold was extraordinarily high. No wonder Lu Yun said that even a great perfection blue-robed emperor might not be able to obtain the outstanding talent token. As for the subsequent scores, Xiao Qin knew that this test had a total of 3 stages. In the end, the scores would be added up to determine one's ranking among all the outstanding talents taking the test. In this first stage, I will make you fall into despair. Xia Yang was very confident in the test of strength. After the old man finished speaking, he walked over step by step. With every step Xia Yang took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire burned on his body. His aura was startling. Sparks even appeared high in the sky in the vast hall. If not for the restrictions in the hall, the lightning would have burst out. Thunder Fire Art. This is a profound cultivation technique created by the legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign. Its explosive power is extremely ferocious. I wonder which layer Xia Yang has cultivated it to. As long as he reaches the 7th layer, he will be able to defeat that white-robed bladesman for sure. The legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign, was very famous. Although the Xia clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, no one dared to underestimate the might of this Thunder Fire art. Xia Yang took 10 steps. With every step he took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire appeared on his body. When he finished taking 10 steps, the crowd exclaimed. Amid the layers of lightning-attributed fire, Xia Yang's aura was extremely strong. He was no weaker than a regular consummation blue-robed emperor's, he might even be stronger. Unexpectedly, he cultivated the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer. This Xia Yang really hid himself deeply. He will probably shock everyone in this outstanding talent summit meeting. There is no hope. Ba-Tu's 200 essence stones are probably gone. After charging up his strength, Xia Yang roared and punched the metal humanoid. The light on the testing steel flickered, and rows of gems lit up rapidly. Soon, all the gems on the 5th row lit up. The first purple gem on the 6th row lit up, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th gems. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th. This caused an uproar. Xia Yang's punch lit up a total of 9 gems on the 6th row. This was a startling result, surpassing most consummation blue-robed emperors. Chapter 1172. Although Xia Yang had used the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art and stored up energy for a while, no one could deny his results. However, no one could erase his results. All of this was within the rules. The first stage was a test of strength. Lighting up 9 gems and obtaining 9 points was basically the highest score of the first stage. Xia Yang scattered the 10th layer of Thunder Fire on his body. His complexion turned slightly red, and he looked somewhat weak. Clearly, his cultivation of the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art was not very stable. However, the joy and pride on his face did not diminish at all. He looked at Xiaochen arrogantly and laughed loudly. In this stage, I lit up 9 gems on the 6th row. How can you compare to me? To most people, to surpass the 9th gem, one would have to erupt with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu and light up 10 gems. However, this was clearly impossible. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. There was no way Xiaochen could compete with him. Xia Yang would definitely win the first stage. White-robed bladesman, what do you have to defeat me? Xia Yang lit up 9 purple gems in one go, appearing very spirited. After cultivating the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer, Xia Yang's goal was not Xiaochen but the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting that would take place in a month. At that time, he would shine brightly. Xia Yang treated Xiaochen before him as an appetizer. At the same time, he would kick his younger brother and vent his anger. At the same time, he would slowly spread his fame. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this scene. He said to Ba Tu in an indifferent manner, prepare 200 origin essence stones later. Ha, if you can't take it out, don't blame me for making a fool of you in front of everyone and doing some embarrassing things. Ba Tu's face sank slightly, rage building in his heart. However, when he saw Xia Yang obtain 9 points, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. In reality, Ba Tu did not have 200 essence stones. It was only because he trusted Xiaochen unconditionally that he demanded an exorbitant price. Xia Yang wanted to take revenge on Lu Yun for all the time. He didn't expect that Xia Yang would score 9 points in the first round. If Xia Yang continued to perform well, his total score would probably be able to rank in the top 20 of the overall ranking. Don't be too happy so soon. This is just the first stage. There are still 3 more stages, testing movement techniques, eyesight, and actual combat. There will be plenty of opportunities to overtake them. Ba Tu argued back, but his words seemed to lack confidence. When Lu Yun heard this, he smiled in disdain and said, stubborn duck. Continue holding on. Let's see what else you have to say when we reach the final stage. Everyone's gaze is focused on Xiaochen. They all wanted to see what expression this white-robed bladesman would have when he saw Xia Yang's despairing 90 points. But they were disappointed. The expected dismay and surprise did not appear on Xiaochen's face. His delicate face was still calm. Taking a step forward, Xiaochen used his hand to touch the Iron Man. The places he touched were all the vital parts of the Iron Man, such as its chest, throat, and the space between its eyebrows. Puff! Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he overestimated himself and wanted to challenge the Iron Man's vital parts? If one could penetrate the reinforced defenses of the Iron Man's vital parts, one would be able to obtain a very high score. However, if one was not strong enough, one would obtain a score far lower than one's own strength. The risk was very high. Practically no one could obtain a high score by challenging the Iron Man's vital parts. Most of them could not even light up the purple gems. Lu Yun smiled coldly and said, "This fellow really wants to win so much that he has gone crazy." Glancing at the stunned Ba Tu, Lu Yun added, "Indeed, he is someone you brought up. His way of thinking is different. However, he does not know that he is a big joke." Ba Tu could not help retorting, "If you can obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts, my brother will definitely be able to do it." Lu Yun smiled conceitedly and said, "Do you think that everyone is a descendant of Ku Yejin? Even if you called your big brother over, he would not be able to obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts. This is something only a peak swordsman can do." "You idiot, you don't know anything." Most of the people present agreed with Lu Yun's words. Unless one was a peak swordsman who could focus their attacks on one point, it would be very difficult to break through the reinforced defenses. Although the attacks of a bladesman were tyrannical, they excelled in chopping and chopping. They could not focus their attacks on one point. In history, there had never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts. When everyone saw that Xiao Qin wanted to obtain victory by relying on the vital parts, they all shook their heads slightly. Their eyes filled with disdain. This white-robed bladesman overestimated himself. "Can I use a saber?" Xiao Qin stepped back. Now that he was confident, he asked the administrator of the sect affairs hall. That old administrator smiled and said, "Naturally. If a bladesman does not use a saber, how can he bring out his greatest strength? However, let me give you a piece of advice. In the history of Dark City, there has never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "There will be one soon." When the old administrator heard that, he could not help but smile faintly. His expression did not change. The arrogance of youth was understandable. The old administrator had seen too much in his life and would no longer make a fuss about nothing. "How arrogant! Let's see what kind of joke you will make." Xia Yang could not stand Xiao Chen's indifferent attitude, so he mocked him. Whoosh! Right after Xia Yang spoke, everyone in the hall saw an extremely dazzling saber light flash by. The saber light was too bright, forcing everyone to blink involuntarily. As the saber light flashed, there was also a gust of wind. This wind made everyone's long hair flutter gently. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen, who was holding nothing in his hands earlier, had already sheathed his saber. Then, he slowly hugged the lunar shadow saber. Did he draw his saber? This saber strike was too fast, so fast that everyone doubted it. It flashed by, they did not see it clearly at all. Naturally, Xiao Chen had drawn his saber. Although not many people saw Xiao Chen draw his saber, there were still some, such as Lu Yun, the old administrator, and Xia Yang, who stood beside Xiao Chen. When Xia Yang saw that the stone steel did not even light up, he could not help laughing loudly. "Not bad, your posture is pretty good. Unfortunately, not a single gem lit up. White-robed bladesman, you will probably become the biggest joke of the year in Dark City." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, Xiao Chen's saber strike was incredibly fast, startling them all. When they heard Xia Yang's words, they realized that it was just a joke. Not a single gem lit up. Although this was somewhat surprising, it was rather normal. Many cultivators who wanted to score points by attacking the vital points had encountered such a situation before. However, Xiao Chen made it seem so mysterious, giving off the air of an expert. In the end, he still ended up with such a result. This was truly a joke. Something's not right. Lu Yun, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly frowned. He discovered that something was wrong. The old administrator behind the stone steel also showed a grave expression, appearing extremely flabbergasted. There was a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on the metal puppet's neck. A resplendent saber light shot out from that crack, looking as dazzling as the sun. Before everyone's incredulous gaze, the metal puppet's head separated from its neck with a ka-ca. The instant the metal puppet's head flew off, a boundless saber wind surged out from its neck. A strong saber intent hummed along with the wind, reverberating in every corner of the vast hall. The strong and horrifying saber intent made everyone shudder in fear. The wind kept blowing, blowing for a long time, causing the noisy hall to slowly quiet down. Only the humming of the wind could be heard. Such a scene attracted several elders and administrators of the sect affairs office to come out from their hiding places. When they saw the headless metal puppet, they were all startled. The metal puppet that had stood in the hall for more than 1,000 years had its head chopped off. The metal puppet's neck was specially reinforced. No cultivator under the age of 50 could chop it off. But now, this unbelievable scene had happened in real life. The old administrator behind the stone steel narrowed his eyes and sighed. He had not expected to make such a mistake. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little friend, let this saber wind stop. There's no need. Let this wind continue blowing. I want someone to remember how I defeated him." Amid the boundless strong wind, Xiaoqin hugged the lunar shadow saber and glanced indifferently at Xia Yang, whose mouth was agape. "Let the wind continue blowing. I want someone to know how I defeated him." These words sounded very calm and unperturbed. However, they were like a heavy slap to Xia Yang's face, resounding loudly. Xia Yang thought about how Xia Yang had defeated him after he scored 9 points. He had a proud expression on his face and shouted, "How are you going to defeat me?" Now, Xiaoqin used the best action to prove how Xia Yang defeated him. The way Xiaoqin won, the way he won, made Xia Yang's face hurt from the wind. For this stage, our people from the Hall of Sect Affairs had a discussion. Although the gemstone didn't light up, it's still not enough. Although the gems did not light up, the strength that Xiaoqin displayed does not need to be proven. We will give him 10 points for this stage. The wind slowly stopped. As everyone expected, Xiaoqin, who chopped off the metal puppet's head, obtained the rare perfect score. Xiaoqin firmly surpassed Xia Yang, taking first place. After hearing the administrator's conclusion, Ba Tu could not help but laugh. "My apologies, first young Master Lu. My brother made a fool of himself in front of you. Unfortunately, you are not even comparable to a joke. I remember that you only scored 9 points for this stage." Lu Yun was very angry. He had not expected Xiaoqin to use such a decisive method to turn things around. Everyone thought that he would definitely lose in the first round, but he made a huge comeback. Don't get cocky. There are still 3 more stages. The victor is not decided yet. Lu Yun said coldly. Ba Tu rubbed his chin and smiled. These words are really familiar. Oh, that's right. Didn't I say it earlier? Ha! How did Brother Lu rebuke me? Every dog had its day. Seeing Lu Yun's deflated appearance, Ba Tu felt very carefree. How many years had it been since Xiaoqin had seen Lu Yun so angry? This gamble was worth it. Don't get cocky. I will not lose to you in the next 3 stages. Chapter 1173. Xia Yang said coldly to Xiaoqin. Then, he stepped forward. The next stage tested movement techniques, which were also based on 10 points. Xia Yang's performance in this stage was not very good. The 10th layer Thunder Fire art allowed his explosive power to far surpass that of the younger generation. However, his movement technique was much weaker. He only managed to get 7 points in this stage, barely passing the passing line. Seeing his opponent's unsatisfactory performance, Xiaoqin was happy and relaxed. He held back some of his strength, using only the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to obtain 8 points. Xiaoqin did not have a specific goal. He just needed to obtain 1 point more than his opponent in each stage. He could not do anything about the first stage. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. If Xiaoqin did not bring out his full strength, he would not be able to surpass him. In the second stage, Xiaoqin could preserve his strength. Naturally, Xiaoqin chose to do so. Among the cultivators watching, Xiaoqin discovered several strong existences. The auras they gave off were no weaker than Lu Yun's. Xiaoqin did not know what these people were here for. If he could preserve some of his strength, he would do so, not letting others see through him. The third stage tested eyesight. There was no need to mention this stage. Xiaoqian had already cultivated the heavenly eye. If Xiaoqian opened the heavenly eye, even the half-step Emperor Wu would not be a match for him. He did not need to open the heavenly eye to deal with Xia Yang. Xiaoqian easily obtained 7 points, defeating his opponent's 6 points. It looked like the two were locked in a stalemate. Every time, it seemed like Xia Yang had a chance to defeat Xiaoqian. However, Xiaoqian surpassed him by 1 point every time. After 3 stages, the gap between the two reached 3 points. Lu Yun's expression turned increasingly unsightly. At the start, Ba Tu, whom Lu Yun looked down on, smiled more widely. The fourth stage tested practical combat. With Xiaoqian's intentional control, Lu Yun finally defeated Xiaoqian, defeating Xiaoqian's 6 points with 7 points. After the 4 stages, Xiaoqian obtained a total of 31 points, and Xia Yang obtained 29 points. The two's total points successfully entered the top 50 of the Outstanding Talent token. Among the Heaven's Pride tokens, Xiaoqian had engraved the number 30, while Xia Yang had engraved the number 49. The numbers represented their rankings. It was clear who won and who lost the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. Everyone had already somewhat expected the final outcome from the moment Xiaoqian chopped off the Iron Man's head. However, Xiaoqian still could not accept it. How could a nameless person turn the tables and defeat the Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Yang? Ha! Young man, you are quite ambitious. I wonder how much of your strength you will be able to bring out in the test for the Proud Son of Heaven token. The old deacon who had first tested Xiaoqian's strength had keenly noticed that Xiaoqian had concealed his true strength in the last few tests, so he had secretly transmitted a message to Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian did not pay too much attention to it. He hid his strength simply to avoid some trouble. He did not have any other ambitions. He could only say that this old deacon was thinking too much. 200 essence stones. Quickly take them out. The victor had already been decided. Ba Tu immediately led Xiaoqian to demand repayment, not giving Lu Yun any face. Lu Yun's face darkened as he tossed out 200 essence stones. He said coldly, "Let me tell you, my essence stones are not that easy to obtain. Don't run into me at the summit meeting." After saying that, Lu Yun felt that he had lost too much face, so he quickly left. Xia Yang, who followed closely behind, glanced at Xiaoqian before leaving without saying a word. Is that so? I think they are easy to obtain. Coincidentally, I lack essence stones. Many thanks, Brother Lu. Ba Tu said loudly to Lu Yun, who had already gone far away, as he accepted the essence stones with a carefree smile on his face. Come, let's go and have a drink. This was really delightful. Ba Tu directly handed the essence stones to Xiaoqian, not showing any intention of putting them in his pocket. Then, he led Xiaoqian out of the city lord's residence. The commotion slowly died down. However, news of Xiaoqian chopping off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike in the city lord's residence's clan affairs hall, which was unprecedented in history, would definitely spread throughout the entire Dark City in a short time. As a bladesman, Xiaoqian obtained full marks in the first stage of the Outstanding Talent Tokens test, putting him on par with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiaoqian's feat in the clan affairs hall was just the beginning. Over the next few days, people continued to obtain the Outstanding Talent token, setting new records one after another. Furthermore, most of these people were not the local outstanding talents of Dark City. They were all outsiders, giving off the feeling that a storm was brewing. The cultivators in Dark City only reacted when the news of the start of the new Outstanding Talent Summit meeting spread. These strong outstanding talents that suddenly appeared were people from other sea domains who came to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The originally restless Dark City immediately turned even more chaotic. Every day, there would be fierce battles between outstanding talents, trying to determine who was stronger. Among them, many of the outsiders had made a name for themselves in a series of fierce battles. This allowed people to know the names of these people in advance. Dark City was very chaotic. However, Xiaochen did not care about this chaos. He remained in the Flame Rock Fortress and anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Xiaochen anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Even his cultivation time was squeezed out. With the outstanding talent token, Xiaochen successfully purchased the divine materials he needed to repair the dragon-subduing platform. At the same time, he saved a large sum of black astral coins, allowing him to experience the great benefits of the outstanding talent token. Yu Bingyun did not go anywhere in Dark City. When she learned that Xiaochen wanted to repair the dragon-subduing platform, she took the initiative to offer her help. The repair was a huge project. It would be great if someone was willing to help. Xiaochen did not think too much before agreeing. On this particular day, the repair of the dragon-subduing platform reached its final stage. Ba Tu rushed over to inform Xiaochen of a piece of news. My first brother, Ba Yan, came out of closed-door cultivation and wants to meet you. Xiaochen had heard of Ba Tu's first brother, Ba Yan. This person was very strong and ranked among the top of the many outstanding talents in Dark City. Even that Lu Yun once suffered at Ba Yan's hands. Xiaochen had stayed in this Flame Rock Fortress for a long time. Be it out of courtesy or curiosity, Xiaochen wanted to meet this person. Xiaochen stopped what he was doing and followed Ba Tu together with Yu Bingyun. When they arrived at a drill ground in the fortress, they saw Ba Yan exchanging moves with a senior of his clan on the drill ground. A stout man who looked somewhat similar to Ba Tu stood on the drill ground. His entire body surged with energy. Every time he punched, there would be the sound of rocks crashing and flames surging. Every move of this man was extremely ferocious. He walked the path of opening and closing. However, these simple moves had a certain charm to them. After watching for a long time, Xiaochen discovered the profoundness behind them. Ba Yan cultivated two wills, the will of fire and the will of rock. He cultivated both wills to great perfection. Furthermore, he used an ingenious method to merge them, forming the will of flame rock unique to the flame rock sovereign's bloodline. The will of flame contained a surging, boundless explosive force and the hardness and toughness of rock. Ba Yan's opponent was a consummation blue-robed emperor of the Flame Rock Fortress. Although this was not a battle to the death, the fight was still extremely intense. Although that old man used all his means, he could not make up for it. When Ba Tu saw this, he revealed an expression of worship. This is my first brother. When he came out of closed-door cultivation, he cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer. He is the most talented person in the history of our clan. When my grandfather was this young, he only cultivated the flame rock art to the 9th layer. Yu Bingyun smiled and asked, what layer are you at now? Ba Tu smiled embarrassedly and replied, can this be a secret? I'm too embarrassed to say. Although Ba Tu did not say it, Xiaochen could tell that Ba Tu's flame rock art had only reached the peak of the 6th layer, not even breaking through to the 7th layer. Compared to his first brother, Ba Tu was far from comparable. However, this was not because Ba Tu was too weak. Ba Tu's talent was not bad either. Rather, it was because his first brother, Ba Yan, was too strong, too dazzling. Bang! Rock and flame merged. When Ba Yan punched with a mighty might, he forced the old man back another 10 steps. The battle in the martial arts arena came to an end here and did not continue. Ha! After first young master comes out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely shine brightly at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The descendants of the other great bandits will never imagine that first young master has cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer, the old man who was sparring with Ba Yan said with a smile. The old man said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Ba Yan looked as carefree as Ba Tuesday. He looked like he was in a good mood, but he appeared more cautious and reserved. Ba Yan's eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit, filled with boundless confidence. However, he did not speak confidently. Our clan's flame rock art is a peak inferior grade cultivation technique among profound cultivation techniques. Being able to cultivate it to the 10th layer is indeed a great advantage. However, it is not good to underestimate others because of this. There are no ordinary people among the descendants of great bandits. After saying that, Ba Yan dismissed the old man. Then, he walked over to Shao Chen excitedly with a smile on his face. You are the Blue Dragon King Shao Chen that my younger brother mentioned. According to my younger brother, you are very incredible. You even chopped down that Iron Man from the Clan Affairs Hall with one strike. Let's exchange a few moves. Ba Yan's words sounded very provocative. Ba Tu quickly said, Shao Chen, don't mind him. My older brother's temper is like this. When he sees an expert, he can't help itching for a fight. After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, he has not improved at all. It's fine. I would like to see Brother Ba Yan's martial techniques as well. Shao Chen did not dislike such people. In fact, he was somewhat similar to them. When he saw an expert that made his eyes light up, he could not help wanting to spar with them. He wanted to see what he could learn from them and improve himself. Or perhaps, he just wanted to find an opponent for himself. If a cultivator kept cultivating behind closed doors, without having experienced hundreds of battles, they would definitely regress. Ba Yan smiled and said, it looks like we are on the same path. Let's exchange 3 moves, then. Shao Chen nodded and said, that's what I was thinking. Let's go. Before Ba Tu's and Yu Bingyun's stunned gazes, the 2 people who had just met immediately went to the drill platform, preparing to fight. A strange look flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. She said, why is your elder brother looking for Shao Chen? Could it be that he wants to spar with him? Chapter 1174. Ba Tu scratched his head and said, I'm not sure either. It seems like Big Brother received an invitation and is preparing to bring Shao Chen along. He should be testing his strength now. As the 2 of them spoke, Shao Chen and Ba Yan started fighting. Compared to the other cultivators, Ba Yan appeared extremely simple and crude. He did not store up any power, simply raising his hand and punching. Blazing fire, burning clouds. This move was based on the state of raging fire. The moment Ba Yan moved his feet, a surging sea of fire instantly spread out. What a shocking explosive power! The other party's explosive power slightly surprised Shao Chen. Furthermore, there was no need for him to accumulate power at all. He could control it as he wished. Not daring to be careless, Shao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps. His body became like a dragon as he took 7 steps forward. With every step he took, 1 or 2 wild lightning dragons would shoot out from beneath Shao Chen's feet, and they would roar towards the sky while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. After he took 7 steps, 12 berserk electric dragons flew out from behind Shao Chen. At this moment, he instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and clashed with his opponent's punch. The auras of the 2 sides clashed, clashing head-on. The saber light and the fist light clashed, giving off a loud sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, Shao Chen took 5 steps back, but Ba Yan took 10 steps back. What kind of saber technique is this? It is so fast, yet it can still erupt with such might. Ba Yan appeared somewhat shocked. Shao Chen raised his saber and stood upright. He said, Thunder Dragon Chop. I condensed the lightning tribulation saber technique that I comprehended in the past into a saber technique. I only recently comprehended it as well. It looks like it is pretty strong. Using the Thunder Dragon steps as the foundation and the lightning tribulation saber technique from before, this was a new move that Shao Chen came up with in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Without the advancement of the Thunder Dragon steps, this move would not have appeared. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinarily mighty. Hee, interesting. Take another punch from me, conquering the World Fist. This punch also obtained the Will of Rock, not as ferocious and explosive as the Will of Fire. However, the aura that Shao Chen's fist technique revealed was even more domineering. It was as if he wanted to suppress the mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers with one punch. As Ba Yan soared into the air, the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers appeared under his feet. With this punch, all the mountains and rivers submitted. This move was not as ferocious as before, and the aura it exuded was much weaker. However, the tyrannical aura it radiated gave Xiaochen even greater pressure. Good timing. This move completely aroused Xiaochen's competitive spirit. With a loud laugh, he stomped on the ground with one foot. Immediately, a cyan dragon shadow flew out from Xiaochen's body. The 10,000 heavenly laws in his body all turned into illusory dragons. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 dragons soared into the air, roaring in unison. As Xiaochen slashed down with his saber, he materialized the subduing dragon profound slash, forming a green saber light that reached the sky. Ba Tu gaped and exclaimed, "Damn! He is trying to destroy the stage." Yu Bingyun also felt some shock. However, she was much calmer than Ba Tuesday. She said indifferently, "Don't worry. It is just a simple exchange. The two of them know their limits and will not bring out their full strength." The punch that contained the might of mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers struck the cyan saber light. Ka-Xie. Cracks appeared on the surface of Ba Yan's fist, and countless specks of dust flew out. Xiaochen's saber strike had broken Ba Yan's protective rock veritable energy. However, the might of this punch was similarly startling. A clear crack appeared in the saber light where Ba Yan's fist struck. "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore." When Ba Yan saw his protective veritable energy break, he was startled and quickly retreated. When Xiaochen looked at Xiaochen again, he no longer dared to underestimate Xiaochen. Xiaochen's fist subduing rivers and mountains was extremely powerful. This was the first time Ba Yan met someone in the same generation who could break his defense. Ba Yan already lost in the first move, and his protective rock veritable energy broke in the second move. If they continued fighting, he would have to use his trump card in the third move. However, Ba Yan did not intend to use his trump card so early. The two moves were very efficient, allowing the two to gain a clearer understanding of each other's strength. Although Ba Yan was slightly weaker in this exchange, he still looked as graceful as before. The first move's horrifying eruption could be executed at will. Xiaochen circulated the Thunder Dragon steps and took 7 steps before he managed to gain a slight advantage with the Thunder Dragon chop. The second move, fist subduing rivers, subduing mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers, was even more tyrannical. This was the first time someone nearly broke Xiaochen's subduing dragon profound slash. Xiaochen felt some anticipation for the third move. If he guessed right, the third move should merge the will of fire and the will of rock. Then, he would circulate the 10th layer of the flame rock art and execute them together to form a horrifying killing move. Xiaochen estimated that if he perfectly executed it, it would rival a medial-grade profound martial technique. Unfortunately, Ba Yan suddenly withdrew at the crucial moment. Not bad. Ha! It looks like Ba Tu was right. You are even stronger than he described. Ba Yan walked over while laughing loudly. He did not hold any grudges because he was weaker than Xiaochen. Instead, his eyes filled with joy. It looked like this Ba Yan was truly a battle maniac. He was the kind of cultivator who truly indulged in combat and did not care about victory or defeat. Big brother, how is it? With Xiaochen's strength, he can accompany you to that gathering, right? Ba Tu asked with a smile as he walked over with Yu Bingyun. Ba Yan nodded and said, "Naturally, he can. However, brother Xiaochen has to be willing first." Xiaochen felt somewhat confused as he asked, "What gathering?" Ba Yan took out an invitation and smiled. "I don't know who initiated it, but it's a small gathering for the successors of the 13 great bandits. I received it the moment I came out of closed-door cultivation. Hee hee. It should be someone who wants to test the might of my fist. I don't think I'm a descendant of a great bandit," Xiaochen said with a frown. He felt that this gathering had nothing to do with him. Ba Yan smiled and said, "How can you not figure it out? Even an uncouth person like me knows that this gathering is a test of strength before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Tell me, does it have anything to do with you?" Outstanding Talent Summit Meeting. It was the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting again. Xiao Chen had already heard these words several times. However, he had been busy repairing and rebuilding the dragon subduing platform, so he did not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was. Could it be that you still do not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is after being in Dark City for so long? Seeing that Xiao Chen still had a somewhat confused expression, Ba Yan and Ba Tu both showed surprised expressions. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, I really do not know about this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I came to Dark City for another matter. I am preparing to leave 3 days later. Ba Tu, tell him about it. I thought that he was here for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Ba Tu thought for a while and organized his words. Then, he said, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is jointly held by the factions of the 13 Great Bandits. The purpose of this is to promote competition between the various outstanding talents. It is held once every 5 years, and it is like a test. Anyone with an outstanding talent token can register. The competition is intense and cruel. The top 10 will all receive rewards. The top 3 will receive the most valuable rewards. They will all receive varying amounts of essence stones. The first place will receive a medial grade profound martial technique and a chance to enter the dark blood pool to strengthen the physical body. Essence stones. A medial grade profound martial technique. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. These 2 items held a fatal attraction to any blue-robed emperor. No wonder the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was so attractive. This also explained why he saw so many cultivators from the foreign seas coming to apply for an Outstanding Talent token at the city administration hall. What do you think? Do you still think that this small gathering has nothing to do with you? Ba Yan said with a smile, it is very difficult for those who rely on connections to get in. Even if Ba Tu wanted to go, I would not bring him. The ones going this time will definitely be the strongest of the great bandits' descendants. Without sufficient strength, you will only be humiliated. Xiao Chen quickly made his decision. He said seriously, many thanks, Brother Ba Yan. When are we leaving? Good. Let's go now, then. After being in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year, my bones have already turned soft. It is time to meet up with those old friends. Ba Yan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he put away the invitation letter and led Xiao Chen away. Before leaving, there were still some finishing touches to the dragon subduing platform's repairs. So, Xiao Chen could only ask Yu Bingyun to help. Fortunately, Yu Bingyun did not reject it, happily accepting it. However, Xiao Chen found it strange. Given Yu Bingyun's strength, she should be able to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. However, she did not seem interested. With Ba Yan leading the way, the 2 flew around the city without any fear. With the Outstanding Talent token in hand, they completely ignored the rules of Dark City that prohibited flying. Along the way, Ba Yan was very talkative. Perhaps it was because of their bloodline, but the descendants of the Flame Rock Sovereign were rather carefree, not holding back when they spoke. He. Xiao Chen, what exactly is the relationship between you and the Holy Daughter? Thanks to you, this is the first time the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter has come to our Flame Rock Castle as a guest. Ba Yan was no different from Ba Tu in this aspect, they were both very gossipy. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only give a solemn explanation. However, Ba Yan still did not believe him. He. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We have arrived. After traveling for a long time, the 2 arrived before a restaurant in the inner city. The restaurant gave off a strange aura. Its frame felt exceptionally sturdy. This is the famous conflagration restaurant of Dark City. The entire restaurant is made of divine materials. Furthermore, there are restrictions laid on it. Even if a battle breaks out in there, it will not damage the restaurant. It is the favorite place of the Black Sea cultivators. Ba Yan had been to the conflagration restaurant several times before, so he was familiar with the place. Ba Yan strode in, and the originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. Nearly everyone's gazes focused on him. Damn! This battle maniac came out of closed-door cultivation. Hurry up and leave. After holding it in for more than half a year, I wonder who he will vent his anger on. A moment of panic appeared in the hall. The messy tables immediately opened up a path for Ba Yan. Xiaochen laughed hoarsely and said, "It looks like you are quite famous in this place." Ba Yan's lips curled up as he said, "How boring. I still miss the first time I came here. Back then, I fought to my heart's content. Now, the Black Sea cultivators are becoming increasingly cowardly." The location of the gathering was on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. Someone had already reserved the entire place. Without an invitation, one could not enter. Chapter 1175. After handing over the invitation, the two of them walked in smoothly. Compared to the bustling hall, the second floor was much quieter. The two did not arrive early. Several young cultivators were already seated in the seats that had been cleared. The instant Xiaochen stepped onto the second floor, he immediately felt several sharp gazes directed at him. There were many familiar faces here. Lu Yun and Xia Yang were here. It looked like they had been here for a long time. What surprised Xiaochen was that Jiang Feng, whom he met at Blackwater Island, was here as well. After not seeing Jiang Feng for some time, Jiang Feng's strength had increased very quickly. He now exuded a dangerous aura. Clearly, Xiao Feng noticed Xiaochen as well. He was similarly surprised. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Several people who saw Xiaochen started discussing in whispers. Xiaochen chopped off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike. This news had recently spread like wildfire, inciting a huge debate. A blue-clad bladesman on a seat suddenly smacked the table. A wine cup flew up and spun around quickly. "Hey, white-robed bladesman, you have been in the limelight recently. I'll treat you to a cup of wine." The blue-clad bladesman smiled coldly and gently smacked the wine cup. Immediately, the wine cup flew at Xiaochen at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Indeed, it was as Ba Yan said. The people who came were all unruly. If one was weak, one would only be humiliated. The moment Xiaochen entered the second floor, someone immediately put on a show of strength. The wine cup that flew over from nowhere was very particular. It was not just at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. All the wine in the cup was infused with the blue-clad bladesman's strong saber intent. If Xiaochen was not careful, he would end up making a fool of himself, regardless of whether he could catch it or not. If Xiaochen caught it, the wine filled with saber intent would have long since reached a critical point after spinning thousands of times, exploding upon contact. The explosion would have covered Xiaochen's entire body. Every drop of water was a lethal existence. Xiaochen could not avoid a sorry state. If Xiaochen could not catch it, the other party would say that he was not sincere. This show of strength was very powerful. The descendants of the great bandits were all sneering, waiting to see how Xiaochen would respond. Ba Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and did not make a move. This was a show of strength aimed at Xiaochen. If Xiaochen couldn't even pass this small hurdle, it could only prove that he had misjudged and shouldn't have brought Xiaochen here. Xiaochen smiled gently. It was unknown when the lunar shadow saber had appeared in his left hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the resplendent saber was unsheathed. Who? The instant Xiaochen drew his saber, a strong wind containing Xiaochen's saber intent howled out, lifting everyone's hair. First, Xiaochen used his strong saber intent to suppress the saber intent in the wine, stopping it from spinning. When the saber was completely drawn, the saber and the wine cup happened to be in a straight line. The wine cup stopped firmly on the tip of the saber. Xiaochen used his outstanding eyesight, strong saber soul, and fast speed to catch the other party's wine cup. The two looked like good friends that had not met for many years when the blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup. The blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup, and Xiaochen drew his saber to catch it. Their cooperation was tacit. This tense and exciting scene might sound complicated, but in reality, it happened in just an instant, in the blink of an eye. The wine cup stopped spinning on the tip of the saber, and the wine shot out. Xiao Chen raised his head and opened his mouth. The wine flew in a beautiful arc and landed in Xiao Chen's mouth. Not bad. This is indeed good wine. I'll return the cup to you. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the wine cup stopped hovering in the air. Then, he wiped the wine off his mouth. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and the 60% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness moved with a thought. Then, it attached itself to the wine cup and flew towards the blue-clad youth. The empty wine cup that flew over was like an unparalleled saber light, boundlessly sharp and containing a boundless saber intent. According to the etiquette of toasts, Xiao Chen should have offered a cup of wine in return, not an empty cup. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew about etiquette. However, he had another reason for doing so. The blue-clad youth put on a show of strength the first time they met. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not feel much resentment. This was how the world of cultivators was in the first place. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Xiao Chen had long since calmly accepted this. However, he had his own pride. If the other party could catch this empty cup, he would be qualified to receive a toast from him. If the blue-clad youth could not catch it, then he would be sorry. Xiao Chen would not even look at this person in the eye. After Xiao Chen perfectly caught his wine cup with the tip of his saber, the blue-clad youth's expression became much more restrained. When the blue-clad youth saw the empty cup return, his expression turned grave. As the saying went, the layman watched the excitement, while the expert watched the excitement. The two's exchange looked very flashy. All the outstanding talents present knew what kind of danger was contained within these few simple actions. If it were a small perfection blue-robed emperor without much strength, that cup of wine from the blue-clad bladesman would have been sufficient to severely injure him. However, not only did Xiao Chen catch it perfectly, but he even returned an empty cup to the blue-clad youth, testing the blue-clad youth's strength. The situation immediately became interesting. Interesting. Liu Yang's grandfather is known as the Black Sea Saber Sovereign. He has always been the strongest bladesman of the Black Sea's younger generation. This time, he probably met with an expert. I wonder if he can catch the cup. All the outstanding talents turned their gazes to Liu Yang, wanting to see how he would deal with this. This increased the pressure on him. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. Many countermeasures flashed in his mind, but he rejected them all. It was not difficult to catch the empty cup. However, not only did he have to catch it, but he also had to catch it as beautifully as Xiao Chen did, casually catching it. Otherwise, if he put in too much effort, he would end up at a disadvantage in this formless competition. In one breath of time, Liu Yang thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped, catching the empty cup flying over perfectly. Hu Qi. The wine cup spun rapidly in Liu Yang's hand. Every time it spun, it scattered a large portion of the saber intent that Xiao Chen added to it. The wind howled, buzzing. The saber wind that Liu Yang sent out lingered on the second floor. It was like many treasured sabers humming endlessly. The sharp saber intent made everyone's expression turn serious. This empty cup that Xiao Chen returned with was not simple at all. Similarly, Liu Yang's hand that caught the empty cup with one finger was not careless at all. The two of them were evenly matched as they fought back and forth. There is no wine in the cup. It looks like young Master Xiao says that it is good wine, but in reality, you look down on this Liu's wine. You are not even willing to return a cup. Never mind, this Liu will offer you another cup. I will make sure that your words are the same, no longer saying one thing and thinking another. In Liu Yang's mouth, the empty wine cup that Xiao Chen used to test the waters became a new excuse, an excuse for him to make another move. Liu Yang spun the wine cup around his finger and smiled faintly. Then, he suddenly let go, letting the cup spin in the air. It was like magic. The instant Liu Yang let go, an exquisitely carved white jade wine bottle emanating a cold qi appeared in his right hand. The wine that flowed out was like snow melting on a mountain peak, slowly falling into the wine cup. The temperature of the entire second floor plummeted. As Lu Yang poured the wine, it became increasingly cold. It was so cold that everyone felt their blood freeze. Strands of cold qi rose from the wine cup. An alluring wine fragrance spread out, shattering one's heart and causing them to reveal an intoxicated expression. What wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? It must be a peak quality wine. At the same time, it perfectly matches Lu Yang's will of ice. The wine that he is going to offer is definitely extraordinary. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. The outstanding young talents discussed the unexpected clash between the two bladesmen. Everyone was filled with anticipation. When the wine cup landed on the table, it was filled to the brim. Lu Yang put down the wine bottle and picked up the wine cup, shaking it gently. A clump of snowflakes soared up from the wine. Countless snowflakes bloomed, and an ice phoenix grabbed the wine cup and spread its wings to fly away. This wine is called 1,000-year snow. I was fortunate enough to buy 10 bottles in the distant ice sea. I hope that I will not disappoint Brother Xiao this time. Lu Yang's gaze turned cold. The wine cup filled with 1,000-year snow emanated Lu Yang's cold and emotionless saber intent. Then, he charged forward together with the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix, which was originally just an image, seemed to come to life with the support of Lu Yang's saber intent. The ice phoenix held the wine cup with its claws. Its eyes were cold and piercing, looking cold-blooded and emotionless. Just this cold gaze alone allowed others to catch a glimpse of Lu Yang's strong saber intent. The sudden appearance of the ice phoenix caused the wine cup to fly over much faster than before. As it spread its wings, it carried a sharp saber intent and a strong pressure. Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate it. He dodged and pushed off the ground. Then, he spread his arms and slowly flew backward. He retreated. Lu Yang's lips curled up in a cocky smile. In the end, he still retreated. However, Lu Yang's smile slowly froze. As Xiaochen retreated, his white robes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair and every strand of his fluttering robes gave off a strong saber intent. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! As Xiaochen's hair fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like zither music. As Xiaochen's robes fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like a heroic war drum. As the zither and drum sounded, Xiaochen advanced by retreating. He used his strong saber intent to resolve Lu Yang's sharp and unparalleled saber intent on the ice phoenix step by step. Xiaochen spun around and smiled faintly. Then, he sat behind a table and casually put down the lunar shadow saber. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch the wine cup. Xiaochen easily caught the wine cup of the ice phoenix, which had already exhausted its saber intent. The ice phoenix circled around Xiaochen's head before turning into snowflakes and drifting down. Looking at the wine cup in the wine cup, Xiaochen picked it up and drained it in one gulp. When the wine entered his throat, it felt incredibly spicy and had a strong aftertaste. It made him feel very carefree and delighted. It is indeed a good wine. Young Master Lu, you lived up to your words, Xiaochen praised Lu Yang as he put down the wine cup with a slightly flushed face, appearing somewhat tipsy. Lu Yang's heart sank, but his hands did not stop moving. He said coldly, as the saying goes, drink 3 cups when you meet. Since it is good wine, then drink 3 cups in a row. Lu Yang, who was not convinced, filled 3 cups of 1,000-year snow with dazzling movements. Then, he sent them to Xiaochen again. Good timing. Xiaochen was a wine lover in the first place. This 1,000-year snow suited his taste. He laughed loudly and picked up the empty wine cup. Then, he infused his saber soul into it and knocked it against the table. Bang! Chapter 1176. The 3 incoming ice phoenixes shattered under Xiaochen's full-force attack. As the snowflakes swirled in the air, Xiaochen downed 3 cups in a row. Not satisfying enough. Xiao Qin put down the wine cup heavily. He felt his entire body relax, like he was drunk but not drunk. The more he drank, the stronger he became. As you wish. Lu Yang's expression turned slightly unsightly. He stood up, and his aura erupted. Lu Yang's hands moved so fast that no one could see them clearly. Cup after cup of thousand-year snow flew out together with the ice phoenixes and snow birds. In the main hall, all the geniuses were a little stunned. They did not expect a simple toast to be so majestic. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Qin looked at the dazzling ice phoenixes. His hands moved much faster than Lu Yang's. Cup after cup, Xiao Qin seemed to be truly drunk. He could not help but laugh loudly in the wind and snow. A strong saber intent spread out from his body. As he laughed, his usual calm was gone, replaced by arrogance and indulgence. Pooh! Lu Yang's movements stopped. He discovered that his wine cup was empty. The thousand-year snow he brought had already been used up. As for Xiao Qin, he had already drunk more than 100 cups. No more wine. It's fine. I have some. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Although young Master Lu and I are not bosom friends, we are both wine lovers. Since you have toasted me 100 cups, I will return 1,000 cups. Xiao Qin put down his wine cup and stood up. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. Buzz! 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 The empty cups on every table on the second floor started to tremble under the influence of Xiao Qian's 60% comprehended saber soul. However, these cups were not enough. The saber intent spread out, and all the empty wine cups in the hall started to tremble violently. What's going on? The many cultivators in the conflagration restaurant all had horrified expressions. They did not know what was happening. Whoosh! With a thought from Xiao Qin, all the wine cups gathered on the second floor. There were exactly 1,000 cups, no more, no less. All the thousand-year flame that Xiao Qin collected flew out of the universe ring. He casually waved his hand, and the wine bottle shattered. Golden wine flickered with a golden light as it sprayed out. Not a single drop was spilled, and all of it fell into the wine cup hovering in the air. Buzz! The wine cup shook slightly, and clumps of flames soared up. With the support of Xiao Qian's saber soul, they formed a huge golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings, and a horrifying saber intent pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. A startled cry rang out as the golden crow slowly flew towards Lu Yang, carrying 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame. When Xiao Qin looked at Lu Yang, this descendant of the Black Sea Saber Sovereign was already scared silly, his legs trembling slightly. Who among the heroes of the world dared to say that they would not be drunk after 1,000 cups of wine? Since you've toasted me 100 cups, I'll return 1,000. Do you dare to drink? The huge golden crow gave off a dazzling, golden light. Xiao Qian's strong 60% comprehended saber's soul made the golden crow's aura extremely sharp. Together with the 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame, the golden crow not only suppressed Lu Yang, the descendant of the saber sovereign, but also caused his legs to go soft. Even the descendants of the other great bandits showed stunned expressions. They felt immense pressure, and their hearts pounded heavily. At the same time, they felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, the one who mocked Xiao Qin was not them. Just thinking about the 1,000 cups of wine pressing down on them made them tremble in fear. After 100 cups of thousand-year snow entered his stomach, Xiao Qin felt slightly dizzy. He had not drunk so much in a long time. Xiao Qin had not gotten drunk in a long time. He could no longer remember the last time he got drunk. Who cares about his identity as the Blue Dragon King? Who cares about being the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Who cares about being a meteor if he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? This time, I'll just get drunk. I don't care about anything else. I'll be arrogant and unrestrained. Xiao Qian's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. His strong saber intent worked together with Xiao Qian's. The tyrannical aura that he had kept hidden in his heart for a long time was unleashed without any reservations. Ha 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 ha. In the vast Black Sea where outstanding talents gather, there is not a single person who dares to drink with me. As Xiao Chen held the wine cup, he blushed slightly. When he saw the frightened Lu Yang, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was unrestrained, coupled with his drunkenness, making him feel very happy. The strange movements of the wine cups earlier startled the hundreds of cultivators in the hall of the Conflagration restaurant. This was the place where the fiercest cultivators of the Black Sea gathered. However, when they arrived at the top of the restaurant and peeked at the situation on the second floor, they could not help being startled. Damn it! Who is this? How arrogant! How arrogant! Boundlessly arrogant. This is the first time I feel that this Lu Yang is so pitiful. Who would dare to accept these 1,000 cups of wine? This white-robed bladesman seems to be the person who caused a huge commotion recently. He is the one who chopped off the head of the City Affairs Hall's metal puppet. So, it is him. I've heard of him before. I heard that Xia Yang, the descendant of the Thunder Fire Sovereign, won in a domineering manner. At that time, he really shocked a lot of people. Seeing Xiao Chen's unrestrained manner, the cultivators who were peeking discussed in low voices. Their eyes filled with worship. The strong reigned supreme, no matter where it was. On the second floor, Ba Yan blushed with shame. This Xiao Chen brother was probably really drunk, daring to say anything. With one sentence, he offended all the outstanding talents present. Hee hee. However, he is arrogant enough. I like it. Ba Yan said with a grin. When Lu Yang heard Xiao Chen's words, his complexion alternated between red and white. He felt very ashamed. Earlier, he had mocked Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen did not return the toast. Now that he had 1,000 cups, Lu Yang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If Lu Yang had to face such a vast saber intent alone, he would not be able to match it. Don't laugh at my Black Sea for having no one. I want Zhao Feng to drink with you. Unexpectedly, the first outstanding talent to step forward was actually Jiang Feng, who had suffered at Xiao Chen's hands once. Xiao Chen's eyes were hazy from drunkenness. When he saw Jiang Feng step forward, he laughed loudly and said, I'll toast you 100 cups. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen laughed, he waved his hand, and 100 cups of thousand-year flame immediately flew towards Jiang Feng. Every cup of golden wine contained Xiao Chen's strong saber intent. As the 100 cups flew out, they were like hundreds of strands of sharp saber qi. Jiang Feng's face sank. He did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. His figure flashed, and his hands moved rapidly. He received cup after cup and placed them in his mouth, directly drinking them. However, after drinking 30 cups, he stumbled and felt dizzy. The strong after-effects of the thousand-year flame made him feel tipsy. Pu ci. Pu ci. After drinking another 10-odd cups, Jiang Feng could no longer hold on. The movements of his hands slowed somewhat, and the cups of thousand-year flame struck him. His entire body was covered in wounds as he went flying. Only now did the crowd realize how strong the after-effects of peak-quality wine was. How strong was Xiao Chen, who could still stand stably after drinking 100 cups? I'll drink with you. I, Lu Yun, will drink with you. However, Xiao Chen stirred up everyone's hot-bloodedness. With Jiang Feng taking the lead, they all stepped forward one after another. All of a sudden, the originally empty second floor was in chaos. All the outstanding talents of the Black Sea got drunk. The thousand-year flame was a peak-quality wine. Normally, drinking one cup would make one dizzy. After drinking dozens of cups, it was impossible not to get drunk. Amid the chaos, some people's eyes turned bloodshot. Feeling angry in their hearts, they drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen. The first to attack was Lu Yang, who was being bullied the most miserably. He drew his saber, and his figure flashed as he executed a killing move. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and gently drifted over. He picked up a cup of thousand-year flame and drained it in one go before dodging. Then, his figure moved swiftly and executed Thunder Dragon steps. He took 7 steps and ferociously chopped down the Thunder Dragon, chopped together with the Lunar Shadow Saber. Bang! Lu Yang, who blocked with his saber, got knocked back by Xiao Chen, crashing into the wall of the restaurant in a sorry state. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally as he stood on the table. Then, he staggered and drank another cup. Smiling in disdain, he said, "You are only so-so, and you still want to sneak attack me? Attack together." When the group of drunk people saw Xiao Chen standing on the table, their blood surged. They could no longer resist charging over. Good timing. Half drunk and half awake, Xiao Chen felt free and unfettered. There was a kind of unbridled feeling that he had never felt before flowing through his veins. After the effects of the alcohol, this unbridled feeling was amplified 100-fold. Xiao Chen laughed loudly 3 times and brandished his lunar shadow saber, charging over. Saber lights and sword images appeared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The intense battle turned chaotic. Xiao Chen weaved his way through the crowd, drifting away. Such a chaotic battle caused the eyes of the cultivators peeking outside the building to widen. A proper gathering actually turned into such a state. No one had expected it. What was even more unexpected was that the drunk Xiao Chen let go of all his limbs. Even when fighting against so many outstanding talents alone, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul even gave him the upper hand in the situation. The thousands of cups of thousand-year flame in the air had already scattered. The wine cups contained Xiao Chen's saber intent. They did not shatter in this chaotic battle. Instead, they moved about as the battle went on. Xiao Chen went completely berserk, releasing all the pressure. Occasionally, he drank a cup of thousand-year flame to fight the outstanding talents. 4 hours later, aside from the sturdy main body of the restaurant, the tables, shelves, screens, and all sorts of decorations had all shattered. The floor was a mess. The outstanding talents fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was unknown whether they were completely drunk or knocked out by Xiao Chen. As he swayed, Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed red with blood. Much of it was his blood, but most of it was the blood of the great bandits' descendants. As Xiao Chen stood at the table, he drank the last cup of thousand-year flame. Then, he looked around with his drunken eyes and discovered that no one was still standing. So he could not help laughing loudly again. However, this laughter contained some desolation, a loneliness that others would find hard to understand. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the world, time flies. The peak of the Emperor's Road is filled with boundless glory. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and fell over. The empty wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. When Ba Yan, who had been hiding at the side when the chaotic battle started, saw this scene, he quickly rushed over. When he saw the mess, he smiled bitterly and said, "I really should not have brought him here. The host of this gathering should be crying now." Even now, Ba Yan had not seen the host of the gathering. This was to his liking. It was best if he did not see him. Ba Yan carried Xiao Chen on his back and prepared to leave this troublesome place. He accidentally chopped down all the outstanding talents. This matter had blown out of proportion. Chapter 1177. Whoosh! Just as Ba Yan carried Xiao Chen on his back and prepared to leave, 2 figures flashed out of the messy second floor. If Xiao Chen were still here, he would definitely recognize these 2 people. They were the 2 figures he saw at the city gates that day. One of them was Xiao Feng, the descendant of the Divine Eye Sovereign, who was ranked 2nd among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The other person was Sima Lingxian, the most famous and dazzling outstanding young talent in the Black Sea. This was especially so after Sima Lingxuan's adoptive father, Zhong Buxiong, advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Sima Lingxuan status soared, no one able to compete with him. These 2 were the organizers of this gathering. They had arrived long ago for the sake of waiting for a certain person. However, they did not show themselves. Who would have thought that the gathering would turn out like this? It was truly unexpected. The person they were waiting for did not show up. Instead, such a person showed up, brandishing a saber and beating up the crowd. Indeed, it is you. Sima Lingxian said through clenched teeth as he looked in the direction Xiao Chen and Ba Yan had left in. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Sima Lingxian heard the name of the white-robed bladesman in the city, he had suspected that it was that Xiao Chen. Now that he saw it for himself, he confirmed his guess. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 10 years, Xiao Chen was still so strong. Compared to the Sky Dome Realm's 5-nation youth competition, he was still as elegant as before, inspiring an unparalleled feeling. If news of this scene spread, the name of the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen would resound throughout the entire Dark City, surpassing Sima Lingxian once again. It would be just like the 5-nation youth competition back then, when Xiao Chen suddenly rose up and completely overshadowed Sima Lingxian's glory. You are coming to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting as well? Very good. I have waited for this day for a long time. A resolute expression flashed in Sima Lingxian's eyes as he thought to himself. Only then did he slowly calm down. Zhao Feng, who was at the side, did not notice Sima Lingxian's strange expression. He looked at the many great bandits lying on the ground, snoring loudly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those present were all famous geniuses of the Dark City. To think that an outsider would cause them to be in such a sorry state. Of course, part of the reason was that the strength of these geniuses had greatly decreased after drinking the wine. However, Xiao Chen's strength was undeniable. It could only be described with one word: powerful. At least, Zhao Feng thought that if he met Xiao Chen, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 50%. However, he was still confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen at the Geniuses Summit, he would still be the one to emerge victorious. It's a pity that Huang Yun still hasn't shown up. That guy has been gone for 3 years. I bet he's already forgotten about the Geniuses Summit meeting. Zhao Feng quietly said. That's right, the purpose of this summit was to force Huang Yun out. Even though the descendant of the top pirate of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign, had been gone for 3 years, he still remained a burden in Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian's hearts. Sima Lingxian said calmly, it is indeed unfortunate. However, the unfortunate person is you, Zhao Feng. What do you mean? Sima Lingxian revealed a mocking expression as he said indifferently, ha. Unfortunately, your strength has not improved at all. You will still lose to me this time. Did you not notice that that person is already here? Zhao Feng's expression changed, and the light in his eyes began to rapidly change. An azure whirlpool of light began to spin in the depths of his eyes. A blurry scarlet figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. The scarlet figure flickered and quickly vanished from his vision, quickly changing directions. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. This figure wore yellow robes and carried a scarlet saber on his back. His eyes were slightly red. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. He's back. Some of the martial practitioners who were watching from a high vantage point revealed horrified expressions when they saw the yellow figure, appearing to be extremely panic-stricken. The Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. 3 years ago, Huang Yun was the absolute overlord of the younger generation of Dark City. After he left, Sima Lingxian and Zhao Feng slowly rose to fame. This was especially so for Sima Lingxian. He rose very quickly, already showing signs of surpassing Huang Yun. Now that Huang Yun returning before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, there would definitely be a fierce battle at this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. First, there was the strong appearance of the white-robed bladesman, beating up the outstanding talents in a drunken state. Then, there were the cultivators from the outer sea, stirring up trouble and eyeing covetously. Then, there were the veteran overlords returning to Dark City. It would be difficult not to look forward to this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. After not coming for 3 years, the great bandits of Dark City seemed to have weakened again. Huang Yun glanced at the drunk outstanding talent lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not hide his disdain at all. Huang Yun raised his head and looked between Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Sima Lingshuan's face. The two of you are pretty good. 3 years ago, I predicted that you would rise up. However, I did not expect you to rise up so quickly. However, you have a demon in your heart. If you do not get rid of it, you will find it hard to advance. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Sima Lingshuan's heart sank. 3 years had passed, but this Huang Yun was still as strong as before. He could see through Sima Lingshuan's weakness with one glance. Sima Lingshuan's demon was Shao Chen. Shao Chen had killed Sima Lingshuan's father and once trampled on him. If Sima Lingxian did not defeat Shao Chen, he would find it hard to undergo a true transformation. However, a demon can be a shackle or a motivation. If you really think that, you will suffer a miserable defeat at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Sima Lingshuan's eyes. He did not fear this returning overlord. Huang Yun smiled faintly, still feeling confident. You are not a match for me. In that case, how about I be your opponent? Just as Sima Lingxian was about to reply, a voice suddenly rang out on the second floor. A figure with a strong aura charged over, knocking away many cultivators peeking around before landing heavily on the ground. This person's eyes appeared somewhat chaotic, and his skin seemed like metal, flickering with a faint luster. Clearly, he was not of the human race or the fiend race bloodline, looking extremely strange. This was a mixed blood of humans and demons, possessing the bloodlines of both humans and high-ranked iron demons. It's him, Mo Ran. He is one of the cultivators from the Outer Sea who caused the most trouble in Dark City recently. Since he is here, then the Ice Sea's Ling Xian and the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng will definitely be here as well. This is the true gathering. This is just the beginning. The moment this person appeared, many cultivators immediately recognized him. He was the Human Demon Sea's young expert, Mo Ran. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and 2 men appeared on the second floor one after another. One of them was tall and exuded a strong aura. This was the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng. The other had a frosty expression, looking cold and emotionless. This was the Ice Sea's Ling Xian. The true gathering of outstanding talents had just begun. These words were not wrong at all. The 5 people here represented the strongest outstanding talents in Dark City. Including Shao Chen and Ba Yan, who left, the strongest outstanding talents were all here. Huang Yun revealed a cruel smile and said, Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting has never benefited outsiders before. With me, Huang Yun, around, you will not be able to break this record. Is that so? Let's see how capable you are. The Human Demon Sea's Mo Ran smiled coldly as he charged over. Mo Ran's body flickered with light, looking like he had a body of steel. He was heavy and sturdy, and every step he took produced loud bangs. Mo Ran was like a running mountain. His aura was startling and unparalleled berserk as he punched. Huang Yun narrowed his eyes, and his slightly red eyes turned completely scarlet. He did not draw his saber but also sent a punch. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, producing a loud, ear-splitting sound. The 2 each took 10 steps back, and the entire conflagration restaurant shook continuously. Huang Yun, who carried the scarlet saber on his back, said coldly, You are merely a so-so. With just this bit of ability, you cannot force me to draw my saber. The expressions of the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng and the Ice Sea's Ling Xian changed slightly. Huang Yun was indeed somewhat scarily strong. As a bladesman, Huang Yun actually used his fist to receive Mo Ran's move. If Huang Yun had used his saber, the result would have been different. You had best not come to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting half a month from now. Otherwise, if you lose too miserably, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The boundlessly tyrannical Huang Yun left behind these words. Then, a scarlet light flashed as he left the conflagration restaurant. How arrogant! Do you think that this is all my trump card? Mo Ran was not convinced at all. He pushed off the ground and charged forward fearlessly again. Now, only 4 people remained. Sima Lingxian glanced at the other 2 foreign cultivators. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he said, "Since you are already here, it would be a pity if you only exchange 1 or 2 moves." That is precisely the case, the storm sees Ouyang Feng and the ice sees Ling Xian said at the same time. A series of probing exchanges quickly took place in the restaurant. Everyone wanted to test each other out. However, no one would expose their trump cards. Everything would only erupt at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. At this moment, Xiaoqin was completely drunk and unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened after that. He did not know that a few strong people had arrived after him. This time, he was completely drunk. In the rock castle, Ba Yan carried Xiaoqin all the way to his courtyard. The sound startled Yu Bingyun, who was busy repairing the dragon-subduing platform. When Yu Bingyun saw the unconscious, blood-soaked Xiaoqin covered in wounds, her expression changed visibly. Her face turned cold, and a dense murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The appearance of that murderous intent startled Ba Yan. He found it hard to imagine that the pure and holy Yu Bingyun would have such a horrifying side. What's wrong with him? Who injured him? Ba Yan quickly explained what happened in the conflagration restaurant in detail, dispelling Yu Bingyun's doubts. He drank 100 cups of peak-grade wine in a row. Yu Bingyun's murderous intent vanished, and she showed some shock on her face. For a wine to be called peak-grade wine, it would have a strong after-effect. Even the blue-robed emperor could not drink too much. Drinking 100 cups like Xiaoqin was simply unheard of. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to do so. After that, Xiaoqin's actions were even crazier. He beat up the outstanding talents while drunk, fighting alone against so many outstanding talents. He was truly drunk. If it were the rational Xiaoqin, he would not have done such a crazy thing. That is what happened. Don't blame me for not helping out at that time. It was so chaotic. I was afraid that it would become even more chaotic after I went in. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 1178. After Ba Yan tossed Xiaoqin onto Yu Bingyun, he finally felt some relief. This Xiaoqin brother looked refined and refined. Unexpectedly, he went crazy. Even a battle maniac like him, who everyone feared, felt ashamed of his inferiority. Yu Bingyun felt slightly stunned. She wanted to call out to Ba Yan, but he had already gone far away. Then, she saw Xiaoqin stumbling, looking like he would fall over. She panicked and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Yu Bingyun looked at the sleeping Xiaoqin on her shoulder for a long time. Then, she smiled bitterly. That's good. This fellow probably has not had a good sleep for a long time already. Since you carried me once, I'll carry you once as well. This place was still a long distance from Xiaoqin's bedroom. Yu Bingyun would not be able to bring herself to carry Xiaoqin over. Yu Bingyun said somewhat mischievously. Then, she copied Ba Yan and carried Xiaoqin to the bedroom. He is really heavy. After placing Xiaoqin on the bed, Yu Bingyun gently breathed out. Then, she looked at the bloodstains on Xiaoqin's face that had not been cleaned off. For some reason, Yu Bingyun recalled the time in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Every time the Blood Sword Sovereign tried to stand up, he would vomit blood all over his face. Unknowingly, Yu Bingyun's hand moved down and touched Xiaoqin's face. However, she withdrew her hand immediately, like she recalled something. Then, she shook her head and brought over a basin of water to wipe Xiaoqin's face clean. Then, she called a maidservant over to help Xiaoqin change his clothes and clean his wounds. After everything was done, Yu Bingyun returned to the bedroom. She saw that Xiaoqin's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. Xiaoqin had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it were in the past, even the slightest movement would startle Xiaoqin awake. However, this time, due to the after effects of drinking 100 cups of peak quality wine, even after someone changed Xiao Chen's clothes, he still did not react. Xiao Chen could only be said to be drunk. After sighing, Yu Bingyun picked up Xiao Chen's blood-stained white robes. Then, she quietly closed the door and turned to leave. Xiao Chen had a dream. The dream was hazy but real. He dreamed of Seven-Horn Mountain, of his father who chased him out of the clan, of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, of Lu Riyue, of Bai, of Feng Feishue. He dreamed of many, many people. He happily chatted with these people and felt extremely relaxed. But in the end, he saw that those people were running as fast as they could behind him, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up to him. He wanted to turn around, but an invisible force prevented him from doing so. The road ahead was a bridge, and on the opposite side of the bridge stood a door. On the door stood a blurry figure. However, Xiao Chen knew who that was. That was the Qing Emperor of the Dragon's Gate. He was an unparalleled and tyrannical existence who swept through the world, an invincible existence. Even though Xiao Chen had been dead for 10,000 years, he could still hear his name no matter where he went. Only he could trample on that emperor's gate. Xiao Chen had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask Xiao Chen why he came to this world. Why did Xiao Chen become enemies with the world, causing the Xiao clan's descendants to fall into such dire straits? Why did he leave such a huge mess for Xiao Chen? Pa! Suddenly, the bridge broke. As Xiao Chen ran over, filled with anticipation, it suddenly broke, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. The rapid fall, the suffocating fear, and the indescribable loneliness made him cry out loudly. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the wooden bed in his bedroom. He looked around before reacting somewhat slowly. So, it was just a dream. My head hurts. After a while, Xiao Chen's head ached. His tongue tasted bitter, dry, and tasteless. He felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. The side effects of drinking too much and sleeping too much forced Xiao Chen to lean back on the bed. Xiao Chen rubbed his temples with both hands as he circulated his energy to eliminate his fatigue. Soon, all sorts of discomfort vanished from Xiao Chen's body. Replacing it was a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced before. His body relaxed, but his heart felt strangely empty. Xiao Chen tossed aside the blanket and got off the bed. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground. How long have I been asleep? My body is not listening to me at all. Xiao Chen was somewhat at a loss. Then, he tried calling out to Ao Jiao. However, he discovered that there was no response. Strangely, Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao were not in the Immortal Spirit Ring. However, the connection between the item spirit and its master was still there. He was sure that nothing had happened to Ao Jiao, so Xiao Chen felt much more at ease. Xiao Chen got up and paced around the room. Then, he stretched his limbs and let his law energy flow through his meridians, activating his qi and blood. As Xiao Chen's qi and blood stirred, his entire mind became empty. He entered a state of clarity that he had never experienced before. It was incredibly profound. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that he had entered a state that all cultivators dreamed of, one with heaven. This state of one with heaven would not last for long. Xiao Chen had experienced it once when he broke through in the lower realm. So, he quickly sat down cross-legged. Without any other choice, Xiao Chen used all this precious time on comprehending Instant of Glory. Instant of Glory was currently Xiao Chen's strongest martial technique. It was a martial technique that allowed him to execute everything he learned. It was already comparable to a medial-grade profound martial technique. Furthermore, its might was far from what a regular medial-grade profound martial technique could compare to. Currently, this move only had a rough outline. Xiao Chen had only scratched the surface, not even reaching small perfection. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity to comprehend one with heaven. The blazing sun, snowflakes, blue dragon, broken leaves, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flew out of Xiao Chen's body, forming a profound picture. As Xiaoqin comprehended, more and more mysterious phenomena of martial techniques came out of his body. Four Season Saber Technique, Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, Thunder Dragon Chop, Thunder Dragon Steps, Flawless Bright Moon, Thousand-Year Flame, Thousand-Year Death. There were close to 100 martial techniques of various sizes. As time went by, Xiaoqian's understanding of Instant of Glory deepened. The directions this move could extend to were practically boundless. Eventually, it reached two paths, time and space. When the wondrous state vanished, Xiaoqian's comprehension came to a sudden stop. Although he had not managed to make a qualitative leap in Instant of Glory in such a short period of time, Xiaoqian managed to see the future path of this move. The state of time and space are too profound. It is not good to bite off more than one can chew now. However, I have gained a lot from this comprehension. With a thought, the instant Xiaoqian stood up, the many mysterious phenomena in the room stopped. Several mysterious phenomena disappeared, leaving only the bright moon, the night sky, and the winter snow, forming a picture of the cold moon and snow. Although the previous Instant of Glory was very soul-stirring and boundlessly grand, it was too chaotic in the end. There was no way to control it. Every time it was executed, it would exhaust a vast amount of law energy. Actually, there was no need for several mysterious phenomena to appear. It was not that the more mysterious phenomena one had, the more glorious they would be. Sometimes, to show glory, all one needed was a simple patch of yellow sand. Xiaoqian waved his hand, and the cold moon acupoint picture disappeared. Then, he said indifferently, in the past, the Instant of Glory was just wandering outside the door. This time, I have finally entered the room. I will not go astray. With a direction and the right path, there was no need to fear the long road or the rugged roads. One would eventually climb to the peak of Instant of Glory. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes and looked at the neatly folded white robes on the table. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing simple sleeping robes. There was also a letter on the clear wind robes, signed by Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun left a letter. Did she leave already? If not, there would be no need to leave a message like this. How long have I been asleep? Xiaoqian's heart was filled with questions. However, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were not around at this time. Feeling a little empty, Xiaoqian opened the envelope. The elegant handwriting made one feel a sense of lightness. The contents of the letter were not long, only 200 or 300 words. However, the contents of the letter deeply touched Xiaoqian. I wonder how much longer you are going to sleep for. It has already been 10 days, and you still have not woken up. I can only leave without saying goodbye. Actually, my destination is not the human demon sea. I want to go to the ice sea and the storm sea. I want to help the lunar palace find two things to refine a new transcendent divine weapon. In the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave abode on Blackwater Island, there was a moment when I really thought I was going to die. I even gave up resisting. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but on the verge of death, your voice was like a ray of light that shone into hell. I shed my first tear. You and I are very similar. We both carry a great deal of pressure on our shoulders. Compared to you, what I've endured is really nothing. You're much more tired than me. It's rare to get drunk in life, but you have to wake up after that. Don't give up hope, don't indulge your arrogance. The world is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. Let's not give up. I will wait for you to become a martial emperor. If one day, you need to undergo the tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely come and help you. Take care. We will meet again if we are fated. XXX Yu Bingyun, stay. XXX was a blob of smeared handwriting. Xiaoqian couldn't see it clearly, but that wasn't the point. The main point was the concern in Yu Bingyun's words. It made one feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, this mysterious girl had such a warm side. According to the contents of the letter, Xiaoqian had slept for at least 10 days. That was a long nap. Xiaoqian put away the letter, feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Yu Bingyun's departure and the various scenes in his dream. Now that he thought about it, he could not calm down. He kept feeling somewhat empty, like he had lost or forgotten something. Looking at the clear wind robes on the table, Xiaochen held them in his hands. He could not help but recall the first time Lu Ryu addressed him. After putting on the clear wind robes, Xiaochen pushed open the door and went out. He discovered that the entire rock castle was deserted. Aside from the guards of some important places, most of them had left. Xiaochen strolled around the courtyard, heading for the dragon subduing platform. Before he went to the conflagration restaurant, the dragon subduing platform had nearly been repaired. Since Yu Bingyun had already left, she should have already dealt with the final matters. When Xiaochen arrived at the backyard, he was somewhat surprised to discover an old man in sackcloth robes. This old man had an ordinary air and an extremely thick beard, looking around excitedly on the dragon subduing platform. "Who are you?" Xiaochen asked somewhat warily. This old man's appearance was very strange. Earlier, when Xiaochen sent out his spiritual sense, he did not sense anyone else in the courtyard. The hemp-robed old man turned his head and smiled. "You're awake. Don't be nervous. This is my home. If I wanted to take away your dragon-subduing platform, I would have plenty of opportunities to do so while you were asleep." Chapter 1179. Xiaochen looked carefully. Although he could not make out this person's cultivation, he could still sense the aura of rock and flame. This person should be an older generation Emperor Wu with a high cultivation in the Rock Castle. He was more knowledgeable and recognized the complete dragon-subduing platform. Since that was the case, Xiaochen stopped thinking about it. When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiaochen, he looked like he had lost something, so he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's wrong? You seem to be out of it after sobering up." Xiaochen was not willing to elaborate. He asked, "Does senior know how long I slept for?" "Not that long, just about half a month. Unfortunately, I missed the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It started today." Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? No wonder the people in the castle were not around. They must have gone to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting to support the Flame Rock Castle's Ba Yan. Strange, why are you not reacting at all? Isn't it a pity to miss the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? The hemp-robed old man asked. As Xiaochen walked around the dragon-subduing platform, he discovered that Yu Bingyun had indeed finished repairing it. All he needed to do was leave a spiritual mark, and he would be able to use it. After hearing the old man's words, Xiaochen answered, "Naturally, it is a pity. However, it is already too late. Even if it is a pity, it is useless. I will take this dragon-subduing platform and leave." "You are rather indifferent. I heard that you can drink a lot. Are you interested in having a drink or two with me?" The hemp-robed old man took out a bottle of wine. He did not put on any airs as he invited Xiaochen with a smile. Xiaochen did not know what Ao Jiao was doing. She had not returned yet, so he could not leave for now. There was no harm in drinking a few cups. After receiving the wine cups, the two, one old and one young, casually sat on the steps and clinked their cups. After a few cups, Xiaochen's mood slowly improved, and he spoke more with the old man. Their topics ranged from martial techniques to wine tasting, to geomancy, to ancient secrets. They talked about everything. The hemp-robed old man's horizon startled Xiaochen slightly. As the old man spoke, he inadvertently revealed many things that Xiaochen had not heard of. There were also some insights on the martial way that were even more direct, pointing out the flaws in the martial way. Xiaochen did not seem like an ordinary martial emperor at all. Even if he were a martial emperor, his knowledge would not be as broad as Xiaochen's. If he had not been there personally, he would not have been able to explain the secrets of several forbidden lands so clearly. He even knew the great forbidden lands like the back of his hand. For example, the hemp-robed old man knew the Mirage Immortal Palace, which Xiaochen was very interested in. The timing of this Mirage Immortal Palace's appearance is uncertain. Its location is also unknown. Even in the Forbidden Lands, it is considered rather mysterious. Unless it appears on its own, there is no way of knowing where it is. The hemp-robed old man took a sip of wine and continued, unlike the heart of the ocean, where one can enter the immortal graveyard and the distant sea dragon grave at any time. There are many good things in there. However, there is danger at every step. If one is not careful, even a sovereign martial emperor might fall in there. Not just anyone dares to enter. Xiao Qin felt curious. He asked, what are the secrets behind the 8 great forbidden lands? After so many years, has no one figured them out? When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he could not help smiling. It is not that no one has figured them out. It is just that no one dares to be sure. For example, this Mirage Immortal Palace. If I were to guess, it would be the temporary residence of a powerhouse from the ancient era. It is very possible that this powerhouse eventually advanced to martial god and left this abandoned land of ours. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Is there really a martial god? Martial god is just a title. I am not sure if there is one or not. However, there are definitely existences higher than Prime. Every sovereign martial emperor is very clear on this. It is just that we sadly live in this abandoned land. Every powerhouse of the martial way that left erased all traces of their existence. At this point, the hemp-robed old man revealed a clear trace of sadness and sorrow in his eyes. This trace of sadness and sorrow was something Xiao Qin had seen in the Haotian martial emperor's eyes before. It was very similar, both expressing a kind of helpless rage. You definitely do not want to reach my level in the future and face the same sadness and helplessness, right? The hemp-robed old man suddenly asked seriously. Xiao Qin did not understand. Then, the hemp-robed old man pulled him up and tossed him a medallion. So, muster up your fighting spirit. Don't look so dejected. Don't give up on the path that you have been persevering on. Wine is not used to numb your fighting spirit. It is used to ignite it. You still have to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Pa! The hemp-robed old man smashed the wine cup in his hand. Then, an irresistible tyrannical aura appeared from his body, making breathing difficult. The hemp-robed old man picked up Xiao Chen and tossed him into the air. A spatial tear opened. Just as Xiao Chen was about to resist, the power of space sucked him in. Then, the spatial tear quickly closed. Flame Rock Sovereign, you old fellow. Where did you toss my Xiao Chen to? Ao Jiao, who rushed back from outside, happened to see this scene. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. When the hemp-robed old man saw Ao Jiao, his insufferably tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Big sister Ao, don't be angry. I just tossed him to where he belongs. Don't call me big sister, you old man. The sound of a fist rang out. The livid Ao Jiao sent the hemp-robed old man flying with a punch. Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was held once every 5 years. Every time it was held, it would be incredibly grand. This was especially so for this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There was the strong return of the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, the rising popularity of the new expert, Sima Lingxian, and the sudden emergence of the 3 great experts of the Outer Star Sea. The intense battles were confusing, with climaxes rising one after another. Until the end, the victor would remain a mystery. This was because the peak experts of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were too close in strength. No one could make a judgment beforehand. Everyone thought that with Huang Yun's strong return, he would continue his dominance from back then, sweeping through everyone and becoming the champion in one go. Who could have imagined that Sima Lingxuan's rise would surpass everyone's expectations? Since the start of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, he had never been defeated. His momentum flourished, and his popularity soared. The human demon sees Mo Ran, the ice sees Leng Xian, and the storm sees Ouyang Feng also made everyone's eyes light up. They defeated Lu Yun, Zhao Feng, and the other popular outstanding youths of Dark City one after another. The only thing that the crowd found unfortunate was that the famous white-robed bladesman, who had beaten up the crowd in a drunken manner, did not come to participate. According to the rules of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, if a cultivator with the Outstanding Talent token did not participate, it would be equivalent to forfeiting. Given this, everyone was disappointed. This was especially so for the cultivators who had seen Xiao Qin compete in drinking with the crowd at the Conflagration restaurant. They all felt very disappointed. These people had rushed over to watch Xiao Qin compete, wanting to witness the white-robed bladesman's glory again. Who could have imagined that the white-robed bladesman would actually forfeit? If not for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting being very eye-catching, he would have left long ago. Round after round of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting continued. Soon, the strongest four appeared. Huang Yun expended a lot of effort to defeat Ba Yan, obtaining a spot in the top four. Next was Sima Lingxian. He defeated the popular Lu Yun, who also used the sword. The third spot went to the human demon C's Mo Ran. His opponent was Xiao Feng. This was a very dangerous match. After Mo Ran completely demonized, he nearly lost. This was because Xiao Feng had learned a medial grade profound martial technique. If Mo Ran had not grasped it well, he might have been the one to lose. This was a very dangerous match. The fourth spot went to the two young experts of the Storm Sea and the Ice Sea. This internal conflict was probably because the organizers did not want the experts of the outer seas to obtain too many spots in the top four, so they made them fight amongst themselves. Leng Xian's and Ouyang Feng's battle was exceptionally marvelous. It allowed the tens of thousands of spectators to experience the different performances of the Will of Ice and the Will of Storm, broadening their horizons. Ba Yan, who had already lost his right to continue fighting, watched very seriously, nodding his head repeatedly. Ba Yan glanced over and saw Huang Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Huang Yun seemed to sense Ba Yan's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled in disdain. This immediately enraged Ba Yan. If not for the rules, he would have gone up to fight again. Damn! Damn it! If not for the dragon scale armor I obtained outside, this old man would not have lost to you so easily, Ba Yan said, unconvinced. Ba Tu, who was at the side, also said depressedly, Brother Xiao Qin did not come. If he had come, he might have been able to help you vent your frustrations. It is really unfortunate that this fellow did not come. With his strength, he would not have any problems getting into the top three. He would definitely obtain a medial grade profound martial technique, Ba Yan said with a nod. Ba Yan nodded. Even now, he still could not see through Xiao Chen's strength. After all, Xiao Chen had gotten drunk that day. Many outstanding talents had gotten drunk as well. Under such unusual circumstances, it was very difficult to judge a person's strength. However, Ba Yan was confident that Xiao Chen would not have any problems getting into the top three. It might even be possible for Xiao Chen to defeat this insufferably arrogant Huang Yun. The crucial thing was that this fellow had gotten drunk and slept for half a month. No matter how Ba Yan called out to him, he would not wake up. When Ba Lingxian thought about it, he found it both funny and infuriating. Sima Lingxian, who obtained a spot in the top four, also felt it was unfortunate that Xiao Chen did not come. Trampling on Xiao Chen in public had always been Sima Lingxuan's dream. How could he be satisfied with missing out on such a great opportunity? Hu Qi. A cold light flashed in the storm. Then, a sword light forced Ouyang Feng out of the arena. Finally, the final top four was decided. The Ice Sea's Leng Xian was more skilled, defeating Ouyang Feng. After the top four were determined, they all recovered and drew lots to determine their opponents. Then, they returned to the arenas. The arenas of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would merge with each other after every round. After several rounds of battles, there were only 2 arenas left. When the final battle came, they would merge again, leaving only 1 arena. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting slowly entered its climax. After the top 4, it would start with the most anticipated fight for the championship. Just as Sima Lingxian and the other 3 finished drawing their lots and walked up to the arenas, they bowed and prepared to fight. Something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the arena. This crack passed through several spatial formations and forced its way in. This sudden scene caused everyone to turn their gazes to the crack in the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Just as the experts in charge of the city lord's residence were preparing to make a move, they received a piece of news. Their expressions changed for some reason, finding this inconceivable. Chapter 1180. Ka 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 ka. The two arenas started to merge without any warning. Before everyone's eyes, they formed a vast arena that slowly rose up, looking like a huge dragon rising up, giving off an extraordinary aura. What's going on? Why did the arenas suddenly merge? The semi-finals have not started yet. This is strange. The experts of the city lord's residence did not attack the person in the spatial tear. Who exactly is it? Why is his entrance so tyrannical? The sudden change completely disrupted the rhythm. Such a phenomenon had never happened in the Outstanding Talent Summits that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At the same time, everyone started guessing who the person who opened the spatial tear was. Ba Yan frowned slightly. He thought of a possibility but could not be sure. The four people in the arena were also at a loss. They did not know what was going on. When the spatial tear completely opened, the figure inside finally appeared. A white figure drifted out of the spatial tear, appearing somewhat suspicious. The white-robed bladesman. The moment Xiao Qin appeared, everyone immediately recognized him, causing countless cries of surprise. It really is the white-robed bladesman. Unexpectedly, he appeared in such a manner. However, he has already been deemed to have forfeited. Even if he found an expert and barged in, it would be useless. No matter what, Xiao Chen's arrival caused a huge commotion. This was especially so for the cultivators who came specially for him. They were all very excited, exchanging words non-stop. The four people in the arenas all showed different expressions. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were unperturbed, and some were disdainful. The one who felt shocked was the human demon Mo Ran. Naturally, the one who felt pleasantly surprised was Sima Lingxian. Huang Yun was as arrogant as ever, not caring about Xiao Qin at all. Leng Xian's expression was like a block of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. There was no change in his expression at all. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin. In the direction of the platform, an old man with blazing eyes shouted at Xiao Qin, who was on the platform. Xiao Qin, who had been tossed over from the Flame Rock Castle, was still somewhat dizzy and could not react immediately. Hence, the old man had to ask again. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin. Hand over your outstanding talent token and verify your identity. Xiao Qin had already guessed where he was based on the scene and the four people in the arenas. When he heard the question again, he nodded and admitted his identity, then handed over the outstanding talent token. Very good. Your identity is verified. Hand over the forceful kill token that the Flame Rock Sovereign gave you. Forceful kill token. Is it this? Xiao Qin took out a medallion that the hemp-robed old man had tossed to him. He had not looked at it carefully. Now that he looked at it, there was indeed the word, kill, written on the front and, order, carved on the back. When the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene heard the three words, forceful kill order, their expressions changed at the same time, and they sucked in a deep breath. It really is the forceful kill order. Grandpa actually gave him this chance. Ba Yan's expression turned grave. He said in some disbelief, if Xiao Qin fails, this old man will lose all your face. In the end, the city lord's residence, the organizer of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, was controlled by the 13 Great Bandits. The 13 Great Bandits provided all the prizes. Hence, every Great Bandit had some special privileges. The forceful kill token was one of them. As the name suggested, the forceful kill token allowed one to forcefully enter the Outstanding Talent Convention. It was given to the outstanding talents who could not make it in time for some reason or missed the deadline. Originally, according to the rules, once one gave up, one would not be able to participate. However, it was different with the forceful kill token. one could enter midway. However, there was a price for using the forceful kill token. After using the forceful kill token, one could only fight for the first rank. If one did not obtain the first rank, it would be considered a failure. Furthermore, one had to take turns challenging others. One had to defeat as many people as there were in the arena. After one defeated everyone, one could turn the tables and snatch the first rank. Not only would one obtain the glory of the first rank, but one would also obtain the rewards for the number of people one defeated. For example, there were currently 4 people in the arena. If Xiao Chen defeated all of them, he would obtain all the rewards for the top 4. However, if he lost to any one of them, the rewards for the other 4 would be doubled. The great bandit who gave Xiao Chen the forceful kill token would pay for it. To a great bandit, the rewards were not something that would hurt them. However, they would lose all their face. In history, no one had ever used the forceful kill token and succeeded in breaking through. Everyone ended up in failure. Even now, no one had seen the forceful kill token for several hundred years already. After Xiao Chen handed over the forceful charge medallion, he learned about its use from the discussions of the spectator stands. There were also some rules. For example, when there were fewer than 4 people, one would have to face the combined attacks of the others after using the forceful kill token. If the final champion was already decided, one could not use the forceful kill token. Xiao Chen appeared at the right time. There were still 4 people in the arena. However, the restrictions still existed. The other side was still taking turns challenging others, so there was no time to rest. Xiao Chen looked around at the 4 people in the arena. First, he looked at Huang Yun, the young outstanding talent with a scarlet saber on his back. He radiated pride from his entire body. After sizing up Xiao Chen, he no longer paid him any attention. Then, he looked at Leng Xian, the cold swordsman of the Ice Sea. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen could not make out his true expression. The human demon Sea's Mo Ran took the initiative. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile filled with murderous intent. Finally, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on the grave and stern Sima Lingxian. Xiao Chen felt very complicated about him. The hatred from back then had already faded away. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Both Xiao Chen's breadth of vision and breadth of mind had undergone a great change. Now, all Xiao Chen pursued was the great Tao. When Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chen, aside from hatred, there was also a fierce fighting spirit. It was like a flame was burning in his eyes. However, when Sima Lingxian saw Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, he felt like this fire was burning in a calm lake, unable to truly burn. The forceful charge token is correct. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, are you sure you want to use the forceful charge token? The old man in the city lord's residence asked from the platform after he checked the forceful charge token. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the platform. Without hesitation, he replied calmly, I'm sure. It was as Yu Bingyun said, it was rare for one to get drunk. However, after getting drunk, one would eventually have to wake up and face the situation. The words, I'm sure, immediately set the crowd abuzz. Everyone liked the unexpected to happen. It was just like how people hoped for a dark horse to appear in a big competition. Now that Xiao Chen appeared with the forceful charge token, it was an exciting surprise. Very well, you can choose your opponent freely. Let's begin. Huang Yun and the other 3 did not shrink back at all. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their fighting spirits surged. They did not fear that he would choose them as his first opponent. The others were also guessing who Xiao Chen would choose as his first opponent. It should be the human demon Sea's Mo Ran. Of the 4, he should be the weakest. It is hard to say. Mo Ran's defense is the strongest. If Xiao Chen chooses him, he will exhaust a large amount of law energy in the first match. It is not worth it. Then, it should be Sima Lingxian or Leng Xian. Coincidentally, these 2 are swordsmen. A bladesman would have an advantage against a swordsman. Everyone had their own opinions. However, no one thought that Xiao Chen would choose Huang Yun. After all, Huang Yun's strength was clear for all to see. I choose him. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoqin chose Huang Yun, locking his gaze on this person. According to the rules, the other three left the arena. Everyone was a little surprised by this result. Wasn't it a little too risky to choose the strongest Huang Yun for the first battle? Or perhaps this white-robed bladesman was extremely confident in his own strength and did not care who he chose or not. Everyone saw that when it came to choosing carefully, Xiaoqin did not even think before choosing Huang Yun. If that was the case, then Xiaoqin was too arrogant. You are courageous. Soon, you will regret your choice. Huang Yun was clearly enraged that Xiaoqin chose him in the first round. He suppressed his anger and said ruthlessly, "That's right." The white-robed Xiaoqin appeared calm and collected. His expression did not change at all. He said indifferently, "I am Xiaoqin. Please give me some pointers. In that case, please remember my name, Huang Yun. I am the bladesman who will make your reputation fall in Dark City. Fight!" Huang Yun shouted ferociously and made the first move. His figure flashed, and he drew the scarlet saber on his back. When the saber light appeared, blood immediately dyed the sky red. The scene was extremely horrifying. A berserk killing chi surged out from Huang Yun's body. Together with the saber light that dyed the sky red, this saber strike was incredibly strong. The first move he used was a profound martial technique. This Huang Yun is trying to end this quickly. Blood dyeing the world. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's trump card before he became a sovereign personage. This Huang Yun already has some of the Blood Shark Sovereign's demeanor. The white-robed bladesman is in trouble. He should not have chosen Huang Yun. He probably will not be able to last even one match. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. Only now did they realize that Huang Yun had been holding back all this time. Even Ba Yan, who lost to Huang Yun in one move earlier, was flabbergasted. He clearly knew that the other party did not rely on the chaotic Ling treasure armor to defeat him. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and executed Thunder Dragon steps. Then, he quickly retreated. His body moved like a dragon, flickering with electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Soon, Xiaoqin was forced into a corner. The scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to occupy the entire sky above the arena. Huang Yun's horrifying saber light was like a ferocious, man-eating beast. It opened its maw wide, wanting to swallow up Xiaoqin. Retreat again. Xiaoqin, who had already taken 11 steps back, retreated to the edge of the arena. If he took another step back, his body would be in the air. If he fell to the ground, he would be out of the arena, automatically admitting defeat. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart beat faster. No one expected Huang Yun's true strength to be so ferocious. The moment he executed his killing move, he forced the white-robed bladesman to take 12 steps back and fly out of the arena. Ha 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 ha. You are only a so-so. Scram. Chapter 1181. Huang Yun laughed maniacally and soared into the air. Then, he chopped down with his saber and knocked Xiaoqin to the ground. Sorry, you should be the one rolling down. After taking 12 steps, Xiaoqin had already pushed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. If he wanted to advance another level and take 18 steps, he would have to cultivate the Thunder Dragon steps to consummation. Xiaoqin did not know how powerful the 12 steps would be when he executed the Thunder Dragon chop. This was because he had only taken 7 steps at most before. However, Xiaoqin knew that the Thunder Dragon chop that took 12 steps could definitely defeat this blood dyeing the world. Whoosh! Xiaoqin retreated again and again. Just as the yellow cloud was about to soar into the air, he suddenly took a step forward. As Xiaoqin took this step, he instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and launched the Thunder Dragon chop, which had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Thunderclouds filled the sky like an ancient thunder dragon waking up. It roared ferociously and sent down lightning, forcing back the unbridled scarlet clouds. A strange expression appeared on Huang Yun's face. However, he did not have time to think. Amid the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, that white figure had already charged over with his saber. Keng Chang. The saber lights clashed, and Huang Yun was knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber. When Xiao Chen stopped retreating, he knocked Huang Yun back with one step. However, this was not over yet. The place where Xiao Chen's feet landed happened to be where he was earlier. The moment his feet touched the ground again, lightning dragons soared out from under Xiao Chen's feet. Electric light burst out, and Xiao Chen moved like a berserk dragon. Xiao Chen walked forward step by step. The speed at which he advanced was 10% faster than the speed at which he retreated. With every step, a lightning dragon soared out from under Xiao Chen's feet, roaring ferociously at the sky and causing lightning to fall continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, he took 12 steps in a row. With each step, the number of lightning dragons would double. By the time he finished taking 12 steps, it was unknown how many lightning dragons were dancing around Xiao Chen. Lightning descended from the sky, looking even more horrifying. The scarlet clouds that dyed the sky red were torn to shreds, a tragic sight to behold. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the dragons fell to the ground, no longer daring to act presumptuously. As for Huang Yun, who had been clamoring for Xiao Chen to get out of the arena, he was beaten black and blue. He flopped on the ground a few times before rolling off the arena, his body charred. Looking at the tumbling yellow cloud being defeated by Xiao Chen just like that, no one had expected this. The lightning fell, and the dragons fled far away. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the human demon Mo Ran. The person in the second match had made his choice. For some reason, when Sima Lingxian, who had been hoping to be the first to be chosen, saw Xiao Chen's gaze move away from him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he was immediately startled. He immediately extinguished this thought, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Mo Ran, who was chosen, laughed heartily and landed on the arena. Mo Ran's eyes filled with wildness as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said, "I thought that you would choose me last. Unexpectedly, I am the second. You probably do not know how horrifying the defense of my physical body is." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but reveal an interested expression. He said, "How horrifying is it? No matter how strong your defense is, it cannot block endless attacks. Is that so? In that case, feel free to give it a try." Mo Ran smiled coldly, and his skin, which gave off a metallic glow, started to change rapidly. Soon, he could no longer feel any flesh on his skin, it had all turned into hard metal. His entire body turned into a body of steel, completely separated from his physical body. It looked extremely strange. There would always be something strange about the body of a human demon mixed blood, something very strange. Mo Ran stomped heavily, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The ground shook violently. When he moved, it was like a tall mountain raging, shaking the sky and ground. After Mo Ran stomped, he looked at Xiao Chen in a mocking manner, not showing any fear. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The other party's skin had already turned completely metal. Furthermore, he cultivated a special body tempering cultivation technique, making this body of steel even harder. In terms of physical body, this person's was no weaker than Xiao Chen's blue dragon war body. In terms of defense, this person might even be slightly stronger. This was the natural advantage of his bloodline. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, Xiao Chen took 7 steps. As a lightning dragon soared, he executed the thunder dragon chop with a vast aura. Mo Ran knew how strong this move was, so he did not intend to clash head-on. He formed hand seals and executed a defensive martial technique, defending with all his might. Dang! The thunder dragon chop broke through Mo Ran's defensive barrier, but its might weakened significantly. When it struck Mo Ran's body, it gave off metallic sounds. However, Mo Ran's skin did not move at all. The might of 7 steps was not enough. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and took 12 steps. Then, he executed the move that chased Huang Yun off the arena. However, Mo Ran had already seen this move before. He knew very well the might it contained. Xiao Chen did not think of breaking it or clashing head-on. He brought out his full potential, purely defending. Ka Xie. The defensive barrier broke again, and the saber light struck Mo Ran's body, knocking him back step by step. Sparks flickered endlessly on his body. However, Xiao Chen still did not severely injure his opponent, unable to injure him severely. Mo Ran smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, knocking away Xiao Chen's saber. When he tried to grab the saber, Xiao Chen quickly pulled it away. Even though Xiao Chen did not manage to grab the saber, he was not in a rush. He smiled and said, "It is useless. Unless you can perfectly execute a medial-grade profound martial technique, you will not be able to break my defense." Unexpectedly, he is the one who hid the deepest. To think that his defense is so monstrous. It is indeed monstrous. If Xiao Chen had not appeared and continued fighting, he might have been the champion. His defense is simply too strong. Even the martial technique that Xiao Chen used to defeat Huang Yun could not injure him at all. I really can't think of how to break his defense. Everyone had already seen Mo Ran's monstrous defense. Earlier, Jiang Feng had already executed a medial-grade profound martial technique, but he had not succeeded in breaking his defense. However, even now, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon Chop could not break the defense of Mo Ran's physical body. This was truly horrifying. This physical body is somewhat problematic. Do I have to use Instant of Glory? Xiao Chen's figure floated off the ground. As he looked at Mo Ran, who was covered in sparks, he entered deep thought. Since the other party's physical body is so strong, why is he just standing there and letting me hit him? Xiao Chen remained extremely calm. He did not lose his ability to think independently because of the other party's mockery. This was because Xiao Chen was very clear that purposely mocking the other party was part of the strategy. Mo Ran mocked Xiao Chen from the very start, saying that Xiao Chen would not be able to break his defense. Could this be part of the strategy? Mo Ran wanted Xiao Chen to attack continuously. Then, when Xiao Chen was completely fatigued, he would attack again to end the battle. If that was true, then Mo Ran's physical body should have a weakness. Otherwise, with such a strong physical body, Mo Ran would not fear Xiao Chen's martial technique. Then, he could just chase after Xiao Chen and attack him. This fellow definitely has a weakness. It looks like the white-robed bladesman does not live up to his reputation. Is that all you are capable of? Mo Ran's lips curled up as he mocked Xiao Chen. Then, he walked over step by step, closing in. However, Xiao Chen was completely immune to Mo Ran's mockery. This made Mo Ran even more certain that Xiao Chen's physical body had a weakness. That's it. A thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he stared at Mo Ran's footsteps. From the very start, this fellow's feet had never left the ground. Mo Ran always had one foot on the ground. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, his feet and the ground seemed to follow some kind of pattern, a cycle of being one with nature. That must be it. Mo Ran's strongest defensive state requires his feet to be on the ground. Otherwise, Mo Ran must have some kind of treasure on him, like Xiao Chen's Neptune crown. He can only execute the water domain while standing on water. After Mo Ran left the ground, he would not be able to execute that strongest defensive state. What's wrong? Are you prepared to admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, I can let you leave with dignity. Otherwise, I'll make you scram the same way you made Huang Yun scram. Mo Ran's killing chi suddenly gathered and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Mo Ran's exposed skin flickered with a dazzling light. The visual impact was very strong. This was the body of steel that made ordinary people despair. You want me to admit defeat? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, you are the one who can't continue pretending, right? How did Huang Yun get down? You'll do the same. Chi. The lunar shadow saber spun around in Xiao Chen's hand before stabbing into the ground. When Mo Ran saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. However, it was already too late. The instant the saber stabbed into the ground, Xiao Chen's law energy poured in frantically. In that instant, the ground cracked, and a force burst out. The cracked ground turned into countless rocks, which were blasted into the air by this force. Mo Ran bore the brunt of the force, flying into the air along with the rocks under his feet. Whoosh! In the 1,000th of a second after Mo Ran flew up, a saber light as bright as the moon flashed. Mo Ran, who was not known for his speed in the first place, could not dodge at all. When this saber light arrived, Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul, which was at its limit. Although this flawless bright moon was fast, with the support of the 60% comprehended saber soul, its might was not weak at all. In terms of sharpness, it was even better than the Thunder Dragon Chop. Ka-Xie. When this saber descended, Mo Ran shrieked miserably. A long, bloody gash appeared, nearly chopping off half his body. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on Mo Ran's chest. As he retreated, he left a bloody path on the ground. Mo Ran stood at the edge of the arena. His body wobbled a few times, but he did not get knocked back by the saber. How did you discover it? Mo Ran covered his wound with one hand, appearing extremely shocked. He had not expected his greatest secret to be exposed in just a few moves. At this point, the victor was already decided. Xiao Chen was not stingy. He answered honestly, in the next fight, there is no need to speak too much. If you overdo it, you will expose your lack of confidence. Chapter 1182. If not for the other party purposely mocking him, causing Xiao Chen to doubt him, he would not have found the other party's weakness so quickly. Clearly, Mo Ran could not accept such an answer. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said, "Just you wait. When my earth-returning origin art reaches the 10th layer, I will no longer have any weaknesses. Then, I will come back to take revenge for today." Right after Mo Ran spoke, he quickly left the arena while holding his wound. Then, he left the city without looking back. Xiao Chen looked at the other party's departing figure and entered deep thought. He had already found the other party's weakness. In the end, when Xiao Chen chopped down, he did not even manage to break the other party's ribs. This fellow's physical body was indeed ridiculously strong. If Xiao Chen could fix this weakness, he would definitely be a difficult opponent to deal with. Xiao Chen took note of this youth expert from the Human Demon Sea. After winning 2 matches in a row, Xiao Chen remained calm and composed. The spectators found his state incredulous. None of the people who could make it into the top 4 of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were weak. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, geniuses among geniuses. However, Xiao Chen came with the forceful kill token. It looked like he could easily send Huang Yun and Mo Ran away without any mercy. What excellent judgment! Perhaps he can really break the 10,000-year-old record and become the first outstanding talent to succeed in killing someone with the forceful kill token. It is hard to say. The further he goes, the more trump cards he will expose, and the more exhausted he will be. While it looked like he won the earlier 2 matches easily, I am sure that he exhausted a significant amount of his law energy. That's right. Furthermore, Leng Xian and Sima Lingxian are 2 great sword experts. They are not that easy to deal with. They are both aiming for the top rank. I wonder who Xiao Chen will choose for this match. Based on their earlier performances, Leng Xian and Sima Lingxian seem to be about the same. If it were me, I would choose Sima Lingxian. Leng Xian's aura is too scary. I keep feeling that he is unfathomable. After 2 battles, the cultivators who did not have high hopes for Xiao Chen now had a glimmer of hope. They all started guessing the direction of the future battles. After defeating Mo Ran, Xiao Chen's expression still did not change. Xiao Chen looked around at Sima Lingxian and Leng Xian before fixing his gaze on Leng Xian. A cold wind blew, and the temperature in the arena plummeted. Leng Xian said expressionlessly, "I am Leng Xian of the Ice Sea. please give me some pointers. After greeting Xiao Chen, Lang Xian's aura turned even colder. His gaze roamed around every corner of Xiao Chen's body. The swordsman's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As long as Xiao Chen showed any weakness, he would discover it in a breath's time and launch an attack at lightning speed. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. When he saw the other party's gaze, he knew that he had met a difficult opponent. This opponent was probably more difficult to deal with than the previous two. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the arena. The two looked at each other, clashing their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. Instead, they waited for the moment the other party lost his cool. Then, they would make a move and gain the upper hand in one go. In a battle between a bladesman and a swordsman, the moment one made a move, the one who gained the upper hand would determine the outcome of the match. The one who gained the upper hand would not be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this was under the premise that the two's cultivations were about the same. It was impossible for one to be perfect and flawless. Even if one stood still, one's aura fluctuated, one's state of mind fluctuated, one's thoughts fluctuated, and one's blood flowed at a steady pace. Without exception, there would always be an opening. A light seemed to flash in the two's eyes amid the cold wind. At the same time, they caught hold of the other party's small opening and instantly attacked. The two drew their sabers and swords at the same time. Before they clashed, the berserk lightning saber soul and the cold sword soul formed their own auras and clashed intensely. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly, spreading to every corner of the arena. It was like there were thousands of swords and sabers clashing with each other. Saber lights and sword images flickered everywhere. Lightning and ice clashed. Thunder roared together, tearing out countless bolts of lightning. The ice was merciless, and thousands of snowflakes drifted down. Dang! The two leaped up. Amid all sorts of mysterious phenomena, their figures flickered, and their sabers and swords clashed for the first time. The hum of the saber and the sword was like a dragon roar, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the dark clouds. A strand of golden sunlight descended, looking like holy light. It focused on the instant Xiao Chen and Lang Xian clashed, forming a shocking scene. Whoosh! 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 The two retreated the moment they clashed, executing their strong movement techniques and quickly exchanging moves. Every time the two clashed, the sound of sabers and swords clashing would turn into clear dragon roars soaring into the clouds, tearing through the clouds and sending down a strand of golden light. Be it Xiao Chen's thunder dragon steps or Lang Xian's mysterious footwork, they were both extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to clearly see their movements. Only when the sacred light descended did the two figures solidify into a picturesque scene in front of everyone's eyes. Watching the two's intense battle was like looking at an extremely marvelous painting. As one flipped through the pages, they gradually entered a wonderful state. As the painting imprinted itself in their minds fluctuated, and their bloodlines swelled. Flawless bright moon. Boundless water moon. After another 100 moves, the two, who were evenly matched, each executed a killing move and started an intense clash, trying to gain the upper hand. Two bright moons appeared behind each of them. Xiao Chen's saber light was the radiance of the bright moon when it was at its most resplendent, boundlessly tyrannical. However, Lang Xian's sword light was the serene, peaceful, and inseparable entanglement of the sea and the bright moon. It was much more complicated than Xiao Chen's simple tyranny. The two moons clashed. One side was the flawless moon, shining with unparalleled radiance. The other side was the reflection in the water. On the surface, it looked like a moon, but in reality, it was still a layer of cold water. After one move, the clouds in the sky, which were riddled with holes, completely shattered. A vast expanse of golden light poured down like a waterfall. Compared to the dark sky around them, the two people bathed in golden light appeared incredibly holy, even though their clothes were tattered and their bodies were bleeding profusely. There was an indescribable aura lingering around them. It caused people to feel a sense of worship in their hearts for no reason. The reason for this was that the two of them were true bladesmen and swordsmen. They possessed the extremely rare saber soul and sword soul in this world. Xiao Qin stood upright while holding his saber. Drops of blood slowly dripped off the tip of his saber. On the other side, drops of blood also dripped off the tip of Lang Xian's sword. The moment the two executed their killing moves, they simultaneously injured each other. However, the results were very different. Xiao Qin looked at Lang Xian and said, "Your sword technique is on par with my saber technique. However, my physical body is much stronger than yours. If we continue fighting, you will be the one to lose." Lang Xian's complexion paled slightly. He tacitly agreed with Xiao Chen's words, but he did not intend to admit defeat. "I still have one more chance. If I cannot defeat you with this move, I will admit defeat." This Lang Xian before Xiao Chen possessed a unique level of attainment in sword techniques and was very strong. If not for his saber soul slightly restraining the other party and his physical body being much stronger than the other parties, Xiao Chen would not have been able to gain such a huge advantage in the earlier move. In the same move, Xiao Chen's saber light pierced through the other party's left chest. However, Lang Xian's sword light only opened a wound in his right shoulder, not even breaking a bone. Lang Xian's icy sword intent continuously corroded the wound, making Xiao Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. However, compared to Lang Xian's wound, Xiao Chen's was in a much better state. In terms of sword techniques, Xiao Chen believed that Lang Xian was no weaker than him. This was even because Lang Xian spent most of his time on his attainment in sword techniques. In terms of technique, Lang Xian might even be stronger than Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen held the advantage mainly because he had created his own flawless saber Dao. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not just cultivate saber techniques. His body tempering also stood out from the crowd, looking down on everyone. Unless the other party's sword techniques were much stronger than Xiao Chen's, Lang Xian would not be able to defeat Xiao Chen if they were evenly matched. Upon hearing that Lang Xian wanted to compete with him again, Xiao Chen's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of sword strike could make the other party feel that he could turn the situation around despite being at such a disadvantage? Xiao Chen said seriously, "Very well. I'll give you the opportunity to execute this sword strike. I will not drag this out." If Xiao Chen dragged things out, he would only need to exchange another 100 moves, not giving Lang Xian a chance to execute that sword strike. By relying on his physical body, Xiao Chen would be able to secure victory in this battle. Now, if Lang Xian sent out that sword strike, victory would be uncertain. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He had never intended to participate in this outstanding talent summit meeting in the first place. It was just an accident, throwing the flame rock sovereign into this whirlpool. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. If Xiao Chen wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. As for victory or defeat, Xiao Chen was already very indifferent to it. His mental state already far surpassed that of his peers. Surprise flashed in Lang Xian's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen agreed so readily. It seemed like Xiao Chen was even more indifferent to victory than Lang Xian himself. "Many thanks." Lang Xian bowed slightly and said sincerely after a while of silence. Such a scene moved the expressions of all the cultivators present. They could not help but admire the breadth of mind of the white-clad bladesman. Even after gaining a great advantage, Lang Xian could still calmly take a step back, all for the sake of seeing the sword strike that the other party said could defeat him. In everyone's mind, there were two words: the demeanor of a king. Naturally, the one who felt this the deepest was none other than Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian kept feeling that he was on a completely different level from Xiao Chen. Even though their cultivations were similar and their martial techniques and cultivation techniques were weaker, Sima Lingxian still felt like he could never catch up. But he had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up. An indescribable sense of despair and pain appeared in his mind. Sima Lingshuan's right hand, which held the sword, trembled. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his nails dug into his flesh. Scarlet blood seeped out. "You are too polite. You and I are both passionate people. There is no need to be so reserved. Please. Xiaochen extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Then, he took a stance and held his breath. He did not dare to be careless when facing this unknown sword strike. Chapter 1183. Leng Xian quickly reached out and pressed a few acupoints on his wounds, preventing them from worsening. Then, he took a deep breath and started to circulate all the law energy in his body. This sword move is called Million Mighty Ice Soldiers. It is a move that I created myself. It is not perfected yet, and even I cannot control its might. Brother Xiao, please be careful. Million Mighty Ice Soldiers? What a tyrannical name. They all say that your understanding of the will of ice is unique. In that case, I look forward to it. Buzz. Leng Xian's expression turned solemn, and the sword in his hand started humming. This humming was different from an ordinary sword humming. Everyone could hear the lofty sentiments of a powerful army amid this humming. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in all directions. A vast, hot-blooded killing chi continuously spread out from Leng Xian's body. It was hard to believe that the berserk killing chi came from Leng Xian, who looked like he did not have any hot-bloodedness at all. Leng Xian vomited a mouthful of blood on his sword. The humming sword suddenly stopped. All the aura in his body suddenly condensed and he thrust his sword forward fiercely. After that, Leng Xian stood where he was and quickly brandished his sword. Sword lights dazzled everyone's eyes. In one breath, Leng Xian executed more than 100 different sword moves. With one sword move, a million mighty ice soldiers swept through the four seas. Cold lights flickered, and absolute shadows drifted about. The moisture in the air froze under this sword move. These shadows turned into many illusory figures. Each of these figures held a sharp sword, and their long hair fluttered in the wind. The sword lights that Leng Xian sent out from where he stood shone on these figures. However, these figures became even more indistinguishable. Furthermore, the sword moves of each figure were different. It was like the sword lights that Leng Xian sent out from where he stood reflected on these countless figures. Sword images filled the arena without end. Although 1 million mighty ice soldiers was an exaggeration, the vast and boundless aura made everyone feel the tyrannical aura of 10,000 horses galloping through the air. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. As these boundless sword images charged over, they gave off a vast aura that could sweep through the world, making everyone feel extremely insignificant. No wonder this Leng Xian placed all his hopes on this sword move. This was indeed a horrifying sword move. His mind fell into a state of unprecedented nervousness. With a tap of his foot, he spun backward. Every time Xiaochen spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would emerge from his body. In the first circle, a blood moon flew out. The red moonlight revealed a desolate feeling that reached the bottom of one's heart. The second time, blood-colored pale remnant flowers flew out of his body. The pale remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. On the third lap, a vast expanse of snow appeared under Xiaochen's feet, and he couldn't see the end of it. Azure dragon images flew out from the fourth circle. A white-robed bladesman surrounded the dragon images. The dragon roars revealed the tyranny of a bladesman. On the fifth round, Xiaochen stopped in his tracks. He turned around and slashed out with his saber. Before coming here, he had comprehended that the mysterious phenomenon that instant of glory required was not a blind number but a precise combination. The mysterious phenomenon moved according to Xiaochen's will, forming different scrolls of glory to deal with all sorts of martial techniques. This was the true instant of glory that he comprehended after crossing the threshold. The blood moon, the pale remnant flowers, the snowy ground, the dragon images, the bladesman, and the 1 million mighty ice soldiers in hot pursuit. When Xiaochen executed the final saber strike, everything instantly gathered and formed an incredibly glorious scene. Such a scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A blood moon hung high in the sky, boundless snow fell on the ground, and pale remnant flowers drifted in the air. A powerful bladesman soared into the sky, facing the 1 million mighty ice soldiers alone. The moment Xiao Chen executed such an incredible martial technique, it deeply shocked all the spectating cultivators. Gorgeous, glorious, tyrannical, and profound. This saber strike was the instant of glory. With this saber strike, what can the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers do to me? Leng Xian's sword strike was already an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, the will of ice could be used in such a manner. However, Xiao Chen's saber strike toppled everyone's understanding. It turned out that the saber could be used in such a manner as well. State of space. That's not right. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm still far from it. I still have a chance. Leng Xian, who had stopped swinging his sword, was slightly startled. Then, determination appeared in his eyes. Leng Xian pressed 2 fingers on his left hand against the blade of his sword. Then, he ferociously sliced upwards, sending out a string of scarlet blood droplets. The glorious picture scroll was immediately stained with blood, and the desolate picture seemed even more miserable. The 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers, who were already suppressed, trembled. Their bodies were stained with blood as if they wanted to struggle free. Still not giving up. In that case, I will force back your 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. The tyrannical air of a king flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He pointed with his left hand, and the painting suddenly shattered. The instant the painting shattered, strands of spatial power tore it apart and made it dim. However, with the support of Leng Xian's blood, these sword-wielding figures did not get torn to shreds. These mighty ice soldiers, whose might had decreased significantly, still charged at Xiao Chen majestically. Lofty sentiments welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He held his saber with one hand and rooted his feet to the ground, not taking a single step back as he hacked down. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen brought out his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul without holding back. Then, he materialized the blue dragon battle armor and chopped down again and again. Thunder rumbled endlessly. With the roar of 10,000 bolts of lightning, the weakened 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers were forced back. One man and one saber forced back 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The countless sword-wielding figures forced Leng Xian to stop. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. I've lost. Leng Xian accepted his defeat. He smiled bitterly and bowed politely, admitting defeat. Then, he picked up his sword and silently left the arena. If Xiao Chen had not reached the threshold of instant of glory, allowing him to assemble the painting as he pleased, he would not have been able to block this sword strike. In the past, the instant of glory would not have been able to block this sword strike. Even now, Xiao Chen had not won easily. Leng Xian's law energy was nearly exhausted, and his body was riddled with wounds. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of spectators all stood up and cheered for Xiao Chen and Leng Xian, who left the arena. The reason was none other than that the final clash between the saber and the sword was simply too marvelous, inspiring excitement in everyone's hearts. They wished they could experience it for themselves. However, given Xiao Chen's current state and the fact that he still had to face this final battle, everyone could not help but worry. Unexpectedly, after the cheers ended, Xiao Chen's final opponent, Sima Lingxian, made a shocking decision. Huang Yun, Mo Ran, and Leng Xian were defeated one after another. Now, Xiao Chen, who came with the forceful charge token, only had to face his final opponent, Sima Lingxian. However, in Xiao Chen's current state, he had used several killing moves consecutively and fought continuously. Furthermore, his opponents were all outstanding talents of the same generation. His law energy was nearly exhausted, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. This was especially so for Leng Xian's 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. Although Xiao Chen had relied on his own strength to force back the 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, he was significantly injured as well. Mist covered his bloody wounds. With the obstruction of the ice sword intent, Xiao Chen found it hard to recover from his injuries. If Xiao Chen wanted to recover quickly, he had to stop and focus on removing the ice sword intent. After that, given his physical body, his wounds would heal in a few breaths. However, according to the rules of the challenge, Xiaoqun had no time to stop. He needed to drag his body to face his final opponent. However, under such a situation, which favored Sima Lingxian, he unexpectedly said, "I admit defeat." Sima Lingshuan's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes filled with pain, and his right hand, which held the sword, trembled. No one knew why he was in such a situation. After saying such a thing, Sima Lingxian suddenly chose to admit defeat despite holding the upper hand. It really caused an uproar, and many people didn't expect this. The old man in the city lord's residence was clearly stunned for a while. After a long time, he said, "Sima Lingxian, have you thought it through? Are you really going to admit defeat? In such a situation, even if I win, what is the point? What is the point? 10 years have passed, and I am still inferior to him. What is all my hard work worth?" Sima Lingxian seemed to enter a berserk state. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with despair and pain. Ka! Suddenly, Sima Lingxian drew his sword and chopped it with his palm. This treasure sword that had accompanied him for 10 years broke. The treasure sword broke into many pieces, injuring his palm until it bled profusely. Such a scene stunned everyone. They did not know what kind of blow Sima Lingxian had suffered. The empty-handed Sima Lingxian looked at Xiaoqun with a complicated expression. Then, he rushed off into the distance without looking back. Aside from Xiaoqun, no one knew what happened. As Xiaoqun watched Sima Lingxian leave, he felt sorrowful in his heart. He understood Sima Lingshuan's helplessness, despair, rage, and pain. Back then, when Xiaoqun first left Mo City in the Sky Dome realm, he lost to Chu Chaoyun in half a move. That was also a kind of helplessness and despair. Xiaoqun was fortunate. In the final battle of the Five-Nation Youth Competition, he defeated Chu Chaoyun and got rid of his heart demon. From then on, he set off on an even more glorious path. However, Sima Lingxian worked hard for 10 years and made a name for himself in Dark City. However, when Sima Lingxian saw that he still could not defeat Xiaoqun, his heart inevitably crumbled and he fell into complete despair. This was how cruel this great age was. Sima Lingxian waited for despair. In that case, what awaited Xiaoqun was despair as well. If Xiaoqun saw the undefeatable Chu Chaoyun 10 years later, would he crumble like Sima Lingxian today? No matter what, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting came to an end. Xiaoqun became the first outstanding talent to use the Forceful Kill token in 10,000 years. Xiaoqun obtained all the prizes for the top 4 places, a total of 5,000 essence stones and 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was full of climaxes and surprises. All sorts of changes dazzled everyone. The white-robed bladesman's powerful charge and defeat 3 people in a row. Furthermore, he beat up the crowd while drunk and chopped down the metal testing puppet with one saber strike. This would definitely spread Xiaoqun's name everywhere. This was especially so for the final battle with Leng Xian. It was an eye-opener, a sight that left everyone sighing in amazement. That moment of glory was something that all the cultivators present would never be able to forget. It would be forever imprinted in their minds. Chapter 1184. After rushing back to the Flame Rock Castle with Ba Yan and Ba Tu, Xiaoqun handed 2 of the 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques to the 2 of them. He only kept 1 medial-grade profound martial technique for bladesmen and the 5,000 essence stones. Not to mention the importance of the medial-grade profound martial technique, just the 5,000 essence stones were already a bountiful harvest for Xiaoqun. With so many essence stones, he would have no problem quickly cultivating to peak Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. By the time he reached the Human Demon Sea, his cultivation would have reached peak Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. At that time, he could go to the Thunder King's cave to search for the Death Fruit. The timing would be just right. After arriving at the Flame Rock Castle, Xiaoqun immediately headed to his courtyard. How could he not know that the hemp-robed old man was the famous peak expert of the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign? The moment Xiao Chen entered the courtyard, he discovered that Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man were currently working on the dragon-subduing platform. They were doing major renovations to the already repaired dragon-subduing platform. What are they doing? That's not right. How did Ao Jiao get together with this old man? Xiao Chen felt like his brain could not keep up. After sleeping for half a month, too many things had happened that he did not know about. Little Yellow Feather was the first to discover Xiao Chen. It let out a sharp cry and immediately flew over, landing on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. This made the little fellow very happy, flying around Xiao Chen. The hemp-robed old man raised his head and smiled. Big sister Ao Jiao, look, who is back? Bang! When Ao Jiao heard that, her face darkened. She raised her hand and punched, sending the hemp-robed old man flying again. This startled Xiao Chen. He stepped forward and said, Ao Jiao, this is a senior. Don't mess around. Who knew? Ao Jiao smiled and said, Senior. Let's see if he dares to call me senior. Hee, ignore this old man. How is the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? Did it fail or succeed? That old geezer sent me away, and without a word of discussion, he threw you over. I was so worried. Ao Jiao asked out of concern, changing to a smiling expression. She revealed a charming smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like these two are old acquaintances. He relaxed and gave a simple account of what happened at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Ha! I was right, right? I told you not to worry, but you did not believe me. The hemp-robed old man walked over while laughing. He did not put on any airs, not showing the temper of a sovereign martial emperor at all. Ao Jiao's face darkened, still ignoring him. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen finally understood the relationship between Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man, the Flame Rock Sovereign. 1,000 years ago was when the Thunder King, Sang Mu, was at his peak. At that time, Sang Mu was already a famous martial emperor, known as the strongest person under sovereign martial emperors. Several sovereign martial emperors did not even dare to fight with Sang Mu, fearing that they would lose their reputation if they lost. When Ao Jiao accompanied the Thunder King to the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign was only a child of 13 or 14 years old, just starting to show his talent. The Thunder King was very discerning, immediately recognizing the Flame Rock Sovereign's talent. While he was in the Black Sea, he taught the Flame Rock Sovereign for some time. Although they were not master and disciple, they could be considered half a disciple and a guide. Later, when the Flame Rock Sovereign broke through to Emperor Wu, the Thunder King personally protected him, preventing his enemies from interfering and allowing him to successfully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The Flame Rock Sovereign returned the favor. When the Thunder King broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he risked his life to help Sang Mu clear his sovereign tribulation. The two were like teachers and friends. In the Flame Rock Sovereign's heart, the Thunder King Sang Mu would forever be a senior and a good friend. He felt even more gratitude and respect. Hey, speaking of which, senior, why do you keep calling Ao Jiao big sister? Xiao Chen asked casually after he understood what was going on. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard that, he guffawed endlessly. Then, he said in a sorrowful tone, it's a long story. Back then, I was also very miserable. Under someone's punches, I was forced to call her big sister. If I did not, I would have been taught a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me feel bitter. Now, I call her that the moment I see her, and I still get beaten up. The Flame Rock Sovereign's aggrieved expression made Xiao Chen smile involuntarily. He roughly understood what was going on. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Ao Jiao still looked like a little girl. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign really became an old man. If such a person continued to call her big sister, he would definitely get angry. However, anger was anger. Xiao Chen could tell that the two's actions were mostly playful, reminiscing about the past. After playing around, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a serious expression. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I heard from Big Sister that you want to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting ended. However, the discussions about the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were far from over. All the cultivators in Dark City, from the most popular conflagration restaurant to the simple and crude wine stalls at the roadside, discussed this extraordinary Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The reason was none other than this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There were simply too many things worth discussing. The magnificent martial techniques that the white-robed bladesmen displayed, the unique comprehensions of the Will of Ice and the Will of Storm, the previous Overlord Huang Yun's unexpected defeat, and so on. Of course, there was also the most shocking scene. When Sima Lingxian held the upper hand, he suddenly forfeited and admitted defeat. Sima Lingshuan's strength went without saying. After Huang Yun left, he was the most dazzling of all the outstanding youths in Dark City. Many people had expected that the biggest highlight of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would be the peak showdown between the old and the new outstanding talents. However, such a dazzling outstanding talent, who received so much attention, suddenly crumbled after Xiao Qin displayed his strength. This was simply incomprehensible. Some people said that Sima Lingxian had the air of a gentleman and did not want to defeat Xiao Qin, who was in a terrible state. Others said that Sima Lingxian could tell that Xiao Qin still had trump cards that he had not used yet. If he lost to Xiao Qin under such circumstances, he would lose even more face. However, no one could guess what the truth was. The scene of Sima Lingxian drawing his sword and chopping it off with one palm was a ghastly sight. There had to be a story between Xiao Qin and Sima Lingxian that others did not know. However, if the person in question did not say it, others would never be able to guess it. However, the more unfathomable something was, the more it piqued people's curiosity. They could not forget it and discussed it endlessly. As for the main character of this incident, after Sima Lingxian rushed out of Dark City, he appeared dispirited. He walked forward in a daze, not knowing where he was going. He turned a deaf ear to the pointing of the passers-by, completely ignoring them. After 10 years of hard work and boundless glory, Sima Lingxian felt lofty and hot-blooded, wanting to wash away his shame. However, reality was cruel. Those who wanted to chase after Sima Lingxian could only see his back. He was as tall as a mountain, forcing people to look up at him. Blood flowed continuously from Sima Lingshuan's hand as he walked. He did not know how long he had walked, but the edge of Dark Island was already before him. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. However, suddenly, Sima Lingxian stopped. His chaotic mind suddenly paused. He saw a familiar figure at the edge of the island. That was an imposing figure standing in front of the sea. The vast and boundless sea did not seem like much. Only this figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Hu Qi. That figure slowly turned around and moved 10 kilometers like he had teleported. Then, he appeared before Sima Lingxian. Adoptive father. Sima Lingxian could not say anything. His voice sounded choked with emotion. This person was the newly promoted Great Bandit of the Black Sea, the sovereign martial emperor Sex Buxiong, Sima Lingshuan's adoptive father. Sima Lingxian thought about how his adoptive father nurtured him, how much he hoped for him, and how much he cared for him like a relative. Sima Lingxian choked with emotion. He felt very useless. Guilt filled his heart, and tears almost flowed out uncontrollably. When Zong Buxiong saw this scene, his heart ached slightly. He patted Sima Lingshuan's shoulder and did not say anything. Sima Lingxian could no longer control himself. He rushed forward and hugged Sima Lang, crying bitterly. Adoptive father, this child is useless. In the end, I did not manage to take this step. I have let adoptive father down. What kind of pressure did a 7-foot man have to endure to make him burst into tears? In this black sea that did not believe in tears and did not pity the weak, Sima Lingxian cried so sorrowfully. Zong Buxiong did not say anything. He only released Sima Lingxian after he had cried enough. This vicious and merciless person, who killed all the cultivators of the previous Great Bandit's bloodline, revealed a benevolent expression in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. I know about the outstanding talent summit meetings matter. At the last moment, you chose to let go. In my opinion, you did not use an unfair battle to obtain victory to numb yourself. I feel very gratified. If you had really chosen to make a move in that battle, in my opinion, you would not have been able to walk out of the shadow of hatred. Even if you became a martial emperor, you would not have been able to be conferred a king. Zhong Buxiong slowly said something that Sima Lingxian did not expect. Sima Lingxian gaped and said, "Adoptive father, don't overthink. You did well. Don't place too much importance on this mental barrier. In everyone's life, there will always be some opponents who will make you feel despair. You will never be able to surpass them. What we need to do is not to compete with these people. Back then, your father did not understand, harming you and harming himself. Living in this world, we have to live for ourselves, not for our opponents." Sima Lingxian did not understand. He asked anxiously, "Adoptive father, are you asking me to resign myself to fate?" "It is not resignation. Let me ask you this. In the past 10 years, have you slacked off?" "No." "Have you given up on working hard?" "No." "Have you felt that you are wasting your time, not improving at all?" "No." A few quick questions caused Sima Lingxuan's confused eyes to slowly light up. "Now," he answered with more and more strength. "Do you still feel that you are useless?" Sima Lingxian replied sullenly, "No." "Very good. In that case, let me tell you." Xiaoqin swept through all the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's younger generation. Even the disciples of the primes lost to him. In the heavenly starry ocean, he defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Among these people are the descendants of primes, the successors of the deity sovereigns, the disciples of the ghost monarch, the disciples of the corpse god. Every one of them is an outstanding talent. Zhong Buxiong enunciated every word with a heavy tone.